All right, what's good, everyone? Join the live right now. How y'all doing today? Give it a few minutes for people to join up. What's good, everyone? Join up the live right now. How's everyone doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hopefully, everyone is having a good day so far. I am still sick today. I'm just letting everyone know I'm still sick today. Trying to recover from everything. Still trying to recover. Still trying to keep up with everything. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone is having a good day. What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's good, everyone joining in the stream right now? Hopefully everyone is having a great day so far. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here very, very soon, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen here on TikTok. We're going to start getting some people up here for some debates here very, very soon, everyone. What's good? How are you feeling? Honestly, my throat feels a lot better, so it's easier to speak, but I'm pretty tired, to be honest. Like, really, really tired. But yeah, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. What does MAGA mean? What? Currently, MAGA means you are currently in support of Trump. I don't know why that would be confusing. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We're going to start getting some people up here for debates very, very soon. Very, very soon, everyone. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? Parker, you look in pain? I am a bit sick, but honestly, like, I feel different than I did yesterday. Like, yesterday was really hard to, like, speak because my throat hurt more. But I have, like, a headache and, like, what's it called? And, just feel really tired. Did I just start? Yes, I did just start. What's good, everyone joining in now? How's everyone doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're going to start getting some people up here very, very soon. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here very, very soon. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
My birthday.
Birth year.
Birth year.
What state do you live in?
What state? Bro, I'm an American citizen.
What state?
Just because I sound British. Just because I sound British doesn't mean, you know.
Yeah, I want a response to my question or I'll kick you from the stream. You have about 3 seconds to respond.
Arizona.
Okay, what time is it?
Yo, motherfucking nigga.
You're disgusting, dude. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker, love you, bro. Keep doing what you're doing.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry, I did this the other day. I love you.
Appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, young fella?
How old are you?
36.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, of course.
For sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, he's the president of the United States, isn't he?
Just because someone's the president doesn't mean you'd support them. Like, did you support Joe Biden?
Yeah, I did. He was the president. I supported Joe Biden until he couldn't stand up anymore.
Okay, so even when he was a president, you still didn't support him?
Yeah, I did. I didn't support him.
So when he quote unquote couldn't stand up anymore when he was president, did you still support him?
No, I don't support him.
Okay, so just because someone's president doesn't mean you support them. What is the reason why you support Trump?
Because he's the president. The sitting president.
Do you want me to kick you?
And he got a lot of work to do.
Oh my Jesus! Wait, hold up. We just addressed this.
A lot of homelessness, a lot of lost children out here that need to be repaired.
Okay.
We got a opioid problem out here. You know, they out here overdosing everywhere, you know. So what you think about that? What you think about the opioid problem?
You can't say that on the live, man.
Oh, I can't?
Nope, you can't say that on the live. It makes me kick you because you said a DRUG name. So I have to go on to the next person. Unfortunate anyway. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
September
What day?
30th.
For sure. Why do you support Trump?
I support him because he's the current president of our United States.
So did you support Biden?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why?
Because he does a lot of good stuff. Like he's cut down the opioids and homelessness.
You just heard the last person say the exact same thing, and then you went and said that again? Like, I don't understand why you would do that. That was ridiculous. Let's go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, why so?
Hold on. I'm sorry?
Yeah, why do you support Trump?
Oh, I support policies of basically moving everything back to a republic.
I can't hear you at all. Is there a way you can fix your mic?
Hold on. Can you hear now?
It's still very, very hard to hear you. It's like mumbled.
Okay. Can you hear now?
Whatever. So why do you support Trump?
Moving the country back to a republic.
What is a republic?
Where the people are more influence what happens versus the government.
So we've lived in a republic the whole time, and Trump reduced the likelihood of that happening because he quite literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol after he lost the election in 2020, and he still to this day believes that he won the 2020 election with no evidence.
Well, I don't believe that was an insurrection.
Okay. I mean, he pardoned violent rioters that assaulted police officers at the Capitol after telling them to go to the Capitol and to fight like hell and to take back the country from those that stole it from them. So what is your definition of an insurrection?
Well, it could be viewed as an insurrection, but the people that I believe that was there during the insurrection wasn't really even part of his supporters. They were paid actors.
Then why'd he pardon them?
He pardoned some. I'm talking about the people that...
No, he pardoned people who assaulted police officers. For example, DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, and he was pardoned by Donald Trump. Do you think that he should have been pardoned by Donald Trump?
I mean, a president can pardon whoever they want, even if they're even guilty. Doesn't mean if it's right or not. I mean, they just have that authority.
Don't know what you just said. Repeat.
The president has the power to do whatever he likes, even if we don't agree with it. And that comes to pardons.
Okay. But I'm telling you that he wanted the violence because he pardoned it.
No, he didn't want the violence.
Okay. If the president of the United States pardoned someone who murdered another person, would that mean that they condone or condemn that behavior?
Well, they could they could look at it two ways. They could say, well, this person, looking at the situation, if they pardon, say if they've been in jail for 20 years, and they pardon them because they made a wrong choice, they did their retribution, and they've made a change in their life. Then I've seen where they pardon people like that also that was guilty. Giving someone a second chance in society. But also,
they would have commuted the sentence. So can you address my question without having to change the contents of the question? Is there a possibility you could answer my question without changing the contents of the question that I asked you?
What is it again? I'm sorry.
Is it possible you could answer my question without changing the contents of the question?
The question? What was the question?
Okay. If a president pardoned someone who murdered another person, right, and they know they did it, they were convicted of it, it happened within the last few years, do you think that they should be, do you think that they're condoning or condemning that behavior?
I mean, I guess you could look at it, they're condoning it, or they're...
So if they're condoning it, then Trump pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers means he's condoning the violence. And if he's condoning the violence and he told people to go take back the country from those that stole it from them and to fight like hell, that's literally him inciting a violent insurrection by definition. So provide me any definition of a violent insurrection in which would not be applicable to the set of circumstances.
I mean, the thing is, I guess the way it happened, I guess you could say, well, this person's guilty because of what they did. But I look further than that. I look at the whole situation. When I zoom out from it, why did it happen in the first place? Why was people put in that situation? Where was the security? Where was the National Guard? Where was all
Trump apparently can send the National Guard, so why didn't he send the National Guard?
Well, what I heard is it's up to the mayor, and he sent them, and he sent the thing in.
Oh, they just got removed for community guidelines. I don't know what they did that was a violation of community guidelines, but they just got removed. That was interesting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, I am 28 and a state representative here in the state of Missouri.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do not. The reason that I actually came on here today is we are doing a sit-in right now. So we have 3 state representatives that have been sitting on the House floor in the state of Missouri for over 30 hours trying to fight back against the redistricting plan that's happening here in our state.
Well, I appreciate you letting me know. What would you like me to do?
Basically just trying to get this word out, trying to get people to understand what we're doing here, what's going on in the state of Missouri. Just wanted to jump on your live. I know you've got a big following. I appreciate everything that you do. So we're here fighting in the state of Missouri. Trump's coming for us right now. We're getting rid of Kansas City's representation there. Representative Emmanuel Cleaver will likely lose his seat due to this redistricting. And so we're trying to get the word out there, trying to get people to hype up, share this word, and make sure that people know that this is coming to a state near you unless we start actually fighting and standing up against Donald Trump.
That's amazing. I really support your redistricting efforts. I think it's incredible. I live out here in California. I think it's really important to do. I grew up in Iowa myself, so I think that's an incredibly important thing to do, especially for Missouri, because I know how it is in Missouri. So I really appreciate that. If there's anything you want me to do specifically, especially if you post a video and want to bring like acknowledgement to this, I'll repost it. I would love to get the word out there more.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be posting. We know that we're going to be on the House floor for at least the next 72 hours. We don't gavel back in until Sunday, and then we start doing work on Monday and Tuesday. And what they're doing is getting rid of our Democratic representation as well as shutting down our citizen initiative petition process. So they're doing everything they can to silence voters here. And so got a big rally for people that are going to be in Missouri next Wednesday. Starts here at the Capitol on the 10th. So if you're in Missouri, please join us. We'd love to have your support out here.
Absolutely. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you, man.
Thanks, Parker.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great to hear. Great to hear redistricting efforts. I just get a second flag on the stream, so I have to restart everyone. I got limited in terms of my push. I don't know what for. Actually, I know what it was. It was because DRUGS. So I have to hit a restart. It's not sending out my live here on TikTok, so I'd recommend everyone here on TikTok to go over to YouTube. The fact that here within 15 minutes that I have got 2 flags and I have been limited in terms of my visibility is unbelievable. Please, I recommend to go over to my YouTube. TikTok doing this is ridiculous. I have to hit a quick restart. I'll be right back, everyone. I'll be right back. Give me like 30 seconds to a minute. I'll be right back, everyone. And also go make sure to check out that representative. That would be great. All right, I'll be right back, everyone, on TikTok. The flags were unbelievable. I can't believe that I already got 2. That's just insane. That's great to hear the representative coming on, though. Great to hear the representative coming on. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get it going. TikTok sucks. Yeah, TikTok is horrible for that. Alrighty, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, everyone. Do give it a second for people to join up. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. I don't know why TikTok was flagging me already. That's, like, insane. Like, actually insane. So only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. What's up, everyone on YouTube? I am sick right now, just letting everyone know. I am sick right now, so I don't know how long I'll be on today. I might do like 4 hours today. I'll try. I am, like, really tired, to be honest. I am really tired. What's good, everyone joining in? Heidi, thank you for the $5. Thank you on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that we can be here for you. I'm so sorry to hear that you went through that. That's so much to deal with. That's so much to deal with. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said also thank you for sending out for the LGBTQ plus community. I really appreciate it, Heidi. Can we get some W's for Heidi in the comment section right now? Thank you, Heidi. Feisty, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Feisty. We're going to start getting some people up here really soon. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dude, I love it.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We're just looking for some debates. So please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone.
Here we go.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please play Farm Sim.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Old.
How old are you?
Old. I'm old.
Okay, that's not a response. Just letting you know, if you don't answer my questions on the stream, I will kick you. Because if you won't answer my question in the very beginning of the stream just about how old you are and, like, if you support Trump, then it's likely you won't answer any question on the stream anyway. So might as well just kick you. Remember Parker said if we hit 5K likes on the stream, he'll play Farm Sim? Yeah, if we hit 5K likes, I would definitely play Farm Sim. I don't think that's possible on TikTok. I mean, on YouTube. I don't know if that's possible. I haven't gotten 5K likes in a really long time. Monique, thank you for the $6. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck them all. Cry anymore, bitch.
Kamala. They sound like a child anyway. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Parker, you sick? I am. I am sick. Alrighty, alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please play Farm Sim, Pop.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
Wait, what?
What's your birth year?
2007, March 20th.
For sure. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
Wait, though. Wait, like, why do you keep getting dunked on by Andrew Wilson, though?
I didn't. Name one point he beat me on.
Almost every point, especially in the, what you call it? The one with, Pierce Morgan, whatever his name is.
So name the specific point.
Any specific point?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like the that one time where you was defining whatchamacallit. I think it has something to do with like
You have to look it up. You can't
wait,
figure out off the
no.
top of your head. You came on my live to say that I get destroyed by
I'm on
Andrew
a video
Wilson,
game right
but you can't even name a single point.
I'm on a video game right now.
Isn't that
Wait, what?
embarrassing?
How? No, it's not.
That is
It's
embarrassing.
on
So
the
tell me,
Piers Morgan
what point?
interview.
On what?
Yeah, where the point where you couldn't define the words you were speaking.
What word did I not define?
I'm assuming like what is considered bad, and like what Trump has
I
done
did,
that was
and
considered
that was never a
bad.
question asked to me.
Yeah, what Trump done is considered bad.
I don't even think we had a conversation about Trump.
You guys did.
No, we didn't.
Yes, you did. You don't remember?
No, we didn't. We talked about religion. We talked about specifically how they think
It
that.
was a religion with Piers Morgan.
Yes, with Piers Morgan, it was religion. We didn't even talk about Trump.
I think I was looking at one where it wasn't about religion.
You're watching a completely different debate. If you're talking about us debating
'cause
about
it
Trump.
wasn't about religion.
Yeah, so we did talk about religion, right? And then we talked about how Andrew Wilson thinks it's okay for white people to say the N-word, right? Because in comedy, which
I
is
think no one
consistent,
should say
which is
it. I
consistent.
think
Wait,
no one should say it.
you think? Okay, well, I mean, do you think it's okay that he said that white people can say the N-word and that it's okay under his view?
I don't think
Do you
he
think
said
he
it
beat
was
me on that
okay.
point?
I think he was trying to make an analogy. I didn't think he claimed it was okay.
No, he did. I asked him a direct question, and he said that that was okay in the context of comedy, which is consistent with him saying that it's okay
Oh, in the
to engage
context
in
of
blackface,
comedy?
which is crazy.
In the context of comedy?
Yeah, yeah. People who are racist engaging in blackface, historically speaking, were engaging in the use of quote-unquote comedy under their view, yet that was still fucked up and racist. Do you agree with me?
I mean, to you.
Well, to you? Do you
I
think
mean,
that
I'm
was
black,
fucked up and
so
racist?
I mean, I'm black, so I really don't care. To
Wait,
you, it might be
so you
unfunny.
don't think that was fucked up and racist? For again, racist,
Messed up,
specifically
no,
to
racist.
utilize blackface.
Messed up, no, but racist, yeah, a little bit.
Okay, wait, so racism isn't messed
Depends
up?
on the context.
Ra-
Like you
racism
said,
is.
depends-
You just said racism isn't messed up.
The word itself isn't bad. Depends on the context.
Wait, so you said racism isn't messed up,
I said it's
and
messed
yes,
up.
the N-word
yeah,
is bad to use for white people. White people using the N-word is bad.
I said it's not messed up, but yeah, racist a little bit depending on the context.
Okay, so is it messed up to be racist?
Sure.
Okay, so it is messed up. So what did he beat me on?
Yeah.
Tell me specifically. Be specific, because it seems like you just came on to rage bait, but you can't even give me a single point. That's like embarrassing.
Yeah, I said about how bad Trump is.
Is it when he did the tier list and he put Nick Fuentes as number one? Was that like when?
I don't think that was with you.
Oh, it wasn't. That's just something he did recently. So do you support that
He did with
position?
someone else.
No, he specifically was a part of doing that with Rattlesnake. So would you like to
Rattlesnake?
address? Yeah, would you like to address the fact that they
Well, the
literally
other
put
guy-
Nick
the other
Fuentes
guy-
as number one for Republican content
yeah.
creators?
It was another guy with like black hair.
No, number one
Who's
was
on
Nick
your side?
Fuentes under.
Not the one with
Under-
Nick Fuentes.
They put Nick Fuentes as number one, in S tier.
It wasn't a tier list.
It was a tier list.
Not the one I was watching.
Well, then you watched a different one. I'm asking you about the tier list they made specifically, where they put Nick Fuentes as number one.
What about it?
Oh, you don't think that's an issue? Nick Fuentes,
Isn't-
like the white supremacist?
Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist.
Yes.
I thought he was like a troll or something.
Okay, are you trolling me on the stream, or do you actually want to engage in a dialogue? Because yes, he's not a troll. He is a white supremacist. He denies how many people died in the Holocaust.
Oh yeah, that is pretty biased. Oh,
Yeah,
with Dean, right? With Dean, right?
Dean debated him in the past. Yeah, and
Yeah, I know.
absolutely
That's
dog
what he
walked
said.
Nick Fuentes.
That's when he denied the Holocaust thing.
Yeah, he denied how many
It was-
people. He said that Hitler was a better candidate than any woman, including his significant other if he had one, which he doesn't.
He said he was a better leader. I mean, he did
Yeah,
influence.
yeah.
a lot of
Do you think Hitler is a better leader than any woman?
I mean, he did influence a lot of people. I don't
Oh,
think
here, let me
anyone
ask you this
can
question:
say-
if you had the chance to vote for someone for president, either Kamala Harris or Adolf Hitler, who would you vote for?
Kamala Harris.
Okay, so then obviously you think that's incredibly fucked up to say that, right?
Say what? That Hitler's better?
Yeah, Hitler's a better leader than any woman.
Yeah, he's a better leader, but I don't think like the qualities he had. Like no.
Oh, so you think Hitler was a better leader than any woman?
I mean, he literally influenced a lot of people. Being a good leader doesn't mean you're like necessarily good. Like
Really? Really? Because what do you mean being a good leader doesn't mean you're good?
Like, say
Explain that
Genghis
to me.
Khan,
Explain to me how being a good leader doesn't mean you're good.
take Genghis Khan for instance. He was a great leader, but that doesn't mean
No.
he's
When you say good leader and then you say they're not
Yeah.
good right after, that's contradictory.
good leader. Like, they're good at leading, but their actions and morals aren't good.
You can't be good at leading if you don't have good morals. That makes no sense.
Yes, you can.
No.
Yes, you absolutely can.
Really? Give me a single circum. You think so? You would say the statement Adolf Hitler is a good leader. You would say that?
In terms of qualities, yeah, but morals, no.
What? Oh, that's insane. That's like actually fucking crazy.
How's that
Because in
insane?
order for you to be a good leader, to direct people towards the right things, it is the case that you have to have good morals. You're saying a genocidal maniac is a good leader. That's nuts.
Yeah, good in tactics, not in morals.
Is Kamala Harris a good leader?
I guess.
Why do you say I guess for Kamala Harris, but yes for Hitler?
No, I'm saying like I think morally, yeah, Kamala's better, but like in terms of like quality, like what they've done, I feel like Hitler has like outscaled her.
Oh, in what way?
Yeah, in terms of like how many people he influenced, his goals, he actually accomplished a lot of goals. Yeah, they were bad, but at the end of the
What
day,
goals did he accomplish that you think were good?
that were good on his view or my view?
Under your view?
Well, there wasn't anything good that he done. In my
Oh,
view,
there's
but
nothing good that he did. So then what are you saying? Are you saying...
in his view, he think he's done good.
Well, I have a question. If there was a serial killer that influenced other people to follow him and to murder other people who are innocent, do you think that they would be a good leader if they were able to influence people?
In their view, yeah. Well, technically,
No,
yeah,
under your view. I'm asking under your view. Under your view, would they be a good
under my
leader?
view, no.
Is Hitler a good
Their
leader
morals
under
are
your
bad,
view?
so their morals are bad, so I'd say no.
Is Hitler a good leader under your worldview?
In terms of morality, no.
I don't know why you had to specify specifically just in terms of morality. I mean, that would be overall. You agree overall that
Did he
under
not
your
lead
view
millions-
that he is not a
did
good
he
leader.
not lead millions of people and take over certain regions? Like, did
That
he
doesn't
not
mean
do
that they're a good leader. Do you think
In
Napoleon was a good
in
leader?
terms of qualities, yeah, but not in morality.
So was Stalin a good leader?
Was Stalin a good leader? Well, in morality, no.
Okay, based upon what you just said, that under that
Then
view,
again,
Stalin would be a good leader under your own
wait,
perspective, which
He
is
He
insane.
was a dictator, which also means people saw him as a good leader. So
Is Kim Jong Un a good leader?
Morally, no.
Is Kim Jong Un a good leader? Answer the question. In the
Is
way
he
that
a
you
good
said that
leader?
Hitler is a good leader, is Kim Jong Un a good leader?
In terms of leadership, yeah, he's a good leader, but in morality,
So
no.
literally, just being a dictator and forcing people to do what you want them to do makes you a good leader? That makes no
I mean,
fucking
did he
sense.
succeed? He succeeded, so
Succeeding doesn't mean anything, right? Especially if what you succeeded in specifically makes the country worse off. You can lead people into a worse set of circumstances. For example, if I led you off a cliff, right, telling you that it was something good, would I be a good leader?
no, not really.
Okay, but based upon what you just said, because I influenced people to do that, I was a good
Wait,
leader under your
morally?
perspective. Do you realize how ridiculous what you just said was? I wouldn't be a good
You're
leader
saying
just because I
morally or
influenced
just-
people, because I influenced them towards bad things.
Are you saying like morally or like in terms of like?
Well, I don't think you can just. I don't think you just like not take into account morals
like
when you're
you
talking about
gotta
a good
be
leader.
more,
I think morals are a necessity to take into account when you're referencing a good leader.
like let's be real, bad people can be good leaders. Like you
No.
can't admit to that.
Wait,
It's
no,
hard to
no,
admit to that.
no,
It's a
no.
fact.
No. So, so the way that you're using good leader is again also consistent, specifically with me saying
When I say good
that
leader, I
that
don't mean
specifically.
morally good.
Okay, if I influenced everyone to walk off a cliff, would I be a good leader?
I mean, technically, yeah.
No, I wouldn't be a good leader.
led
That
them-
makes no fucking
You led
sense.
you led them into doing it.
So leading them to death is good leading? You make no
I mean,
fucking
you
sense
somehow
at
led
all,
them into doing
dude.
it.
You make no fucking sense. Leading people to walk off a cliff does not make them a good leader. What are you
Dude,
saying, dude?
Pushing my words, and when I say good, I
I'm
don't
not.
mean more-
I'm showing you how ridiculous your perspective
I'm not
is.
saying he's more. I'm not saying you're. When I say good leader, I don't mean by morals. I'm talking about by accomplishments.
I think you have to take into account morals, and that's why when you say this, that they're a good leader for leading people off a cliff makes no sense.
Logically speaking, yeah, like they are good leaders, but what they've done is bad. Like what?
Makes no sense at all.
How does that make no sense?
Yeah, if you're in a war and you lead all your soldiers to die, does that make you a good leader?
Logically, wait. Lead them to die.
Yeah.
Well, technically that was a bad accomplishment, so no.
Okay, wait, but you were leading them. So obviously, if you understand
What
a
did you
bad
gain from it,
accomplishment,
though?
wait, you said a bad
What did you
accomplishment.
gain from it,
Wait, you
though?
said a bad accomplishment.
Yeah, logically speaking, that's a bad accomplishment.
Okay, so then
Like,
are you saying morally
what did you
speaking,
gain?
if what they are trying to get to is bad, then they aren't a good leader?
Yeah, but what did you gain from
Oh,
killing
you
off
just
all those
conceded. He
people,
just
though?
conceded. He just conceded, by the way.
How?
You just
Like,
said
what'd
that if
you
morally
gain?
speaking, what they're trying to get in terms of a quote unquote success story,
I
right?
did not say that.
Yeah, you did. You just said that.
No, I didn't. What did you gain from like leading all those people to die? You didn't accomplish anything.
Under his view, they accomplished them dying. That if that was their goal, would they be a good leader?
Who?
If I'm saying of a leader, if a goal of a leader was to lead all of the people that they are having fight in war to their deaths, would they be a good leader if they led them all to their deaths?
Like they want them to die on purpose. Like that was the
Yeah,
plan.
yeah.
Well, yeah, technically, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
How's
Okay,
that
if that's your
ridiculous?
notion of what a good leader is, everyone
Like
here can
morally,
identify what you
yeah.
just said makes no fucking sense. Right? You
Look,
saying that
look.
they're a good manipulator does not mean that they're a good leader.
Slow down. Look, morally, yeah, it's bad because he purposely let them to die. But logically speaking, he convinced them into doing it. So yeah, technically, he is a good leader.
Okay, if a
You gotta
pedophile
be-
if a pedophile
good of a
convinced
leader
wait,
you
wait,
gotta
wait, I have a
be.
question. If a pedophile convinced other
Wait,
people
look, hear me out,
hold on,
hear
let me
me
please
out.
finish this. Let me please finish. If a pedophile
Wait, before you go,
No.
let me go.
No. If a pedophile convinced adults to grape children and that was their goal, would they be a good leader?
Morally, no.
No, I'm asking you under the notion that you're using prior, because apparently it's not just related to morals. Under
What do you
your
mean by
view,
good,
would
though?
they be a
What do
good
you mean by
leader?
good?
I like how he can't answer this question because he knows it's
Trying to
ridiculous.
slip me up. What do you mean by good?
I'm setting you up with a argument that is proving you wrong.
Good is subjective. What do you mean by good? I'm trying to figure you out. What do you mean by
Yeah,
good?
we're obviously referencing in the context of morals, right? We're obviously
Okay, and I
referencing
just
in the
said
context of
morally,
what you
no.
see to be preferable.
And I just said morally,
Well, you
no.
said you were not taking into account morals. So based upon the way that you're
did
using
not
the
say
term,
that.
wait,
When
I
did
have a
I say
question.
that?
Based upon the way that you're using the term "good leader," would it be consistent with saying that a pedophile convincing other adults to rape children is a good leader, under your perspective,
His
under the way
end,
that you
he
were
did
using the term "good leader"?
In his end, he did accomplish it.
So you would say he's a good
logically
leader.
Logically, yeah, but morally, no.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. The fact that he can't at all acknowledge that in order to consider someone a good leader, you have to take into account morals is ridiculous. Okay? That is ridiculous. The fact that he can't say that is insane. And there's no conversation to be had with the person who thinks that. Literally no conversation. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. You, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, but I wanted to say something really quick if I could.
Nope. Taro, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Taro. I really appreciate it. And Zach, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
February.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And why is that?
Because I believe in what he believes in, like migrants damage the country. And
In
he
what way?
supports Israel.
In what way do immigrants hurt the
in
country?
every way possible. Could you imagine if a Muslim came and blew up your country?
That's fucking disgusting. I think they're trolling, but for you to go up on a live and to troll and do that is fucking gross. So fucking gross. What is wrong with people? What the fuck is wrong with people? What's up? How old are you?
Please play Farm Sim, Parker.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Be ready for the Groiper War. Nick Fuentes on top.
Oh, wait. So you like a white supremacist?
No.
No?
That's not what he
Nick
is.
Fuentes is a white supremacist.
America first.
Wait,
America first.
Oh, I have a question. Who did you vote for in 2024?
2024 Trump. Yes.
Did you know that Nick Fuentes voted for Kamala Harris?
No, he didn't. He didn't
Yes,
vote
he did.
at all, actually.
He actually did. He said that he voted for Kamala Harris.
No.
That's actually what he said.
No, he didn't vote at all.
Yeah, he did. He said that he said on a platform that he specifically voted for Kamala Harris. Now, his argument is accelerationism.
Oh,
He thinks voting for Kamala Harris will lead to more right-wing candidates in the long run, which is fucking crazy, by the way. But that's what he says. So would you now, given the fact that Nick Fuentes said that, would you say that you would vote for Kamala Harris if you had the ability to go back in time and change your vote?
No, I would not.
So you don't follow
But
Nick
still.
Fuentes? So you don't follow Nick Fuentes?
He didn't. He never said that. He
did say that. He quite literally did.
Okay, well, I'll go take a look then.
Yeah, go take a look, buddy. Also, don't follow disgusting people like him. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I genuinely don't understand. I don't understand why people do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 54.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
because why would I root for the pilot of the plane to crash the plane?
Did you support Joe Biden?
He was the president. I didn't root for him to crash the plane.
Okay.
I wanted the man to get help because he was obviously struggling with dementia.
No, he was never at all identified to have
Oh, he
dementia.
wasn't? Oh, okay,
Nope.
then I was hallucinating. Maybe I have dementia.
No, you
Who
don't.
got it?
You don't. But my grandma had dementia, and that was one of the reasons why she died. So for you to sit up on a live in front of thousands of people and act like he had dementia when you have no
Lord,
basis for
Parker,
saying that
Parker,
is fucking
Parker.
gross. It's actually gross. Seriously,
Is
stop.
it gross?
Listen,
Except
seriously,
he had dementia.
Please listen to me for 1 second. As
You're
someone who has,
yelling at me. Calm down.
I'm not yelling. I'm speaking normally right now.
No, you're yelling. You're calling me
I'm not-
disgusting. You're calling me names for having my own personal opinion.
Yeah, your personal opinion that's harmful. Now, can I explain why it's harmful?
If you could speak to me with the same cordialness that I'm speaking to you with, yes.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so my grandma died. One of the reasons why she died was dementia. Okay, she had dementia for years, and for you to specifically compare what my grandma was dealing with, dementia, to what is existing with Joe Biden is actually diabolical. Because I had to live in a set of conditions where my parents, my dad, was.
This is anecdotal, no?
Can I please finish speaking? Like,
But
I'm
it's
trying to tell
anecdotal.
you.
Your
Yes, of course
grandmother
it's
has
anecdotal.
no bearing on the presidency.
Can I please speak without you cutting me off? I'm trying to tell
But
you
it's
right
an
now
anecdotal
something
argument.
that does. I'm sorry. This is a totally relevant anecdote to bring up.
But it's not, because I'm 54 years old and I've also known people with dementia, and the man has dementia.
Can I
He was
please
in the
finish
early
speaking without
stages
you
of it
cutting me off?
during his presidency.
I will cut you off as much as you cut me off if you want to play this.
Go ahead.
So please let me
I
finish.
didn't. Please go ahead.
Okay, so stop cutting me off. Okay, my grandma, one of the reasons she died was dementia, right? And for people to sit up on a live stream in front of thousands of people and to act like what Joe Biden is dealing with is related to dementia is sick, because it is the case that she forgot things, right, that were very, very core memories, that were very, very important things in her life. She forgot people that were her kids. She forgot their names. She forgot things that were applicable specifically in their life, things that she did with them throughout their entire life. And we had to watch that happen. Having a family member literally not remember things that you've done with them, things a part of their life, right, that they went through the entire time they took care of you as a kid. That is heartbreaking. You lose them while they're still there. You lose them while you're still there. Now, let me please finish. Let me please. Can I please finish? Can I please finish without you cutting me off? Because I'm trying to explain something to you that is personal.
You're asking me if I know how hard it is to
This
watch.
is unbelievable. I'm trying to explain something like on a human-to-human basis right now that is personal to me. The fact that I'm even saying this on the live stream right now is actually really hard for me to say right now because we watched my grandma die in front of our eyes while she was still there. Okay? For you to sit there and for you to be like, that's comparable to what happened with Joe Biden is sick. It's sick. And I don't go on the live and I don't say this all the time because it's really hard for me to talk about. It is really fucking hard for me to talk about the fact that my grandma died in those conditions. That my dad, right, specifically, who was her son, right, had to watch his mom die in front of him, right, while she's still there. And for you to act like that's comparable to what is existing with Joe Biden is fucking disgusting and sick. And that pisses me off every single time I hear this because people don't understand what they're doing when they say this. I get you're trying to make a joke of Joe Biden and act like he wasn't cognitively aware. We can acknowledge the cognitive decline and it relates to Joe Biden. That is not dementia. You are not qualified in diagnosing that he has dementia. You don't know specifically the conditions that are relevant to be able to identify that to be the case. You are not a doctor. You're not a medical professional, and you have no basis in saying that.
I'm not a medical professional. Are you sure about that? Go ahead, Parker.
Oh, please tell me what medical professional you are. I'd love to hear. What do you do?
This live with your people? Absolutely not.
What? No, tell me. What do you do? What type of medical
Because
profession?
Your little minions like to hack people, sweetheart. Absolutely not.
No one hacks anyone in the comments section. What are you talking about?
They have.
Hack people?
They have. I've seen it.
Who have we hacked?
I didn't say you. I said your minions.
Yeah, I said who have we hacked?
Your minions.
Who did my minions hack? Who did my minions hack?
Or do you have like a Discord where you tell them to go attack people?
No, I actually shut down my Discord text channels.
Okay, so can I, now that you went on your whole soliloquy, can you
tell me when my minions hacked someone?
Can we get back? Do you want me to leave?
Can you answer the question?
Get back to the conversation?
Well, if you want to leave because you can't answer the point that you just brought up, then obviously leave. I don't care to talk to you. But if you want to engage with a conversation and dialogue with me, have that dialogue with me. You're gonna run away though. You can't engage in a conversation.
Liar.
Run away. Run away.
You're gay and
you're lying.
You're straight.
Yeah. You think that I'm gay is an insult? That's fucking hilarious. Wow, that's actually hilarious. You're a disgusting piece of shit. You're ableist as fuck. You're homophobic. You literally have the bigotries, the infinity stones of bigotry. Okay? And you think that makes you a better person. By the way, you had a born-again Christian in your fucking bio while you do shit like that? Wow, nice Christian. Nice Christian right there. There's nothing like Christian love. You know what I mean? She thinks that represents Christianity? Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. You make your religion look worse every single day when you do shit like that. If you actually were like kind and were going to be there and tried to listen to me when I was telling you a personal story about how my grandmother passed away because of dementia, you could fucking sit there and you could acknowledge that what you did was harmful instead of just continuing to perpetuate the same harmful tendencies that specifically people have been doing about Joe Biden consistently so that they can run a political message against him. You can say that he's had cognitive decline without saying that he has dementia. Parker seems worked up. Yes, my grandmother died, and people think that's okay to joke about. I'm sorry, I don't typically say this because it affects me on a personal level, okay? And I typically don't say this on my live because I don't like to talk about, things that affect me on that level. But have a fucking humanity. Have some humanity as a person. Where the fuck is your compassion or empathy? And call yourself a Christian. Unbelievable. And for anyone in the comment section not to understand the fact that I'm hurt as someone who had experienced my grandmother passing away is fucking sick. That is a human being. That was a family member that was in my life that died. And you can't have any fucking humanity to understand that I could be negatively impacted or I could have emotions based upon a family member dying. Fuck, dude. People are sick. They're so sick. How can you sit in the comment section and say such a thing? Genuinely. Jonna, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Jonna, thank you. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. It's so sick that people feel okay in doing that. And then they try to pin it on us. Like we're the fucking ones that are wrong for having an emotional response to them saying such sick shit. It's so fucking gross. It really pisses me off, dude. Grateful, thank you for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for saying, bro, brother. I'm so sorry. Only love for me. Can we get some W's for Grateful in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Grateful. I really appreciate it. W's for Grateful in the comment section right now. Thank you, Grateful. W's for Grateful in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Moira, thank you for the $10. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. My condolences. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker. I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I just wanted to come on here to say I'm sorry for your loss, man. I just lost my grandma last year as well. I love your content, bro. Keep up the good work.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you. SRV, thank you for the love drop. Jewel, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much, Jewel. I really appreciate it. Belle, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 28.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And why is that?
Just for starters, I want to say sorry about your loss. I lost my grandfather in 2018, COPD. So I understand how that feels. He was a great inspiration to me, and I wish I could have done better when he was alive.
I'm so sorry to hear that. My condolences for you.
Yeah, thank you. But I do have two main reasons why I support Trump. One more reason that I couldn't support Biden or Kamala Harris, but yeah, for that one, it's the Afghanistan withdrawal. When they came onto the tarmac, that one kind of controversial video where Biden looked at his watch. I could not, on principle, support him after that. Because let's be real, if you're being honest, his decision to withdraw from that was a direct result of their deaths. So I couldn't support Biden after that because of him looking at his watch as if he had anywhere better to be. So personally, with Biden specifically, I could not support him after that. Does that make sense?
There's a few things I have that's really relevant here. One, it was Trump's plan to leave. And they actually extended how long they had so they had more time to be able to leave. And secondly, that watch was given to him by his dad's son that was served. So he was looking at the watch not because he was. Let me explain, please. I promise this is a relevant point. He was not looking at his watch because he was checking the time to see when he could leave. He was looking at his watch in remembrance of his dead son that served in the military.
I understand that, but at the same time, you also have to look at optics and everything. When you're a sitting president and people are coming onto the tarmac after a mission, or not mission, but after a directive to come back to withdraw from Afghanistan, and let's be real, Trump wanted that to be the last thing he did, for the soldiers to leave last. Biden basically just did a complete withdrawal, leaving millions of equipment back there. And that aside, it's the optics on the watch. Because of that, I could not support him after that. Because,
no, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. Wait, as someone who knows that how it is to lose someone, how could you sit there and be the way that he I understand being optics. It might not be better for people that don't understand this context, but given that you understand the context, don't give me the whole optics thing. That's him looking at his watch that his dead son gave to him. Who served.
I understand that, but as the sitting president, even after the fact, because nothing was ever said about that as far as a direct, response, because if you're the sitting president, you need to respect and look at the dead bodies coming onto the tarmac. So
he did.
And yeah, but again, it's the watch thing. I can't. And regardless of what the watch represents to him, he was on camera, and that's not what people took from it. And as a sitting president,
I understand that's not what other people took from it, but now that you understand what the context was, what do you take from it?
I understand that, and he could have, said something about the watch after that.
He did.
And the fact that nothing really, it's just the optics on it. Like I said, I understand the significance of the watch for him, but with the optics of being the sitting president and being on camera, looking at the watch, it is not a good look.
Yeah, you could say it's not a good look to people who don't understand the context. But now that you do understand the context, what is your perspective on the matter? Are you still going to say you wouldn't support him just because other people will get some sort of understanding of it which didn't actually occur? He wasn't just looking at the watch to check the time. He was looking at the watch because it was literally his dead son's watch that he gave to him that served in the military. That totally makes sense. That context makes so much sense, especially when they're at a funeral.
Well, I'll have to look at that personally, but from an outward perspective, not knowing that, it is a terrible look. So at the time, because we have to take into consideration at the time of me seeing that, I could not support him in any way because I just, in my opinion, it was disrespectful to the people who were coming onto the tarmac. I understand that.
I'm sorry. I just told you the context like 4 times. I'm not going to say it again. This is ridiculous at this point. You understand the context now. What is your position now that you understand the context?
Again, I can sympathize with that. I really can. But with the dead coming onto the tarmac, that should have been where his focus would have been. I understand that it's his dead son's watch. Hold on, Parker. Hold on. I understand that it's his dead son's watch. But it's the dead coming as a result of his decision that's where his focus should have been. Now,
what decision that he made led to that happening? Because he was following through with Trump's plan. I don't know why you're laughing at that. That's true.
I understand that. I'm laughing at the fact that you ignored whatever.
I didn't ignore what you said. I just addressed what you said. Like 4 times.
I
literally responded to it 4 times.
Trump would have done.
What?
He effectively did it in reverse to what Trump would have done. So
no? How so?
Trump wanted to withdraw. Sorry if there's any noise. Trump wanted to pull the soldiers out effectively first and all that kind of stuff. So with those people essentially being as fodder in order for the withdrawal to actually happen, that is Biden's decision.
What was the decision? Sorry, you didn't clarify.
Sorry, you're the first person of any kind of relevance that I've actually talked to, so I'm a little shaky right now.
That's fine.
Trump wanted to pull out in a very specific way. Biden kind of went up against that. Instead, he just kind of did a full withdrawal, and again, leaving a lot of equipment behind, which is now being used by Hamas. I don't know
Hamas?
If that's
Hamas?
Yes.
Hamas is not in Afghanistan.
Whatever. Anyway.
You mean the Taliban, right? Okay, so the Taliban specifically.
They're all kind of working together anyway.
So I have a few things here. Trump signed an agreement with the Taliban to give 5,000 members of the Taliban back to the Taliban, which some of those were specifically a part of the attack on the airport that led to the service members dying. Secondly, the millions of equipment that you're referencing, all of the equipment that was specifically just U.S. owned was either destroyed on site or brought back. And the stuff that was U.S. owned, that was then given to the Afghan government to defend themselves, that is what was taken over by the Taliban. So are you telling me that we wouldn't have given any U.S. equipment under Donald Trump's presidency to the Afghan military to defend themselves against the Taliban?
I don't think so, because it's a very risky thing. Because, okay, so you have to look at the control of the region by the Taliban anyway. Because so with I don't want to say Islam because that could be, because of the way they think, they become martyrs, period, if they die or whatever. So it's a complicated issue for me. But anyway, I want to move on behind that because I basically just said the first reason. I want to move on to the second.
Can I also address the 65 service members that died in conflict under the Trump administration comparative to the 16 under the Biden-Harris administration? If you blame Biden for the members that died under his administration, do you blame Trump for the members that died under his administration?
I think any sitting president needs to take responsibility for what happens in their presidency. Anywho.
So Trump has responsibility for more deaths of service members in conflict?
What war was started under Trump?
Turkish-Kurdish war. That's one, for example, where when we pulled our troops out of Kurdistan, right, that led to our Kurdish allies being slaughtered by Turkey. We can also reference specifically how Trump helped back a Saudi-backed blockade over Yemen that led to the starving and bombing of Yemeni children. 70,000 Yemeni children were starved or bombed to death.
That we were involved with?
Yeah, the U.S. specifically under the Trump administration.
Well, if that's true, and I don't think it is, then he should take responsibility for it. But I want to get to my second point. The reason why I fully supported Trump himself was that he wanted to restore the sovereignty of our borders. Under Biden, we all know this, millions of illegals came into this country, and a lot of people on the left want to say that he wants to deport all immigrants. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. A lot of leftists like to leave out that illegal part. And that is the part that people like me focus on. Illegal. If you cross that border, you are committing a crime. Therefore, the response to that is to deport you. And that is what Trump ran on. And that is the thing that held me in support of him.
Okay. So, undocumented immigrants, you're referencing undocumented immigrants coming to the country. I don't think anyone who's undocumented, who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, should be deported. I see no benefit from deporting them. I would say that they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. So I actually do disagree with people deporting those that are undocumented that have not met that set of criteria. And disproportionately, the Trump administration is deporting people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes or with any prior criminal record.
Well, if you cross that border, you have committed a crime. So that objectively is false. So
yeah, I said prior. Yeah, I obviously understand that's a misdemeanor. I don't think that's a big issue, though.
Yeah,
I mean, Trump had committed 34 felonies. You don't have an issue with that.
I think that was ridiculous on its face. Because
what was ridiculous?
The fact that those quote unquote felonies were actually meant to be misdemeanors. They just manipulated some things to make it a felony. But that's
there was a predicate crime in furtherance of another crime. What was the felonies? Can you tell me what the felonies were for?
The mishandling documents or whatever. But anyway, that's
no. The mishandling documents was a completely different case. This was falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a classy felony in the state of New York because of a predicate crime. The jury agreed that there was an furtherance of another crime, and that's why it was considered felonies.
That's literally not the point of my point, though.
Wait, but you were wrong. I'm just fact checking you.
Okay, but it's not what I wanted to talk about.
Okay, then I don't know why you brought it up.
You brought up the felonies, dude.
No, you brought up that it was a misdemeanor. I understand that I brought up the felonies in response to you bringing up that it was a misdemeanor, and then you said it was supposed to be a misdemeanor. One, that would mean it would be on the same basis as someone coming to the country undocumented, which you don't consider bad. Secondly, as it relates to this, if you want to reference, given that it's a felony, that's even higher up in terms of a criminal charge.
Parker, you brought up Trump's felonies. I didn't.
I just told you the context of me bringing it up. Did you hear anything I just said?
Yeah, but I was talking about illegal.
Okay, what was the context that I brought it up?
You were talking. I was talking about how these illegals me supporting Trump and all his felonies or whatever. You brought up Trump.
We brought up that it was a misdemeanor, right? You brought up it was a misdemeanor. I said specifically you don't care about that because it is the case that you don't give a shit about Trump's felonies. Then you said in response to that it was misdemeanors. I said, no, that's not the case. It was actually a felony because of the predicate crime.
I'll look that up and fact check you on that. So that's beside the point. Anywho, staying in this country illegally is also a crime.
I don't care.
I hope you know that. So wouldn't it be accurate to say that if you commit crimes in this country and you're here illegally, you should be deported?
No, it depends on what crime you've committed. If you've committed a violent crime or a bad crime, right, a crime that's bad insofar as you should be deported, in those contexts, yes, there should be deportation on the condition that they're going to be put in a prison in another country. But if we're just talking about them coming to the country and say they jaywalked, right, I wouldn't kick them out of the country for jaywalking.
Crimes such as, let's take, for example, crap, I forgot. Lake and Riley were preventable crimes because these individuals shouldn't have been here to begin with. So if they were, not to mention the fact that the person who killed Lake and Riley was released several times instead of being deported, that is probably the most preventable crime.
Democrats don't disagree with deporting people who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
Yeah, but you can't take the chance with everybody. Because
undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
I don't believe that at all.
It's true. You can check the bibliography in my bio. There's a page of different types of studies that indicate that immigrants commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime, whether they're documented or undocumented.
Okay. But
That's a
that
fact.
doesn't change the fact that you can't take the chance on every illegal immigrant. They were taking the chance with the guy who killed Laken Riley by releasing him multiple times, and look what happened. So it is safe to say,
if they've committed a violent crime or a bad crime, they should be deported. Given it is the case that they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, the chance you're taking is actually lesser than that of a natural-born U.S. citizen.
then why is it that under the Biden administration, this man was not deported until Laken Riley was killed?
So again, if they have committed a violent crime or bad crime, they would have been deported prior. Plus, the Biden-Harris administration still deported people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes. The idea that you're blaming this on the Biden administration's policy on immigration, one, is not justified, right? And two, right, is not applicable at all. I have a question. Do you think that Trump is responsible for Molly Tibbetts dying?
I don't know who that is.
Molly Tibbetts was killed by an undocumented immigrant under Trump's administration. Why didn't Trump's administration deport them?
Then, okay, here's a question. When did that person come into the country?
Under Trump's admin.
What was the name? Molly what?
Molly Tibbetts.
Tibbetts. I'll look that up. That way I don't want to say anything that I don't know about this, because clearly I don't know who that is. So I'll look that up and I'll make a decision off of that.
For sure.
Either way,
while you do that real quick, can I thank some people real quick? I'm a bit behind and I didn't catch up with the last guest.
You're good.
For sure. Thank you for letting me catch up. I apologize for it's going to take a second.
You're good. Like I said, you're the first person of any kind of like stance that I've actually talked to. So I myself I'm a bit shaky. I would have been the same way with Charlie Kirk if I granted the opportunity.
I get it. I have social anxiety. I'm like that. Just ordering food. And not on live in front of thousands of people. Don't even. It doesn't even make any sense. Don't even try to get me to explain it. It makes no sense at all. I think I'm just comfortable in these spaces.
I'm not even on camera, and I'm still kind of shaky.
Yeah. Well, let me say thank you to some people real quick. Valkyrie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Valkyrie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brad, thank you for the good morning message. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Brad in the comment section as well. Libby with the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. Libby, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Can we get some W's for Libby in the comment section right now for the $50? Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Libby in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's so true, though. Thank you. Darling with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Elizabeth with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear that. My condolences to you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Elizabeth, thank you so much. And Brad with the $50. Thank you so much. That's what you said yesterday. Thank you so much, Brad. Can we get some W's for Brad in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Brad. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. W's for Brad in the comment section right now. Mariah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Mariah. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Mariah in the comment section for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Cal with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for the kind words. Hannah with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Hannah. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Hannah as well in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Hannah in the comment section. Lindsay with the $20. Thank you so much, Lindsay. I really appreciate it. Thank you. My condolences to you as well. That's so sad. I'm so sorry to hear that, Lindsay. Can we get some W's for Lindsay in the comment section right now? Sailor with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Sailor. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my gosh, that is horrible. I'm so sorry, Sailor. Can we get some W's for Sailor in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sailor. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Sailor in the comment section. Thank you. Thank you. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amy with the $5. Thank you so much. Amy, I really appreciate it. Tip with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trump was playing golf when his fallen soldiers came home. I did see something about that. Brad, thank you for the $4.20 for the DNC grift bot. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Jalen with the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's serious, though. That's so real. Tyrone, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Tyrone. Katrina, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Katrina. Rebecca with the $25. Thank you so much, Rebecca. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Louise, thank you so much for the $10. Brooke with the $1. And Lexi, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Alexander, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alice, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And thank you everyone for all the nice messages, and my condolences to literally everyone who sent messages specifically about their loved ones and family members. I just want to say, like, there's other people out there that are there for you, and I know there's a lot of people on the internet who are super rude and super, like, they have, like, no compassion, empathy. And I really hope that, like, my thoughts on the matter kind of like were, like, you know, some of the thoughts that, you know, everyone's sort of been feeling on the matter, like, wished that, like, you know, someone said that to someone, like, in those circumstances where they are, like, having no compassion or empathy for things like that. So, you know, that was just, like, my, you know, under feelings that, like, I just typically don't, you know, express in all the circumstances. But, like, I mean, maybe it's me being sick, but I just felt like I needed to respond that way. But yeah, seriously, W's for everyone in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you. Go ahead, continue. You were saying?
All right. So on your Molly Tippett thing, I looked it up, and this is what I got. I'm not going to say his name because I don't believe in giving people any kind of, you know, credibility or anything by putting their name on the line. But he had entered and lived in the United States for a period believed to be 4 and 7 years before his arrest in 2018. Which, if we do the math, that would technically be under Obama's administration that he entered the country.
Yeah, sure. If it was the case they came in to my understanding, he was in the country, came in the country under the Trump administration. I can go back and check. You would agree that they didn't deport him while in the country, though, right?
Well,
so under the entirety of the Trump administration, they were not deported until this happened.
Well, I think Trump has also kind of admitted that he made a lot of mistakes in his first administration, and that this go around he wanted to do things differently, which is why he wanted to focus so heavily and hard on illegal immigration and the border. And so that attracted my attention. So again, I looked this up, and he entered the country under an Obama administration, and this happened within his administration, with Trump's administration. Sorry, again, a little shaky. Anywho, and if he was deported shortly after this, that makes sense.
Where'd you see that he was came in under the Obama administration?
So I looked it up on Perplexity, and one of the I asked it, when did so and so enter the country, and that's where it said. I'll see if I can.
Yeah, sure. Wait, I do see this.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But was not deported under the Trump administration until this happened, right? And when did the person who unalived sorry, my brain is just completely.
Oh, you're good. When I'm as shaky as
Lake
I
and
am,
Riley, the person who unalived Lake and Riley, when did they come into the country?
Sorry, it's still loading. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, 2022. So, yeah, like the idea is that any person who has committed a violent crime or bad crime or would engage in this particular behavior, they would be deported under a Democratic administration as well, given that they had the ability to.
Say again?
Yeah. What's it called? Did you hear what I just said?
I don't know if you were reading or saying that.
I wasn't. I'm saying that any person who's in the country undocumented who has committed a violent crime or bad crime would be deported under a Democratic administration, right? Given that they had the ability to.
Well,
conservatives, like, the idea that like that Democrats just like want this to happen is ridiculous.
I'm not saying that they do. I'm just saying that there was a lot more leniency on illegal immigrants than under a Republican administration, and I do feel that is a problem, because for me it diminishes what it means to be an American. Because if you're going to let an influx of these illegals into the country, then effectively
undocumented immigrants. Now the idea that they're quote unquote letting more people into the country is ridiculous, right? It wasn't the case that we were letting people in the country who are undocumented who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes. There was no position on that. And then secondly, can we point to crime committed by U.S. citizens and to say that like specifically like should we blame Trump for that or something? Like I'm confused. Like what is this point?
Give me a second.
If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Everyone, if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Brianna, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. I absolutely will. Thank you so much, Brianna. Yeah, give it a second for him to find this information, everyone. In the meantime, do tap that screen. If you're on TikTok and if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. We'll be on for probably 3 more hours, everyone. Just letting everyone know I am sick today, so I will try to stay on for up to 4 hours, if not as a little bit more if I can. Parker, do I feel well? Yes, I am sick. I am sick.
No, I am seeing that, but at the same time, you also have to take into consideration why would they want to commit crimes, put themselves on the radar, just to be deported because they are here illegally.
Okay, well, I mean, if they commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States compared to natural-born U.S. citizens, why would you specifically say that they should be, like, you know, treated as if they are, like, criminals, right, that are more likely to commit crimes?
The border, you, by definition, are a criminal. If you are crossing the border illegally,
Hey,
you are...
I said that, like, are going to be committing crimes that are bad. Like, do you think that Donald Trump should be treated like a criminal?
By what means?
What do you mean, by what means? He is a criminal.
Again,
why are you so okay with saying that about undocumented immigrants, but not the president of the United States?
Because one is a preventable crime that can be.
Yeah, and it's preventable for, again, the person in the position of president from being there in the very first place. And it's going to be less likely that they're going to be able to, like, actually, here, I'll ask you this question. Do you think that if a criminal is president, that it would at all increase or decrease the likelihood of crime happening in the country?
Well, I've already talked about that, and I really don't want to rehash that because I know you're talking about Trump and the indictments and all that kind of stuff. So I really don't want to rehash that because I want to stick.
I'm not even talking about. I'm talking about him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Do you think that, for example, him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse will increase the likelihood that people are harmed?
Not criminal.
That doesn't change anything. That it was a civil court that determined this, a unanimous decision from a jury.
Yeah, but it was not. He was not held criminally liable. There is a difference.
Yeah, I just said that. Would you like to respond to what I said?
Repeat your question.
Yeah. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Does that increase or decrease the likelihood of those types of things happening? If he's put in the position of president?
Intellectually honest, I don't know. But with people who cross that border illegally, any crimes that they commit afterwards, including staying in this country illegally, can be prevented.
Do you think we should ban tourism? Because that can be prevented? Push the galaxy. Tourists commit crime.
Tourism is also kind of regulated through the green card system, so there's that too.
But tourists commit crime, and that's preventable. You could ban tourism.
They're subsequently arrested and deported.
So do you think that we should ban tourism because that's preventable?
I think that it should be a little bit more limited and more regulated than it has been lately, but sure.
Okay, then you could say there should be more regulations in terms of immigration, specifically, like, for example, listen. For example, those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, they're given a pathway to citizenship because they're no more likely to commit violent crimes or bad crimes, and it incentivizes them to go through the vetting process.
The people who cross the border without documents, without going through the proper systems, are avoiding the regulation. They are avoiding any kind of vetting.
Because it takes too long.
And it should be, because we need to vet these people.
You don't need 5 to 7 years to vet people. That's ridiculous.
If we are a country founded on settlers, and that's a lot of things. That's what people.
And why is that a good thing? That's a bad thing, right?
No, it's not.
It's not? You mean them genociding the indigenous Americans that lived here? The slavery that this country's founded on? You don't think that's bad?
Let me just point out that I am Cherokee myself. So
I'm sorry. Does that mean that, like, you can't deny the genocide? You just said that it wasn't bad for them to come to the country and colonize the region. That's bad.
settlers came to this country and built society.
Wait, what do you mean built? Society already existed here.
In a very it's not really civilized.
Oh, okay, that's gross. So are you saying it's justified because they're quote unquote not civilized?
Okay, so let's take, for example,
what does civilized mean? What does civilized mean?
Law and order.
Law and order. So there were laws that existed amongst indigenous Americans.
No,
Plus, we don't have law and order with Trump as president because he's quite literally a convicted criminal. And he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. And do you think it's law and order to, like, literally genocide indigenous Americans? That's not law and order. That's not civilization.
Let me do something real quick.
Hello?
Or give me a second. If anything, you can kind of use this to kind of interact with your followers.
Okay. I don't know why you just randomly like stopped talking.
Oh no,
conversation.
I was typing something in.
Okay, why?
Give me a second.
I'm not saying go to the next person. I mean, I don't know why you just randomly do this without telling me what you're doing because we're in the middle of a conversation.
I understand. I'm looking up what you were saying.
What? You didn't learn this in history class?
Honestly, school doesn't do a whole lot.
So maybe we should stop taking this stuff out of the history books, like what Donald Trump's advocating for. He specifically said that it was too woke to acknowledge that slavery is bad, and he wanted to take down the Smithsonian. That's quite literally him denying history, and that is actually what put us in the circumstance where people don't know that this happened in the first place.
That's not true at all. Trump wants schools and museums to stop degrading America.
You mean acknowledging the past of slavery in this country?
You can acknowledge the fact that slavery existed, but even with the founding fathers, they were anti-slavery themselves. And you have to also...
What? I'm sorry. You can't say that. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
They were. As a matter
they
of
have
fact,
the ability to put the abolition of slavery within the Constitution, and they did not do it.
You also have to take into consideration the facts of the time.
You're literally lying. Stop pivoting off of that. You just lied. You just said that they were anti-enslaving people. They owned slaves.
They owned slaves because of the facts of the time. Basically, we lived...
Wait, I'm sorry, so don't say that they're anti-slavery while they owned people as property. You need to go and look into history before you make claims about this, because you clearly don't know.
Give me a second.
Okay, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen.
Who was the first founding father to release their slaves?
I don't know.
Robert Carter III of Virginia.
Okay.
And this was the first founding father. The founding fathers were against slavery. They thought it was savage
So then
behavior.
why didn't they put that in the Constitution?
Did you read the Declaration of Independence?
Yes.
They literally set the precedent that led to Abraham Lincoln abolishing slavery.
Okay, the Declaration of Independence did not set the basis for abolishing slavery, and the only reason Abraham Lincoln, quote-unquote, abolished slavery, specifically, which it wasn't even completely abolished at the time, because there still was slavery that continued after it, but the particular basis for it being abolished was because he wanted... What?
Slavery still exists today. It's
yes.
Granted highly illegal, but the founding fathers set the precedent for it to be illegal.
Okay, and it wasn't specifically set by the founding fathers. It was no, it wasn't. That's just not true. What was the basis for that?
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and they are endowed with the Creator.
Do you know what the 3/5 compromise was?
Say again?
Do you know what the 3/5 compromise was?
3/5. It sounds familiar. I'm gonna have to. I'm literally getting the documents.
Yeah, enslaved people, especially like within the context of the South, right, were granted 3/5 designation of a person so that there could be more seats, particularly within the context of those states. right, in Congress. So they didn't give them the ability to vote, but they counted them, right, amongst the population. Only 3/5 of a person, right, counted, right, in order to be able to increase how many seats that they can get in those particular states. So I want you to acknowledge these things before you say that, like, oh, Trump isn't trying to undermine our knowledge about this, when he quite literally said that it was too woke to acknowledge slavery is bad. It seems like we need to acknowledge these things a lot more because in history we haven't.
But at the expense of basically degrading the country, because this country has done a lot of good.
We have to acknowledge the bad things this country has done in order for us to do better as a country.
I understand, but without bad, there cannot be. Without good, there cannot. There's you can say it either way. Without good, there cannot be bad, and vice versa.
That makes no sense.
So,
can you do good actions that have no bad within them?
How can you tell the difference then?
I'm asking you, could you determine, right? Could you specifically engage in good actions? Well, actually, are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
Okay, heaven is that all good?
I believe heaven is a separation from God, so I don't really believe that hell is how other people depict it. So,
is it perfect? Okay, how about this? God existed alone prior to creation, right? God is perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, God is perfect. God existed alone. Nothing in existence was evil or bad when God existed alone. Did God have an understanding of evil?
Without evil, you cannot acknowledge good.
Okay, so without evil existing, could God acknowledge the good?
Yes.
Okay, so then you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
You did. You just said that if you don't have bad in society, then you can't acknowledge good. I just gave you an example of a reality in which there was no bad because God existed alone prior to creation. It was only good, and yet God still could tell the difference between good and bad.
Because men effectively corrupt themselves. So,
you're adding more proselytization and other sort of arguments specifically. I'm talking about the idea that you just, at least from a baseline, agree that just because there isn't evil within the context of an action doesn't mean we can't identify the good.
Yeah, but it's the same thing that can apply to the museums. They want to talk about all these horrific, and terrible things that happened in history without acknowledging the good. And that is what Trump
we acknowledge both. I don't know what you're talking about. And also, within the context of these museums, the point is to acknowledge the things that have happened throughout history. Are you saying right next to the specific conditions where we are talking about how this country enslaved people that we should right next to it put like some glazing of the U.S.? That makes no sense. Okay, we have to acknowledge the bad, and when you're specifically acknowledging the bad, you don't try to glaze them, right? If someone did something bad in a relationship that you're in a relationship with them, and they did something that was bad, and they were like, whenever you say that I do something that's bad, you don't acknowledge the good that I was doing. Well, right now we're acknowledging the bad. We can acknowledge good things at another point in time, but the point of what we're referencing that we're doing right now is that we're acknowledging the bad things you just did. And if you can't take accountability for the bad things you just did, I don't want to be in a relationship with you.
Well,
right?
We did take accountability for this.
We have not. Trump undermining the Smithsonian, right, is not him taking accountability for it.
It's people like the left that constantly want to talk about race and want to talk about slavery as if that wasn't addressed in the 1800s.
What? What do you mean like it wasn't addressed in the 1800s? What are you talking about? And we need to acknowledge the past history of slavery in this country. We have to. If you're saying we shouldn't acknowledge that, are you saying we shouldn't look at history?
Okay, there's a difference between hanging on to history and acknowledging history. You can acknowledge it, but constantly hanging on to it and making it the crux of today.
Can I ask you this question? What do you mean crux of today? Do you have an issue with like the Holocaust Museum?
I've actually never been to one. I want to, but
do you have an issue with it?
I can't really say whether or not I do or don't because I've never been to one.
Ridiculous. Obviously, there should be a Holocaust museum, and us acknowledging specifically what was bad about the Holocaust wouldn't be like, for example, if Germany had a Holocaust museum, would you say they should get rid of that? Because they shouldn't make that the crux of every aspect of their society?
Let me just point out that I'm also an ethnic Jew, so excuse me. But
I'm
I don't
confused
know.
how that was relevant to you answering the question.
Because I am Jewish, so the Holocaust does have a kind of a relevance to me. Because my ancestors, if they died, I wouldn't be here.
So why is it good to talk about the history that affects your ancestors but not other people's ancestors?
I don't really bring it up. You brought up the Holocaust, so I'm making a correlation with me.
Do you agree? Do you agree the Holocaust Museum should exist in Germany?
Sure.
Okay. How is that any different from us acknowledging slavery and having the Smithsonian?
You can acknowledge it, like I said, but degrading all the good that this country has done in response to it is kind of counterproductive. Because y'all want to talk about progression and being progressive, there's also a point where you have to move on from that. You have to move on from that topic. You can acknowledge.
What do you mean by move on? What does that mean?
Not bringing it up every 2 seconds. And this is
Personally, Galaxy, thank you. We didn't bring it up every 2 seconds. You're the one who brought. Wait, again, I just want to acknowledge Trump is the one who brought it up as an issue that we talk about it in the context of these museums. It being in museums does not mean it's talked about every 2 seconds. What are you talking about?
Talking about in society, like out in the wilds. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, where in society are we talking about slavery every 2 seconds?
When it comes down to the museums, there's a point where you have to talk about how the U.S. abolished slavery. Now, granted, I think we were the second to do so, but we did it nonetheless. And if you're just going to talk about slavery and reparations and all this, that, and the other, it doesn't make any sense because at the same, you're just lingering on the past. There's a point where you have to let the past go.
Yo, what's up, Smitty? How you doing?
Good, man. How are you, man? I'm so glad.
I'm doing great.
I was itching in my car. I had to pull over. I mean, Michael, here's how I feel about it, right? You're saying, hey, why are we still addressing it? When every black person in America literally lives 5.5 years less than the white person in America, how can we not address it today? When you have black women who are 3 times more likely to be unalived at childbirth, how can we not address it today, right? When the black unemployment rate is 7.5% and the white unemployment rate is 4.3%, how can we not address it today? All of these things that are happening today, you can correlate it directly back to slavery. And this is one of the reasons why we must learn from it, why it must be evident and in our face. And so I'm sad that you had this opinion that us advocating for just equal rights, right, makes you uncomfortable.
What can you do that I can't do as a black person?
Everything you can do. But when we talk about racism, this is the problem, and this is the fallacy, right? When we look at racism, we have to look at it from a group perspective, right? When someone goes into a casino and wins a lot of money, do you say that everybody that goes to that casino is going to win the same amount of money? No, you say, hey, in the long run, right, the casino is going to be the winner. And in the long run, when you have systems that are set up to oppress people, right, those specific people end up losing. You might have a onesie-twosie that hits the jackpot, right? But over time, those people in a group, right, end up losing. So it's not necessarily about one black person or the other. It's about the group.
But at the same time, we have progressed a lot in that respect. So again, what can you do as a black person? What can you not do as a black person that I can do as a white person?
Again, I feel like you're not listening to my example, right? We're talking about groups, right? So if a specific, like, I'll give you an example. I don't know if you know who Madam C.J. Walker is. She developed hair care products in the 1870s. She was a millionaire, right? In a time where it was very difficult for black people to achieve those goals, right? So again, you can look at one person specifically and say, wow, they're doing well, but it does not mean that when you look at the group, right, the group is suffering, right? When we look at the black unemployment rate, yes, there are some black people making millions of dollars, but there are also black people who systemically, hold on, let me finish. I'm gonna land my plane, right? There are black people who have been impacted negatively by systemic racism. So me, right, what I'm doing in my life as one person is irrelevant. One person does not move the needle.
There's no systemic racism. It's
ridiculous. It's ridiculous for you to say that.
Because systemic means it's in our laws. Systemic means that it's
that's systematic. Go ahead, Smitty. I wanted you to be able to address it.
No, I think that's crazy. I think when you look at, let's use the medical system for example, right? And we look at black women. Do you think black women like to be unalived at 3 times the rate of white women? Do you think black babies like to be unalived at 4 times the rate of white people? Right? Those are there are within the systems of the medical system, right? There are reasons why black people are unalived more than black women during childbirth. It's not because we like it, Michael, right? It's because of the systems that are in this country. And it's not to say that there aren't people that are trying to change it, right? And that there aren't people that are trying to do good. It's just that we have to do more, right, to get the system where it needs to be. It's not that everything is horrible, right? But when we gloss over and we say, hey, you know what, let's talk about the good things, right? That's hard to do, right? When I look at my sisters, I look at my mother, I look at my family, and I see the women in my family are much more likely to be unalived during childbirth. That hurts me. I can't just ignore it and go on.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, my phone had this like prompted the microphone thing. So, is that a systemic or a cultural problem?
I don't know any culture that likes to get unalived at a higher rate than another culture. It's not a cultural problem, right? When we look at the medical system, and a beautiful sister put in the chat around like the Crown Act, right? There had to be a law put together so that black women can wear their hair the way that they want to. I mean, there are so many examples, right? And again, if we just focus on the medical system, right, I can talk about what's called EGFR, which measures the output of your kidneys and how that's skewed negatively towards black people. I can talk about a pulse oximeter, which can read negatively for black people because it was designed for white thumbs and white fingers. There are so many examples, man, right, that go beyond, just people that are trying to do good or whatever it may be, that go just beyond that, right? White is default in America. And that's how it's always been. It has nothing to do with our desire, our culture, or our effort, right? And until we change that, right, that's where we're going to be stuck at. We have to acknowledge it. We don't like it, right? I don't bring up racism because it's fun. I don't bring it up because it's, it's a Friday and I'm have no plans for the weekend. I bring it up because it's painful, man, and I want to get rid of it.
And I'm not saying racism doesn't exist. I'm just saying that when it comes down to the context of slavery, there does need to be a point that we need to move on from that. Because you were never a slave, I was never a slave owner, so why is it still relevant?
I think it's for the reasons I just precisely described, right? We can tie today's results, right, from us going beyond slavery and never fully addressing it, right? And many of the problems that we have today, many of the prejudices that folks carry directly go back to actually the end of slavery. And so when you say, hey, it was, 100 and some odd years ago, do you realize, right, that, for instance, my grandmother's grandmother was a slave and my grandmother's grandmother raised my grandmother? You don't think that had an impact on how I was raised, right? And the opportunities that I were introduced to by being also raised by my grandmother as well. So we think it's so long ago. Oh my gosh, 1865, 170 some odd years ago. It's not that long, brother, man. It's not that long, right? And just as it is important for us to understand, right, what happened with the age cost and to always keep that front of mind, we should always keep this front of mind too, right? I don't look at just what's happened to black people and say that exclusively should be remembered. I want to remember what happened. I never want to be a part of a society that commits the age cost again. I don't want to be a part of a society that does what we've done to Latino immigrants, that rips children away from their families, right? I want to always remember that. That should be a big eyesore that we remember until we change the system so that we don't commit those same travesties.
I understand what you're saying, that we need to, again, acknowledge the past so that way we don't repeat it. But there has to be a point where we can move on. Again, blacks and whites do have.
I have a question. Black people, and I have a question. Why are you the person to determine that?
Talking to me?
Yeah. Why are you the person to determine when people should quote unquote get over it?
I'm not saying that it's up to me. I'm just saying that's my opinion.
Why? Okay, but like if that's why does your opinion matter on this?
I'm not, because I'm not saying that my opinion like matters overall. What I'm saying is that it is my opinion, and I do feel like that. Just to your point,
why do you
that it happened?
Why do you highlight your opinion on the matter rather than highlighting people specifically who have been negatively impacted by it and that are continually negatively impacted to it to this day?
Because life is a series of choices, Parker.
It's not. Wait. It's not just a series of choices. We were all born into the set of conditions we were born into that we didn't decide to be born into the set of conditions we were born in. I was born with a hell of a lot of fucking privilege. I didn't choose that. That was because of the choices that I made. I grew up in a home that I had loving parents that could pay for things that I need, that were able to be there for me in all situations where I needed, where I had a good support system around me because of luck. Because of luck. That's it. Because I was lucky. I didn't make those choices. When did I choose to do that? The reason why I'm here today, able to even have this conversation in the first place, to where I could build my platform in the first place, is because the immense level of privilege that I had in the very first place. Stuff that I did not choose myself.
So the choices surrounding your platform, Parker, those led to your success. I don't agree with a lot of what you say, but it led to your success. Your choices led to your success.
But there are also things that were outside of my choices that also led to my success. You can say I engaged in certain choices that have led to my success. I'm not disputing you there. What I'm disputing is that the choice is the sole basis of me being in this position. I would say it's a hell of a lot more luck, a hell of a lot more just the society I grew up in, the family that I grew up in, than it is specifically me just making the right choices. Because if I grew up in a different family, I likely wouldn't have made the same choices. Because I would have been surrounded by different people. I would have had the same type of opportunities in terms of being able to take off time, specifically while I was in school. Like, I didn't have to get another job while I was in school. This was my job before I even made any income off of it. This is what I did specifically, right? For hours every single day. And because I had the ability to do that on a daily basis, right? That is what led me to be in this position in the very first place. Because I was so privileged in a class sense and plenty of other senses as well.
Yeah, but
that was not my choice.
But you still had to make choices in those circumstances. Everything you do is based off of a choice. Everything.
I have a good example for you. If I'm playing a game with you, we're playing NBA against each other, okay? And my player's 99 overall, and your player's 60 overall, you could make choices to beat me in the one-on-one, right? But right, I have a significantly better position given that my player's 99 overall. Right? Those are outside of my choices. So although it still could be impacted based upon the choices, doesn't solely determine it, and actually is mostly determined based upon the overall of the character, specifically something that was outside of the choice. Right? That's an example of a set of scenario where someone specifically would have an advantage in the game that's set up, right? That they didn't choose specifically, that was already set for them, right? That was not based on their choices, that then elevates the choices that they make. Does that make sense?
Again, Parker, it does have a lot to do with choices.
A quick question from Michael, if you don't mind, Parker, and then I'm gonna get out of the way. What up, Schmitty?
What's going on, man? I'm so happy to see you here, brother.
Yeah. Well, Michael, how long have Black people been free in America?
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you very well.
How long have Black people been free in America?
Free?
Yes.
Over about 100 years ago, I guess.
Okay. All right. So you would think so. So how long did slavery last?
You do realize that Black people weren't.
No, just super simple question, Michael. How long did slavery last?
Give me a second.
About 267 years. After slavery, what happened?
246. Say again?
Hold
on. Santana, your mic is cutting out, by the way, just letting you know it's really hard to hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Apparently my AirPods are crap.
There's a reason why it's a little harder for me to hear.
Okay. So what happened after slavery?
Enlighten me.
Say it again?
I said enlighten me.
Segregation. What happened after segregation?
That was
Jim Crow. What happened after Jim Crow?
Y'all are still trying to correlate
Michael, what happened after Jim Crow?
with systemic
Michael,
laws.
Michael, what happened after Jim Crow?
Again, enlighten me.
Redlining. This is something Black people, if you really want to be generous, Black people, quote unquote, truly been free in America for about 60 years, right? And Smitty just mentioned that, you know, his grandmother was someone who was actually affected by slavery. But when you take a look at the actual journey of Black people in America from slavery to segregation, to Jim Crow, to, you know, redlining, and then all those multiple systemic issues that still exist today, like, it's easy for you to say, oh, you should get over slavery, but we've been dealing with the effects of slavery longer than we haven't. It hasn't even been 100 years of not dealing with the effects of slavery. But yet, you guys talk about the 4th, you guys celebrate the 4th of July every year, every single year. Why aren't we just getting over the 4th of July? Why do we continue to remember the 4th of July or 9/11? Like, why not just get over those things?
Because it is basically the anniversary of the founding of this country. Hey, let me ask you something. Do you know what percentage?
No. I think that was a really good question. Why not get over 9/11?
I heard April 4th.
Should we stop talking about 9/11?
I don't.
Why?
I don't talk about it.
Okay, so you think we should stop talking about 9/11?
I acknowledge that it happened. I don't talk about it all the time.
Oh, okay. Wait. So do you think we should have museums maybe that talk about 9/11?
I mean, museums are based off history, but my point is that you can't, you know, just completely nullify the abolition of slavery and, you know, Black freedom in the process. A lot of the times they want to only talk about the bad.
What? You said only talk about this. You had no basis for that, right? We're talking about museums. You said in museums specifically we talk about history. It was okay to do that with 9/11, but for some reason it's wrong with the Smithsonian? And by the way, let me text Santana because I don't think he meant to leave.
Let me ask you something. I don't know what the guy's name is right there.
Just call me Smitty.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What percentage of whites were slave owners?
So I don't know what the percentage was over
30 to 35.
What's that?
30 to 35%.
Okay.
So that being said, why is it that we only want to talk about white slave owners when it was the minority of slave owners?
I can address that. And then I want to go back to something you said about why do we still need to talk about this? Well, one of the reasons why we if it was 35% or whatever it may be, is because every Black person in the South was a slave, right? So the Black people that were slaves were 100%. So just because only 30% of white people were slaves, again, 100% of the Black people were slaves. That's number one. And when we take a look at the broader dimensions of it, right, 100% of the white people in that economy benefited from having labor that they didn't have to pay, right? And so goods could be priced cheaper, right, than goods in other parts of the world because they had free labor. And so to say that, okay, well, 30% of white people were slaves and this other 70% didn't benefit from it, they clearly benefited from it because they had an economy where the cost of goods sold were so much lower, right? So that's number one. And then I want to kind of go back and pivot, if we can, to kind of your main point, Michael, where you said, hey, why do we still need to talk about this, right? So if we look at, let's use the educational system, okay? And we look at Black women, okay? And we look at, right, the percentage of Black women that have master's degrees or higher, right? I don't know if you know this, but they are literally the highest demographic of having master's degrees or higher in the country, okay? And then we look at the white male demographic, right, who lags behind Black women, okay? But then when we look at salaries, what we see is that a Black woman with a master's degree and a white male with a high school diploma make the same amount of money. Now, you cannot tell me that there aren't more people, right, with a high school diploma than with a master's degree. So with the folks with a master's degree are higher, right, or more valuable because there are less of them. And so how can you explain that besides systemic racism, the fact that those two groups are being paid the same? That is why we still continue to talk about it. It's not about what happened to me. It's not about somebody calling me the N-word. It's not about that. It is about groups of people, right, who are being systemically harmed because of their race.
You do realize there were black slave owners, right?
Oh my God, bro! Like, do you want to respond to anything Smitty just said?
That's what you got, Lord.
No. I'm addressing his first point. You do realize, granted, it was a low number, there were black slave owners.
30% of families in the Confederacy owned slaves. What percent of black people owned slaves?
Like I said, it was a low number. It was like around 2%, but it was still
2%. Can you give me a source for that?
100% of black people.
Wait. Give me a source. Give me a source that 2% of black people owned slaves.
I'll have to. Where'd it go?
That is an incredible pivot, by the way. So if you could, maybe while Parker's looking that up, can you talk about the specific example I gave about the income expectancy of black women and white men in this country? I think that would be to your point of, again, because look, you and I have the same goal to a certain degree, right? We want to stop talking about this, right? We want equality. And the point that I'm making is we can't stop talking about it because we have problems that are still existing in society. So can you address, right, the demographic of black women with a master's degree that make about the same amount of money as a white man with a high school diploma?
Give me a second. I'm trying to find my source.
Please address what Smitty just said. Did you hear anything he just said at all?
I heard bits and pieces of it because, like I said, I'm trying to find the source.
No, I'll look it up. You listen.
Okay.
Yeah, Michael, I was just reiterating the point that I made earlier, right?
Okay, so let me
go ahead.
Okay, so like I was talking about earlier, it is a series of choices. Now, whenever we're talking about college admissions and everything, a lot of the times it does come from people who are in a more I don't know if it's suburban or urban environments or kind of lesser areas, or if you will. A lot of that does come from crime-ridden areas. But it also, again, has a lot to do with choice. You can either move from that location and be in an area that has a little bit more of a more functioning, civil area, or you can remain in that and be in a very low economic standing area on its own. So, with that being said, it is still based off of choices. Now, granted, a lot of these schools in those areas don't have a whole lot of, credibility when it comes down to effectiveness, but that does become I cannot speak it right now. It does have a lot to do with the general location, and again, a lot of that comes from crime, which has a direct correlation based from, and if you do read Thomas Sowell, it does have a lot to do with fathers not being in the home.
Oh boy! So
that's not just black people. That does have a lot to do with white and just anybody.
No. But again, right, in some ways, you're actually making my point even more valid, right? Because, right, schools in black neighborhoods do tend to be, right, not as high performing as schools in middle class or upper class neighborhoods. Now, schools in upper class black neighborhoods do tend to be really strong, but most black people, unfortunately, today, right, do live in working class neighborhoods, which again, right, black women have been able to overcome that, right? Get into colleges and universities and excel in those colleges.
I think women in general have been able to overcome that.
Right. And get master's degrees and higher, and still, right, when they do all of that, still have an income expectancy that is, again, right around on par with a white male that only has a high school diploma. So in some ways, what you said kind of makes my point even stronger, because when black women are girls, right, they have to face an educational system that has not been tailored for them, right? And so, so when they have overcome all of that, right, and gotten their degree, walking out with their diploma, they still have to face, right, the indignity of not being paid what they're worth.
So what you're talking about
also, I just want to acknowledge that specifically what the statistic that you were referencing in terms of quote-unquote black fathers not being in the house is actually completely misunderstood, right? That was specifically because people who are black are less likely to be married, right? It's not that black fathers are less likely to be involved in their kids' life. Actually, there's a CDC study I can send you. Fathers' involvement with their children, United States, 2006 to 2010, indicates that black fathers, right, were more involved in their kids' lives, right, than white fathers and even Hispanic fathers. So the idea here at all that black fathers are less involved, especially when they're living there, like, is ridiculous. Like, that's not based in reality at all. There's not any evidence of that. It's specifically people misinterpreting stats to then try to perpetuate this idea that black fathers are not involved in like their kids' lives at all, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, and I'm still kind of waiting to come back to that point that I made, right? The broader point of we cannot stop talking about this until we see, right, intrinsically, right, empirical data that shows that we have equality. Why would we? Why should we, right? If we really truly believe in the ideals of America, right, if the ideals in America are going to match its execution, which it hasn't, right, then we should continue. This should be exactly what you and I both should want to talk about, Michael, so that we can get to a point where we can look, right, at the data and say, okay, great, right, black women who have master's degrees, or women, right, women of color. I don't want to just, right, exclusively talk about black women, because this also happens to women of color, right, as well, right, that have these advanced degrees, right, should be paid a heck of a lot more. And why is that, right? And I think we need to address that. And it's not just race, it's also, right, misogyny and patriarchy and all that stuff as well.
Well, a lot of it does come from the choice.
This I just want to let you know, this is the percent from earlier.
Oh,
this is the percentage of black people specifically that owned slaves, right, in 1860. Okay,
Anyway.
like the comparison is crazy. 30.6% of white families in the Confederacy owned slaves. The fact that you'd even make that comparison is crazy.
That's what I looked up, my guy.
Now go ahead and respond to what Smitty had to say.
Anywho, it does again. It all comes back to choice. It does have a lot to do with the choice of job that you go out to go get. If you're going to go get a certain degree in some liberal arts class or whatever, then you're not going to be likely to make a whole lot of money. If you're going to pursue something, like a doctor or a lawyer or whatever, of course you're going to make a lot more money. Now, there are a lot of people in the black community that do this. I mean, I'm not a big fan of her, but look at Jasmine Crockett, for God's sakes.
Again, when we look at degree distribution, there isn't a material, right, difference between the degrees that black women are getting and women of color are getting than any other demographic. It has a lot more to do with the choices of the employer and the hiring manager at these employers, who typically tend to fish in the same pools, which are typically what we call legacy pools, right? Okay, well, I'm going to hire folks that just came from this area, or I'm going to hire, right, the boss's nephew or the boss's son or whatever it may be. Those choices actually tend to impact women a lot more than men, and women of color a lot more than white women. And so,
I can kind of agree with you on the fact that I'm not a big fan of nepotism.
It's more so those choices.
And that, again, I can kind of agree with you. I'm not a big fan of nepotism, so there's that as well. But at the same time, when you're looking at women being employed, they also take into consideration, future desires to want to have kids. They want to take care of all these variables when it comes down to employment. With a guy, you're less likely to have that. So, yes, there is a wage gap, if you will, but it's not based off of, how much somebody gets paid on the dollar. It's a matter of choices and a matter of, and we're talking about potential choices. If you don't want to have kids, cool. Then you're free to do whatever you want. But you also have to take in consideration of these variables.
Yeah, you'd have to show that those variables account for everything. You have no evidence of that. Do you have a source that says that taking into account those variables, that there is no distinction? Because again, what Smitty was bringing up to you earlier was that black women specifically that have master's degrees make less than white men specifically with a bachelor, just with a high school diploma. So that was the comparison, right? So why is that the case, given that you said that education leads to higher wages? It's just the choices they're making, apparently.
Right, exactly. And again, a lot of it has to do with the choices employers make. And, I would love to hear a woman's take on this. But again, this happens a lot to black women and women of color, too, right? When they're looking generally to be hired by employers, oftentimes employers will steer women into departments where there is not as much upward mobility as men. right? If you look at a great insurance company or a great, financial services company, oftentimes you will see that black men and women of color tend to be the best employees, but oftentimes stuck in areas like customer service or whatever it may be, where again, the CEOs are not coming from that department, right? And so that also has to be addressed. Again, yes, you're right in some ways, Michael, about choices, but again, typically it's the choices of men and the choices of employers that tend to hamstring women, not their own choices that they have made.
Yeah. All right, Michael, is there anything else you want to say or talk about?
No, I do appreciate, despite our disagreements and everything, I do appreciate. Again, I can't speak. I do appreciate you having me on for as long as you have. I know you and I just don't agree fundamentally, but again, I do appreciate the dialogue and everything. And I don't know if this was one of your longer debates, but again, I appreciate it.
For sure. Smitty, is there anything else you'd like to say before I kick the guy off?
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm going to drop as well, man. Thank you so much for having me.
And one more thing, again, again.
I appreciate you coming out, Smitty. Good to see you. All right. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen and we'll help get it out to more people. Santana said that his signal dropped, everyone. Just letting everyone know. Elise, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Isabel. Thank you so much for the $5. Andrew with the $2.80. Olivia, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Melanie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much, Melanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maya, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Joe with the $4.20. Thank you. Jalen with the $4.20. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. By the way, everyone, there were multiple people asking me to read things out loud. I cannot do that live because there's too many messages from people. I do appreciate everyone, though. Thank you so much. Thank you. Darla, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Cameron, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Cameron. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Again, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I am sick today, everyone, so I will be live for maybe 2 more hours, maybe a little bit more if I feel like it. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
So that's kind of an interesting situation that I'm in right now where, so I've been progressive for pretty much most of my life.
So do you support Donald Trump?
I'm starting to empathize, I think, with the MAGA base a little bit more right now.
Yeah, I'll just ask this question because apparently you're not answering the question. So if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I think I'd write in a third candidate, honestly.
Okay. All right, everyone. I am just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Currently, MAGA means that if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, you would vote for Donald Trump. So if you don't meet that set of criteria, don't send a guest request, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2003.
What month?
January.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I believe that, especially when it came to voting, we had Donald Trump and Kamala. And she didn't really project a good strategy for moving forward. Business, economy, anything.
Okay, can you name one of her policies that you disagree with?
DIY. Or
what?
Diversity.
You said what?
Diversity in companies.
What policy of hers did she have that you disagree with in specific?
Diversities in companies.
Did you say DIY? I thought I heard you incorrectly. Did you see that?
I did.
That's not a thing. I don't know what you're talking about. It's DEI.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm talking about
DEI. So one, it'd be weird that you disagree with diversity, Two,
Well, no.
if you want to reference this, can you name one DEI policy that she advocated for that you disagree with?
Well, she advocates in more ethnic people joining main forces like electrical and general things that are really useful.
So what policy
for
do you
America.
disagree with?
And I don't. Well, it's not that I disagree with it, but it's not that she could go on about it.
Can you name
She
a
could
certain
not-
policy that that you disagree with her advocating for?
No, because she really didn't say any policies. She didn't.
Okay,
go
so
on
then why
about
did you bring
policy.
up DEI, right? If you want to bring up like a policy that she advocated for that you disagree with, tell us one that you do
She
know.
did advocate for it.
Okay, what did she advocate for in terms of DEI that you disagree with?
For more ethnic people being in the workforce of specific jobs, air traffic
I'm
control,
sorry.
all-
One, DEI doesn't only apply to specifically people who have a different ethnicity, but what's wrong with people of different ethnicities specifically being in the workplace?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I work with a lot of different people of ethnicities in my workplace. I'm pro-union, and we work with a lot of different people, and I love it. Don't get me wrong. I meet great people. My trainer
So then
was-
what did she support that you disagree with?
It's the problem with that program is that sometimes they support it's company specific, but they support people being
So it's
more,
not policy. So what policy does Kamala Harris support that you disagree with?
it's not it is the program itself. They put companies themselves pull in more
So you're
people.
against all DEI.
That policy, no, not that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, so then be specific with what DEI you disagree with.
I'm getting on to that point. It's the fact that this policy creates, which is in today with people like yourself and like-minded individuals, it's that a lot of people are like-minded of our age today, and everyone's reaching to be greater and to get into these jobs. I mean, there's not a lot of people that are sitting at McDonald's. And if you do, that's not a problem. But everyone that I see that are in my trade that are different from being white than I am, they're doing the same things I am. They're not reaching for special programs or anything like that. Now, I'm not talking college aside. College aside, that's a whole different thing. There's some people that come from different neighborhoods and different possibilities from what white people do with parents that are better off or anyone that's better off. There's this, you cannot.
You're doing a lot of
add that-
talking, but you're not being very specific with what you're referencing. I have no clue what you're talking about. Would you like to tell me any specific policies you disagree with? If you cannot, bring something up that's relevant to the live. Otherwise, I'll go on to the next person because you're wasting my time.
I told you I disagreed with the bringing into the DAY.
What specific policy?
Her beliefs on bringing in people of different ethnicities is going to improve our workforce.
What specific policy?
I've already told you.
No, you didn't. He left himself. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
94.
For sure. And why do you support Trump?
Well, I think this last election especially, he was just on the majority side of every single issue that was like an 80-20 issue.
Such as?
Immigration, the economy, and just stuff like men and women's sports. And it actually wanted to get to the conversation that you had last time about Kamala's policies, so stuff that I disagree with.
Okay, can I ask you what immigration and or economic policy of Trump's that you like?
I mean, the fact that he completely shut down the border on literally his first month of office.
How does that benefit our society?
how does it not benefit our society? If most Americans want the border shut, right? The vast majority of Americans.
That's not true.
100%.
Vast majority of Americans do not want the border to be completely shut. That's just a lie.
It has to be
I want you to instead of saying how does it not, tell me how.
Did he not get voted in? Did he not get voted in on border security? Was that not one of the main things in this last election?
That doesn't mean it's an 80-20 issue, or that
it was
majority of Americans
absolutely
think
an 80-20 issue.
It wasn't. Can you give me any polling indicating that?
Yeah, 100%. It was an 80-20 issue.
Oh
Where do you
wait,
think the
go ahead.
80-20
Provide me a poll for that.
Every single poll, Parker, that there was during the election. Right?
Name one. Name one
Fox,
poll that says that
Fox
Donald
did a
Trump's
poll,
position
New
is
York Times did a
80%.
poll.
Name
What
one.
do you want?
No, name one specific
I just
poll.
named two.
You didn't name polls. Tell me the title of the poll and I'll look it up.
Just look it up.
No, tell me that you look it up. You made the claim.
Here we go. Let's just get to a Kamala's policy, right? Because we don't have to look anything
No, I
up
want
at
you
that.
to. Instead of pivoting, can you please address what I just said?
You're trying to get in all this rigmarole, dude. You keep doing that anytime somebody challenges you and actually has a good point.
Oh, I'm sorry. I asked for a reason or evidence behind your position.
You're doing all this rigmarole, dude. Right? You're doing all this rigmarole.
What does that even mean, bro?
That Kamala had that I disagree with. Can we talk about that? Or are you scared to talk about that? You gonna rigmarole that too?
I don't even know what that means, but I will talk about that.
That means
I will
you're
write
working
it
your way around it.
Yeah,
right?
that says
you're
you. It says the one who's not answering my question.
You're trying to put all the burden of proof on me, right? When there's obvious polls on it.
You made the claim. You made the claim that it's 20% or 20% support of, or 80% support
I
of
also
Donald.
made the claim.
Hey, listen. You said there was 80% support of Donald Trump's immigration policy. Give me a single poll that indicates that. I'll put money on that. You want to do that? I can guarantee you can't find me a single poll that indicates that Donald Trump's immigration policy has an approval rating of 80%. Give me a single poll that indicates that. I'll put money on it. You want to put your money where your mouth is?
Parker, just look it up.
Oh, you're so scared. Put your money where your mouth is, buddy.
Parker, let's move on.
Put your money where your... Oh, pivot.
I'm not pivoting.
Pivot.
What
You
was
make
the
a
first
claim,
thing
you
that
got to
I
back
said
it up.
when I got on here? What was the first
You want to
thing
put
that I
money
said
on it.
when I
Put
got
money
on
on it. Put money on it.
Parker, I'll put money on you that I'm about to own you on this next point.
Oh, because you have to pivot?
No, I don't have to pivot, Parker. I want to talk about
That's what you're doing right now. You're pivoting. So answer the question.
What was
Can
the
you give me
first
a
thing
single
that I
poll?
said when I came up with Parker?
No. Name a single poll, a single one, that indicates that Donald Trump's immigration policy has an 80% approval rating. That was like the first thing that you said. You said he was on the right side of all the 80-20 issues. I said, what are those things? You brought up immigration as one of them. So name one single poll that indicates that Donald Trump's immigration policy has an 80% approval rating.
Did I say his immigration policy had an No, I didn't.
Yes, you
now
did. You
you're
said
putting words in my mouth and you're changing it.
You want me to go back and play what you said? I'll play what you said.
I said
he
was on the 80-20 side of every issue, right?
And then you brought up immigration as one of those issues.
I didn't say his policy was 80% approval rating. I never said that.
So you said that he's on the 80-20 of everything, and then one of the things you support of him is immigration. So you were saying that he was 80-20 on immigration. I can play back the audio if you want to hear it.
I said he was on. Okay.
I'll play back the audio. Do you want to hear it? Do you want me to play it? I'll play the audio.
His name too.
You didn't name polls. Tell me the title of the...
I think this last election especially, he was just on the majority side of every single issue that was like an 80-20 issue.
Such as?
Immigration. Did I say that his approval... Okay, I said immigration was an 80-20 issue.
He's on the side of every issue that's 80-20, such as immigration. Bro.
Immigration wasn't an 80-20 issue in the last presidential election?
No, give me a source that indicates that. A single poll that indicates
Every
that the
single
immigration
source,
policy...
Everybody was talking about it, Parker.
Give me a single poll. Give me a single poll.
Hey. CNN, go to CNN. Go to CNN.
Yeah, CNN does not indicate that. CNN does not indicate that.
Yes, it does.
CNN does not indicate that. You're lying. By the way,
me-
I have conversations with people every single day, right? I promise you, right? You can engage in a conversation with me where you use evidence and sources, and I will respond legitimately to that. You're not providing anything.
Okay,
you clearly
let's
don't
go.
know. You're clearly bullshitting, and now you want to pivot away from this because you know that you're wrong.
Dude, okay, how about you replay when I said that I specifically wanted to talk about Kamala's policy? Go back and replay that. You said, why did I support Trump? And I said,
You said
I
that after.
specifically wanted to talk about her.
You said that after.
You asked me why I supported him, and then I said I wanted to talk about Kamala's policy.
You said that after. You said that after he's on
my original
the
point.
the first thing that you said was that he's on
Play it back.
80-20.
Just shut up and play it back. Shut up and play it back.
I did.
No,
I already did.
What I just said. No, what I just said. You didn't play that.
If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. This is the beginning of the conversation. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
94.
For sure. And why do you support Trump?
Well, I think this last election especially, he was just on the majority side of every single issue that was like an 80-20 issue.
Such as?
Immigration, the...
That's literally the first thing you said.
Keep going.
Wait, I'm sorry. I said that you said it after. That's the
Yeah,
first thing you said.
okay,
I'm
but that's
addressing
what
the
I said
first
I
thing you
wanted
said.
to talk about. I said that's what I wanted to talk
Oh,
about.
oh, I'm sorry. You brought it up first and you don't want to talk about it? Oh.
No, you said why. You asked me a question. I just answered your question. I was trying to be respectful, but I gave you a topic that I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, and we can talk about that in a second, so long
Let's
as you
talk
justify
about
the
it.
original point you brought up. Unless you
Parker,
want to
then let's
concede.
talk
Do you want to
about it.
concede that he's not 80-20 on that?
Okay, just to move on. Yes. I'll
No,
concede
not to
on
just
that,
to move
Parker.
on. I'm asking if you want to truly. Oh, well, you just got a flag for being making the live uncomfortable. So it looks like you never even got to the point that you wanted to get to because you decided to literally not respond to the point I just asked. Nice job, dude. You're an idiot. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
We can't do that.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
2007, January 15th.
18, 2007, January 15th. Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because of deportations.
Okay. Can you name one way in which mass deportations are beneficial to our society?
Well, I don't know that. But
Wait, you just said deportations is the reason why you support Trump, but you can't tell me one way in which mass deportation benefits our society? That's pretty embarrassing.
I want to hear your take on deportations.
We can hear that in a second. I want you to answer my question first, and then we'll move on to that. So name one way in which mass deportation benefits our society.
Housing.
How does it benefit us in terms of housing?
Well, if there's a lot of immigrants coming in, housing gonna go up. We need it to go down.
There's a lot of immigrants coming in.
I want to be able to own a house.
There's a lot of immigrants coming in. It also increases the labor force, correct?
Yeah.
So if there are more people producing goods, so there'll be more people producing houses as well, right? So it will both increase the demand and the supply, therefore not just increasing the price because it will bring us back to equilibrium.
I want to be able to get a house. I want to also be able to go to college too.
What state do you live in?
Michigan.
What time is it?
7:46.
Okay. And can you name 3 cities in Michigan?
Yeah, Detroit, Ann Arbor, East Lansing. Multiple. Like, what do you think, man?
Sure. Name 3 more.
3 more? I don't know. Grand Rapids, freaking Pontiac. I don't know. Fucking. I can't think of it anymore.
What's the capital of Michigan?
Capital? Oh, there's also Flint, Michigan. The capital?
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. I don't.
You don't know the capital of your own state?
No.
How do you not know the capital of the state that you live in?
I don't pay attention to that, man.
You're Canadian, aren't you?
No.
Really? You sound Canadian. You don't know the capital of the state that you live in.
All right. What? I want to hear your stance on deportations.
Should I deport you from my live because you're not here rightfully?
How am I not here rightfully?
Because you don't live in Michigan.
I should still have a say.
Oh, so you just conceded. So you're not rightfully on the live, so I must deport him, chat. We needed to deport him because he's not rightfully on the stream. He didn't go through the correct process of joining the stream, therefore he must be deported under his own perspective. From the stream. So get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out. Go get your own fascist in Canada. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Annie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mason, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Do you have a job? It seems like you're doing this a lot. Mason, this is my job. Diabolical. Diabolical. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube. Kim, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Kim. I really appreciate it. Cameron, thank you for the $5. Bernard, thank you for the $5. Filthy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. I love yogurt. Thank you for the $2. Jazz with the $10. Thank you. System, thank you for the $2. Carrie with the $2. Jazz with the $5. Thank you. Just Don't Ask, thank you for the $5. Jay with the $5. Thank you. Rachel with the $20. Thank you, Rachel. I really appreciate it. Anissa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Filthy, again, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Sanity with the $5. Bernard with the $20. Thank you. Music City with the $20. Thank you so much. Carrie with the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Libby with the $10. Thank you. I guess we are. System, again, thank you for the $2. Filthy, again, with the $2. Kate with the $5. Thank you. I'm feeling slightly better, Rachel. Just slightly. Josh, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Let's go on to the next person. Grateful with the $4.20. Thank you. Absolutely. Is Parker sick? Yes, I am. I am. I should be live for another hour, 45 minutes, or maybe I'll go 2 hours and 45 minutes. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
He's exposed the system for it being broken.
You said what?
And we can't. He's exposed the system, all of politics, really.
How so?
Even Miss Harris, during her book tour, was saying that the system is broken, and that's why she's not running for president again.
Okay, not a response to what I just said. How did he expose the system?
Because he's such a shitty person and such a shitty candidate that someone that can get elected and influence her life.
So on the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you're an idiot like that last guest that was just on the live, do not send a guest request because you're clearly not a Trump supporter. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. All right, Slee, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Boy, you've been my fattest nut this year.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker. I'm 18. I love you,
What's
dog.
your birth year?
I'm just telling you I love you. Bye.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're a disgusting fuck. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
What's your birth year?
2003.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I do not. I just wanted to say hello.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Let's go to
the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hey, everyone, please do not do that. Stop. Leave me alone. I'm serious. If you support me, if you actually support me, you won't come on my live stream and violate my boundaries. Leave me alone, please. I really appreciate everyone who supports me, but it's getting ridiculous at this point. I'm sick right now. It's really hard for me to keep repeating everything and to go over this over and over again and try to find people who disagree and want to debate. If you come up and you do all this trolling and stuff, it limits my ability to debate people, which is the very point of this live stream, of me being able to convince other people. So please stop doing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro, I'm the Canadian.
Oh, bye. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. How I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah. What month were you born?
February.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Well, first of all, how about, okay, to be clear, I do support Trump, but I don't support his stance on the Palestine and Israeli conflict. So
Okay.
I just want to make that clear. First of all, why don't you support Trump?
Held civilly liable of sexual abuse, bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. His big, beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of their free school lunch and breakfast per month, 2.5 million people off their food stamps per month, along with 10 million people off their health insurance.
So yeah, so that was like part of his private life, no?
The policy I just
Correct.
brought up at the very end was not his private life. And also, I'm confused how you can just write off sexual abuse as quote-unquote private life, saying his daughter is sexually attractive as quote-unquote private life, saying you date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years is private life, and bragging about walking into the changing rooms of women without their consent that are naked and changing is just private life.
Yeah, I agree with you on it's not that I agree with you on hold on, because I'm kind of nervous, I'm talking in front of 5,000 people is kind of nerve-wracking. So I just want to let you know that I don't know if that happened or not, but if that happened, it's kind of disgusting. I didn't want to say private life in the sense that it was something like I didn't mean that in that way. First of all, I think that Trump, well, we had peace in the world when Trump was president. If we see like in the Ukrainian and Russian conflict, there was nothing happening for 4 years during Trump's presidency. If I'm not mistaken, Kamala went to Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken, when she was during the Biden-Harris administration, to speak with Putin, with Zelensky directly about the conflict, and then afterwards Putin invaded Ukraine 2 weeks after, if I'm not mistaken. If you can correct me.
That's not evidence that she specifically caused that to happen. She went to go talk to Zelensky, and that was probably likely to talk about how Putin could invade. I'm confused how she would have prevented Russia from invading by talking to Zelensky.
Well, Putin. Well, okay, fine. Maybe you're right there, but didn't Putin say that? Didn't Putin say during the meeting that it's because Trump? It was because of Trump that he didn't. Sorry, it was because of Trump that he didn't. It was because of Trump that he didn't invade Ukraine, like during the meeting.
That would have been recently. He was lying. He also said that Kamala Harris was a better candidate. He was clearly lying.
Yeah, he was a better candidate. Maybe he said that Kamala Harris was a better candidate because he could have gotten what he wanted in Ukraine. Maybe.
It's actually no. He was trying to get people who are Trump supporters to believe that Trump would be better for the situation, so that he could get more power, right, over Ukraine because of Trump. Because Trump got rid of the funding for Ukraine and then brought it back. So that actually
he brought it back. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that actually.
Mm-hmm.
He brought it back. Correct.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. But I do not technically support funding to Ukraine because I think that it would cause just problems, because I don't think fighting a war with what I presume is a dictator.
So you just want to give Putin more power?
No, I don't want to give Putin more power, but I think if you just I see it in this view, of course, I would support Ukraine, bring aid, because I'm a huge support of humanitarian aid, but I wouldn't make him more angry than he already is. At the same time, I don't know.
So you would let him take Ukraine? What good is the humanitarian aid if they took the country?
Ooh. Yeah, you got a point there, to be honest. But at the same time, it's better for him to stop the war and just what do you do that? So let me get your idea clear on that. What do you think is the best solution? in that situation?
Continuing to fund Ukraine to prevent Russia from having power over the region. And if we didn't stop from the very first place, Russia can't go on longer than the West can in terms of funding Ukraine. Therefore, it would have increased the likelihood that Russia would have been prevented from continuing to take over Ukraine. One, because of their own people, and two, because of the fact that there was backing on behalf of on the West in terms of Ukraine. So their economy would be able to last longer in terms of the conflict comparative to Russia's economy being shut off by the rest of the world.
Maybe you're right, but does that come with negative aspects too, you think? Or does it come only with positive outcomes, you think?
I mean, more people dying in the conflict would obviously not be good, but like I would prefer Ukraine's sovereignty given that they want to defend themselves from Russia.
Yeah,
right? That's
right,
their
but
choice to
we-
make, and I support
absolutely.
them in that choice that they're making. And we
Yeah,
signed
yeah,
a Budapest memorandum, meaning that if they give up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. So we've already we've already set our conditions for continuing to help them.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you on that. But first of all, wasn't more people dying in Ukraine under the Biden-Harris administration than Trump?
I don't think there's any evidence of that.
Well, we can assume it though. I mean, like looking
Assume
at the
is not
conflict-
evidence.
Okay, okay. Having evidence would be very helpful right now.
Sure.
What about the conflict in the Middle East? What would be the solution to, in your opinion?
You mean with Palestine and Israel?
Yeah, of course.
You can't just say Middle East because there's a lot of stuff happening in the Middle East. But,
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, I'm pro Palestine. I think that the
Yeah,
U.S.
me
should
too.
stop funding Israel.
Yeah, me too.
And
me too.
do an
Yeah.
arms embargo. They're committing a genocide in Gaza currently. That's been determined by like international genocide scholars. Like the top international genocide scholars indicated that it's a genocide. So, yeah, we shouldn't be. We actually have laws under the books that prevent us from supporting any type of country that is committing war crimes, but we're just not following through with that for some reason.
But I think that if you think about it, I think that all presidents, I think especially in the United States, all presidents would support Israel. I think it's because it's
Yeah,
something,
it's a
something to do with
critique I have of the Democrats is that they are pro-Israel. Now, I don't think that they
No,
would go
even-
to the extent of Trump, but like I do think that they are pro-Israel, and it is the case that that's bad.
Yeah, it's 80% of Congress is funded by AIPAC. So I think that even if Kamala would,
I'm not even sure that's an accurate statistic. I mean, I'm not like pro AIPAC or anything. I definitely disagree with AIPAC having influence, but I don't know if 80% of politicians are funded by AIPAC.
Congress. If you can check that really quick, if you don't mind.
And also like one thing that's a misnomer that a lot of people don't understand is that when we're talking about AIPAC, oftentimes people associate members that were a part of AIPAC donating to the candidates as AIPAC supporting them, right?
Yeah, of course.
So there is a distinction between those things. But I mean, the way that I would evaluate is not necessarily just based on the funding that they're getting. It's what positions do they hold to.
Yeah, of course. So I would, first of all, but I think that in your solution that you just told me about the conflict between Israel and Palestine, I think we should imprison Benjamin Netanyahu because I think he's a war crime. He's a war criminal. And also
What's up?
some IDF soldier. Did you hear me?
Yeah, restate what you just said, sorry.
I just said that I think above all with what you just said, I think that Benjamin Netanyahu should be imprisoned because of his war crimes. He's prolonging the war, especially because he's also prolonging the war, so he doesn't face trial. I think we should imprison Benjamin Netanyahu, but it's unrealistic to be honest, especially with Trump in power. And to be honest,
By the way, I have an article indicating 65% of Congress receive money from AIPAC.
To be honest, even 65%
Yeah, it's a lot.
is a big number. It's a lot.
Yeah, I was just 80% is 15% off of
Yeah,
it.
so
I do think
Israel-
that's
so
big
it's-
enough of a distinction to acknowledge.
Yeah, definitely. I think that there is a big distinction between that, but anyway, like the irrelevant to Trump, Kamala, Obama, Biden, whatever. I think that we would still have the United States presidents will still have a sort of soft spot, let's say, for Israel at the end of the day.
Yeah, which is bad.
Yeah, terrible. What else do you want to talk about? If you don't mind, you can ask me questions.
Yeah, for sure. So like, here'd be my questions then. Do you think Donald Trump has drained the swamp?
I'm sorry?
Do you think Donald Trump has drained the swamp?
I don't understand what that means. Can you rephrase? I'm sorry.
Sure. Could you name like a Trump policy that you like of his that's economics? and economics policy?
Of his economic policy, I think that we had one of the strongest economies during Trump's time, especially, but at least before COVID, we had Trump's.
Based on what metrics?
So first of all, like, does the housing prices count as economics at the end of the day? I mean, yeah, sure.
Sure, but housing prices have gone up under either president.
I think that it's. Did they?
And housing prices are going up disproportionately now more because of tariffs.
Yeah. So first of all, I disagree with his tariff policies, but at the end of the day, he has an objective behind it, which is like help increase productivity in the United States. Is it? Do you think?
Where you say that? Sorry.
So I said that like I disagree with the exaggerate. Remember the tariffs in January? Remember when he instated tariffs on every country in the world?
It was in April.
Oh, sorry. Never mind. Sorry. Anyway, what I'm saying is that.
What state do you live in?
Ohio.
What time is it?
It's.
Can't hear when you swipe out of the app. When you're out of the app, I can't hear you. Shannon, thank you so much for the $21 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Shannon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shannon. Can we some W's for Shannon in the comment section right now? Laura, thank you for the $20. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh, that's great, Laura. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. They just left themselves. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Ari, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much from a Canadian supporter. Never51, stand with Greenland, stand with Ukraine. Absolutely. Can we some W's right now for Area in the comment section right now? Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's in the comment section for them. Al Valentine, thank you so much for the $10. I hope you're feeling better today. I am feeling a little bit better. Like, it's easier on my throat. My throat still hurts, and I am really tired. So that is, like, the biggest thing for me, though. Kelly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kelly. And Linda with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get the W's for Linda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Linda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, so, do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your, how old are you again?
27.
What month?
February.
27, what year?
1998.
For sure. So why do you support Trump?
Because of his climate change policy.
Are you actually 27, bro?
Are you making fun of me?
No, I'm just saying you sound really young.
Yeah, I'm 27, and I voted for Trump because of his climate change policy, which is no policy.
Okay. What do you believe climate change is caused by humans?
Yes and no.
Okay. What do you mean yes and no? That's contradictory.
So yes, CO2 has been produced by humans, obviously with the burning of fossil fuels, but the climate has been getting hotter over time. Not as much as it has recently, though.
Yeah, obviously, but climate change, when we say climate change, we're talking about the level of change in the climate. Do you agree with the scientific consensus that the climate change is real and that...
Yes, sir. Yes, it's 100% real.
So then why do you not want to do anything?
So the reason I disagree with Biden's policy is some of his funding is going to these solar farms, right? And do you know what albedo is relative to climate?
No, I actually don't.
It's how much energy is absorbed from the sun on the surface of the earth. So one example is scientists are nervous if Antarctica melts, then since that's a white surface converting into a blue surface, the ocean, that it will absorb more energy from the sun. So my example is funding these solar farms I see all over the place in New York where I'm from. They are actually increasing the albedo of the planet, making it hotter.
Can you give me a single source indicating that the solar panels are causing the temperature to go up around the globe?
I have one personal source, but this is a pretty rare argument, so honestly, I'd have to look it up. But when I
There's
drive
no
by
evidence
the
of this.
solar farm, when I drive by, well, how are you gonna disprove it? I mean, it's a black surface absorbing heat from the sun. How is that not real?
Yeah, but it's not actually leading to there being a increased temperature around the globe. There's not enough solar panels specifically in order to
So
be
you're
able to produce
disproving
that effect.
albedo. You're saying albedo is not true at all. All these scientists are wrong, is what you're saying.
I'm saying
right?
the effect that solar panels have is not enough to be able to impact the climate to a greater degree comparative to other types of energy production.
Right. I'm saying if we want to switch fully over to solar, because
We're not
this is
switching
a
fully
number
over to
Elon
solar.
Musk
It'd be
has, is
solar along other things.
But Elon Musk gave this number that to power the whole United States, it'd be the size of Idaho, right, of solar panels, and then the whole world would probably be pretty big. So if scientists, my opinion is, if scientists think that converting Antarctica's white surface to blue would have an effect on the overall climate of the world, that converting something the size of Idaho just for the power of the United States would definitely affect the climate from green to black, or maybe from like deserty yellow to black, would most definitely affect the climate. And the one source I have for even having this hypothesis is that when I drive by a solar farm near me in upstate New York, this huge solar farm, my car thermometer says it gets like maybe 2 degrees hotter, but I'm right next to it and I'm on a black road. But from driving on that black road, and then the closer I get, it gets slightly warmer, and then as I get further away, it gets right back down to normal.
Yeah, so could you provide a source other than just like, I felt like it was warm around solar panels?
Well, so my source is albedo, right? Like I said earlier.
That's not a source,
Right
though.
now, obviously, there's not enough solar panels, like you've already claimed, to make a massive effect. But if we continue to fund it, it could. And I think we should go with wind turbines instead of solar panels.
We can do wind turbines as well. That's what we're doing. We're doing both.
But I don't want to do both. I only want to do wind turbines and nuclear.
So do you want to
which I
get rid
think
of all
Trump
asphalt?
is working towards nuclear. What?
Do you want to get rid of all asphalt?
No, so that's actually what I
What?
love is I wish we moved the funding to putting it on roofs, the solar panels, and I think this would be a benefit that both the Republicans and the Democrats could agree on. Because one, it helps with the military. It helps with the military of the United States because it decentralizes the energy source. So then every person could have almost an energy source just from their home. So if we were ever under attack by missiles, it would be less effective if
Yeah,
they.
so you know that
struck,
Kamala
like,
Harris
struck.
and Joe Biden had policies through the Inflation Reduction Act to do that?
Ooh, can you? I did not know that. Can you educate me there?
Sorry, repeat what you just said. I was responding to my girlfriend and I completely forgot what we were just talking about as soon as I was responding.
Could
Repeat what just said.
you? So, specifically just for solar panels on homes?
Yeah, that was one of the things. They had tax credits
Yeah, so
and
I
tax
agree with that.
incentives
Yeah,
for
I
solar
don't think
panels.
they did it enough though. I don't think they did it enough. I don't think these solar farms should exist. It should only be solar panels on roofs, parking garages, and covering
In
asphalt
order to be
and
able to
that
make
sort of
this
stuff.
determination, you have to have more evidence than just I feel like it. Okay, or
It's
whenever I
not.
drive
Like,
past, it's
I've
a little bit
already cited
warmer.
albedo.
Hey,
I've
the
already
albedo
cited
effect can be
albedo.
different based upon the context of whether or not solar panels are going to be increasing the temperature. Could you provide a single source indicating that to be true?
The source is albedo. You're changing the color, which changes how the energy interacts with the solar panels, the sun energy. So it gets
That's not a
absorbed more
citation. That's not a
in
citation.
your atmosphere.
How about this? We'll talk about this. Whose policy will be better for the environment? The Harris administration
overall
policy or the
environment,
Trump
not just the
administration
climate?
policy? Yeah.
That's moving off topic, I feel, but I'm gonna have to go with the overall environment, not just American environment. Overall, whole world. We're on the same page. I'm gonna have to go with Trump.
You think he's better for the environment on a global stage?
Yes, sir. For the environment, if that's including water and other things, then yes. Right, the overall environment, yes. And
Give me one policy
you know,
of Trump's that is better for the environment.
Could I not do a policy, but instead of instance that happened under Biden that I think was totally mismanaged?
No, give me a policy.
Well, one policy would be cutting the funding they use for these solar panels, because all the materials in them are totally toxic, and all the batteries they use, like lithium, are terrible for the environment, especially if when they get old and they have to be thrown out.
Not as bad comparative to the other types of energy producing mechanisms that exist for natural gas, coal, and whatnot that he's funding to a greater extent, and that will increase due to the fact that you reduce the incentives to produce solar and wind and others. So you're just not acknowledging reality. He also said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Do you think that's based in science?
No. No, I was specifically talking about climate change policy, not really his personal. You can't get into Trump's personal life and win that debate. There's no winning there, to be honest with you. But could we not deflect from the climate change thing? I think we had something good going there with. I still don't understand. You're trying to say that something I'm saying is wrong with albedo. So somehow turning green surfaces into black surfaces won't increase how much energy the Earth absorbs, the surface of the Earth absorbs. That won't change.
Not to enough of a degree where it's going to be at all worse than what we specifically have through other sorts of production of what's it called, energy.
So you think that wind turbines are worse than solar panels for absorbing energy in the earth? White wind turbines?
What? No, wind turbines are going to exist to a greater extent due to the Harris administration policy. I was comparing the Harris administration policy to the Trump administration policy.
Yeah, exactly. And the Harris administration has only supported yes, wind farms, but not as much. There's solar farms everywhere.
The Department of Energy indicates that wind will be around 20% of production of energy in the U.S. by 2030.
Yeah, exactly, 20%.
And that's actually going to extend. It's going to be harder to even get to that. It's going to be harder to get to that because of Trump undermining our policies.
Yeah, and we can. Yeah, I'm not saying Trump's perfect at all. That was never my claim.
But he's worse for the climate. If you care about the climate, he's worse.
But solar. So you're missing my claim. The CO2 that we're emitting from our cars, that's slowly killing the environment, is better than having. So do you agree with the number that a solar field the size of Idaho could power the United States? That's a number I'm getting from Elon Musk in like 2020 before he went crazy. So I think it's an okay number, but I've honestly not done further research than just hearing that. Does that sound about right to you think?
I'm not advocating for just solar. I've never once advocated for just solar. So would you like to have conversation?
You just said wind was going to be 20%.
I get that you want to have a hey, I get that.
You just said wind was going to be 20%. Right? So now 80% of that, what's the other 80%?
I said by
2030.
2030.
So what's the other 77%?
There would still be fossil fuels. There would still be other types of renewable energies. There would still be nuclear.
I thought you wanted to get rid of those. Give me your
over time. I would
right now.
Wait, you asking what it is going to be according to the Department of Education is different than what I would want it to be.
Tell me what you want it to be.
What I would like in the long run is to transition to renewable energy production, right? That would specifically rely on, and I'm again okay with solar, I'm okay with wind, and I'm okay with tidal, along with I would like nuclear to be able to take into account any of the inconsistencies from those particularly, until we can develop some other type of energy
mechanism. What percent would you want to be solar?
I don't know. I'd have to look at what we can do. It's dependent upon what we can do. I'm not quite sure.
What percent would you want to be nuclear?
I don't know.
Do you know, like
whatever we need to fulfill the inconsistencies.
You know that steam is the most powerful greenhouse gas. You're aware of that?
Okay. I wasn't aware of that. Would you like to show me a source of that?
Okay. Yes, sir.
I don't see that. Wait, here, water vapor. I see something here. It says water vapor is
not most powerful, abundant, but it's pretty powerful. Here, wait. Sorry, I got this mistake. It's the most abundant, but it's not. I don't think sulfur is the worst, but I still think it's pretty powerful. I'll be right back.
Okay. Do you want us to talk about like the relevance to like the topic? Because I know lots of people want to have conversations about plenty of things.
Yeah, it's definitely relevant because emitting greenhouse gases through nuclear, which is steam, right? So we're both aware that steam is a greenhouse gas, right? We're aware of that, right? So that would just be converting into more greenhouse gas.
But that's going to be less then, correct?
What?
It's going to be less, significantly less, right?
Okay, yeah, but it'd still make an impact.
Sure.
And our goal is to be no impact, right?
Yeah, in the
or
long
minimal
run.
impact.
Yeah, in the long run.
So I think funding only wind farms is the solution.
Okay. Well, we can't just do it through wind. That's just not something we can rely on. It's not just wind. There's tidal. There are other forms of renewable energy. Also.
Yeah, tidal. The ones with the
You're
waves.
gonna make me go crazy.
Idea.
You're gonna make me go crazy because none of this is relevant to the topic. Love to
It's
have this
completely
conversation.
relevant.
No, it's not. I'm about to kick you because you're being
relevant. First, you try to deny albedo, saying that somehow blacks.
I will kick you if you don't address the topic. Okay? Address the topic or I'm going to kick you. Okay? Why do you support Trump given that you care about the environment?
Because he removed funding for solar farms.
How do you feel about him saying windmills are causing whales to die and never seen before?
I think I've already said that if you're pulling up personal quotes and not policy, I can't win that debate. Like, you just can't win that.
We can reference the policy. He defunded the Inflation Reduction Act.
Which
he has no policy. You said you agreed. Wait, you agreed he had no policy.
Which is better than the policy that Biden, Harris, and Kamala had.
That's just not true, Kamala Harris. And then also, if you want to reference solar, you have no evidence indicating that solar is increasing the global temperatures. I would love for you to provide evidence that it's increasing the global temperatures, especially in comparison to the other fossil fuel production that we have. So saying that no policy as it relates to renewable energy would be preferable to the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay, so the goal with the Inflation Reduction Act was to shift from gas and oil, right, over to solar and renewable energy, correct?
To a greater extent.
We have that down. Yeah. So I still don't understand where I'm missing the memo that black surfaces absorb more heat and release it into the atmosphere. Like that's it's simply fact. Now we can debate whether or not that has a huge effect on the environment, but I believe so. I honestly could not find a single other scientific study because I don't think this is a big enough opinion and I think it should be talked about more. That the only true source I have right now is that scientists believe the shrinking of Antarctica relative to the ocean, that difference
Antarctica
in color
is a lot larger of an area.
Well, yeah. So my first site for how large we would need the solar panels to be in America is Idaho, and then the rest of the world would probably be a lot more Idahos, right? That probably would come pretty not. It would be a pretty big land mass of just solar panels. I'd have to.
So unless you have any source indicating that there is going to be more increase in global temperatures due to the Inflation Reduction Act.
Do you have a source saying that solar panels aren't black? Because that doesn't make any sense. I'm sure you can find sources that say
you're gonna make me throw my head through the fucking wall, okay? You have no source for your position. You have no evidence for your position. You're just saying, are you trolling me?
Albedo is my source, and you haven't disproved it. And I know you looked it up on Google.
Yeah, if you look it up on Google, it says that it's a common misconception. Okay. That's what it says, okay? And specifically, if you want to talk about the albedo, again, that's not saying that there isn't any effect of that, but it's a common misconception that it has some great impact on the Earth, okay?
I agree with you, not currently, but
and they reduce our reliance on other fossil fuels, which are a greater negative impact to greenhouse gas emissions.
So I think I gotta go pretty soon, but I think I'm gonna just say something I think we can agree on. Is instead of solar fields,
dude, you're gonna make me throw my head again. It's actually so frustrating talking to you because you are not answering my questions at all. Okay, respond to what I have to say or get the fuck off my stream. I'm sick of this bullshit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He left. He was totally trolling. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I actually just have a question because
Hey, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria. Everyone, if you have a question, there are plenty of other ways you can ask me questions. Joining the stream is not the way to do it. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
Actually, it's older than 30.
Okay. Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I believe the economy is moving in the right direction.
In what way?
We're getting more the tariffs.
What? Okay, what is a tariff?
What is a tariff?
Yeah.
Was that a question? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
What is a tariff? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tax on imported goods.
Okay. And who pays that tax?
Well, eventually the end consumer.
Okay. So Americans. So it disproportionately negatively impacts low and middle income individuals. Why do you support it given that that's true?
It was very high as far as exporting goods to other countries, and very low for countries importing goods.
What?
Tariffs. Into Europe, it was like 200% or 150% tariff. And coming into America, it was like 10% or something. They were killing us. I'm sorry.
Are you saying you want to increase domestic manufacturing? Is that your view?
Do I want to what?
Are you saying that you want to increase domestic manufacturing?
That would be correct.
Okay, well, how do you feel that domestic manufacturing has declined since Trump got in office?
I don't think it has.
Do you want me to show you a source?
Sure.
Okay. Look up U.S. manufacturing investment FRED. You click on real private fixed manufacturing investment, and then this comes up.
Can't really
I
see
understand.
that.
I understand. I'm doing this real quick. Okay. Do you see it now?
Yeah, I'm seeing a graph. So what? Let me see that.
Yeah. So you see here, this is when
Okay,
Trump
so
gets in
what's
office.
Okay.
His first term. This is when he leaves office.
Mhm.
So it decreased. This is when Biden gets in office. This is when Biden leaves office. And then this is Trump since he got in office. It's declined.
Okay, so he's been in office for 8 months.
And it's
Correct.
declined. For the first 2 quarters, it's declined.
So it's only been 8 months. And let's see. Then, of course, we have the complete shutdown of the border, which I don't think you can dispute that.
So why are we pivoting?
Because I decided to pivot, and there's a complete shutdown of illegal immigration to the southern border. Would you agree?
Can you name one way where mass deportation is beneficial to our society?
I didn't say deportation. I said a shutdown in importation of illegal immigrants.
Okay. Well, undocumented immigrants are still coming to the country. I actually think it's worse for the country for us to have less immigration because it is the case that it lowers tax revenues, it lowers the GDP, plenty of different things that are negatively impactful towards our economy.
Yeah, well, the city of Chicago has spent $3 billion housing illegal immigrants.
This is asylum seekers, and that was specifically for that's states' rights, and those are legal immigrants.
No, those are illegal immigrants.
Can you give me a source?
Look, there's zero immigration. Look at the border crossings. There's zero border crossings.
It's not zero.
Okay, there's maybe 500 a day. Maybe.
Okay, you saying maybe is not a source.
It's not a source. However, when Dementia Joe was in office,
He doesn't have dementia.
10,000 a day.
Do you have any evidence that he has dementia?
Okay, Alzheimer's Joe.
Do you have any evidence that he has Alzheimer's?
My mother had Alzheimer's.
Yeah, my grandmother had
Died.
dementia and died because of it. So please explain to me how it's comparable.
How is it comparable?
Yeah.
He couldn't speak. He couldn't talk.
He could. He could.
Couldn't walk.
He can walk.
Couldn't. Oh my. Okay, so where are we going with this, man?
So, like, I wouldn't dispute that there was cognitive decline comparative to, like, him being previously, like, being in office. Like, obviously, as you age specifically, things like this can happen. That doesn't mean he has dementia or Alzheimer's. You seemingly don't know how to qualify that to be true. So, you're not a medical professional, so you're not qualified in making that determination. No medical
How
professionals.
do you know I'm not a medical professional?
Because of what you've said on the stream so far.
Well,
medical professionals wouldn't just claim that he has dementia for no reason.
That's not true.
Okay, can you explain to me what medical professional you are?
No, I'm not going to do that.
So you're not a medical professional?
No, I decline to do that.
Okay, well then I'll ask you as a medical professional. Can you tell me what VAERS stands for?
Well, walking upstairs and falling down 3 times is...
Can you tell me what VAERS stands for as a medical professional?
No, I can't.
Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. That's what VAERS is. Can you tell me as a medical professional what you're going to... actually, I'll just ask you this. As a medical... Can you just admit you're not a medical professional?
Sure.
Okay. Then why'd you do that? I assumed you're not a medical professional because you're not.
Are you a medical professional?
Nope.
Okay. So I guess we're on the same territory here.
Yeah, and I said we look at the medical professionals. None of them have indicated that he has dementia or Alzheimer's. Therefore, we have no reason to believe it.
What do you think he has?
Cancer.
Aside from cancer?
I'm not sure.
He's a strange bird, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
How do you feel about unemployment increasing since Trump has announced Liberation Day tariffs?
I'm not happy with it.
How do you feel about inflation increasing since Trump announced tariffs?
Not completely happy with it, but I would rather see numbers change on an asset sheet than bodies that are blood spilling on turf in the dirt.
What? What are you talking about?
Ukraine.
Okay.
I'd rather see
Are you
more
saying
tariff.
Trump isn't leading to that happening less? He got rid of the funding for Ukraine, which gave Russia and Putin more power over the region, and then he proceeded to then fund them again.
I think there is some there's something going on there, and I'm not sure. I don't know how we end this, to be honest with you, between Russia and Ukraine. I don't know. I think it'll have to be an inside job in Russia, not Ukraine, for Putin. I don't know what you think, but that's what I think. It's it's brutal. I think it should end.
Okay. Can you name how Trump's better?
I think it's just more robust and
What do you mean by more robust?
it's a stronger position that we seem to have now.
Nope, we actually have a weaker position in defense of Ukraine.
And
Why, oh,
how
why?
is
Thank you for
that?
the $5. Ray with the $4.20. Thank you. Bard, I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Mayra, thank you for Myra, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you for the membership subscription. BSB, thank you. Saray, thank you for the $20. I am feeling a little bit better. I still do feel weird though. Like my stomach kind of hurts. I can't really eat, and my throat still hurts a little bit, and I'm what's it called? Sinuses are congested. But yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I'll probably be on for another hour or so, everyone. I don't know if I'll be able to do any more than that. But yeah, continue what we were saying.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm not sure how it's gonna wrap up, or if it can wrap up in Ukraine. It's not good. It's just not good.
Okay, could you name like an economic policy of Trump's you like?
Tax cuts.
What? Can you name a provision within the tax cuts you like?
No, just tax cuts.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Zeph, thank you so much. I really appreciate the subscription. Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Oh, why so? What's your birth year? Can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, by the way.
Huh?
I couldn't hear you when you swipe out of the app. What's your birth year?
99.
And how old are you again? Sorry.
26.
Okay. And what month were you born?
March.
For sure. What state do you live in?
Pardon?
What state do you live in?
State? New Mexico.
What time is it?
About 6:38.
Okay. Can you name 3 cities in New Mexico?
Island Albuquerque.
You said what?
Albuquerque?
That's one.
Yeah, that's where I live, bruv.
Can you name 2 others?
Nah.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, bro.
How old are you?
Yo, bro.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Trump?
Most of the time.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would vote for Trump again.
Okay, why so?
Why so? Better trajectory.
Okay, in what way?
In what way? So, I actually wanted to play a game with you if you're willing.
Nah.
It's called.
What's the reason why you think it's a better trajectory for Trump?
Why it's a better trajectory?
Uh-huh.
The direction for the country in general.
Yeah.
You've seen the culture shift.
It's been worse, yeah. So what tells you it's been better in terms of the culture?
What's better?
Mm-hmm.
Well, calling people out.
Calling people out? What?
Yeah, people
You
like
guys
you.
are less likely to... So what do you mean calling me out, you mean?
So people like you.
Okay, what do you mean? Be specific.
Be specific. So that was a game that I wanted to play. It's what's more likely. That you are disingenuous about what you say, or the truth is more likely.
What does that even mean? I'm not disingenuous?
So I saw earlier on your live, you had a little breakdown about your grandmother with dementia, and I'm sorry about that, you know, that people experience trauma. But I couldn't
How does this
help
make me disingenuous?
because you acted like a toddler as far as your emotional response to something that was unrelated to your grandmother, and then attacked the person saying that they were insulting you and your grandmother to try to prove your point.
Wait,
and
they were
draw on
saying that Joe
heartstrings.
Biden has dementia, and I'm saying that type of stuff is sick because it is the case that my grandma died of dementia, and I know the set of circumstances that exist when dealing with someone, a part of your family that has dementia, and to specifically say that people have dementia just because you say that they have cognitive decline is incredibly harmful. That's what I said. And me having an emotional response when my family member died makes sense. So what do you mean a toddler?
You were unable to regulate yourself.
Wait, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to be able to regulate myself when I have a family member that died? In what way should I
I mean, you are
regulate
an adult,
myself?
right?
And wait, no. In what way should I have regulated myself differently?
You got extremely defensive and irrational
How was I irrational?
with your response.
How was I irrational with my response? I think it's completely
You tried
rational
to-
to respond the way that I did.
You tried to equate them saying that Joe Biden had dementia with personally attacking you. That's irrational.
No, I never said it was
And then-
personally
and
attacking
then
me.
you
What
drew
I
on
said is
everybody's
what I
heartstrings
said that it's
to do
no. What I
that.
said is that it's harmful for them to do that, and it's harmful specifically to those that have dementia and to family members that are dealing with circumstances where their family member has dementia and they die in front of them while they're still there. That's what I think
While
is the
that
issue.
is a horrible thing, it didn't really have anything to do with
It
Joe
did.
Biden's cognitive decline.
Wait, it did because they were saying that he has dementia, and I was saying that's not true. There's no evidence of that.
So what would you call it?
Cognitive decline?
Yeah, I mean, has
That's not
anybody
the
looked
same as
into
dementia.
it?
Do you understand that there's a distinction between dementia and cognitive decline, right?
Sure, there are many forms of cognitive decline.
Yeah, for sure. So, like, do you understand that that's a reasonable way for me to respond, especially given that, like, it's harmful to people in my life that have died?
No, exactly. That's the connection that you're making right there, that you're trying to feel personally attacked and then play the victim card and then upplay it to draw on emotional responses from others. That's why you're being
No,
disingenuous.
me talking about my anecdotal experience specifically with people in my life that have dealt with dementia. Right?
It's
And
manipulative.
no, how is it manipulative for me to talk about an experience that affected me on a personal level?
Because you're exaggerating your response on purpose.
How am I exaggerating? That's my actual actually, if anything, I'm under exaggerating my response. I'm serious. If anything, I'm under exaggerating my response. I don't show all of my emotions on the stream because it is the case that people like you exist. Where you say, like, I'm being disingenuous because I have emotions. Also, this is incredibly harmful for in a society, you just say that men expressing their emotions, right, aren't, like, legitimately expressing their emotions if they do. right? That's also harmful because then you're not creating a space where people, especially men, can express their emotions in a healthy way. What I was doing was completely healthy, right? It was completely rational. It was completely reasonable, specifically to respond to someone who is trying to utilize dementia as a mechanism to attack someone when it is the case that they have not been diagnosed with dementia. When I've had family members that have died because of dementia.
I'm not defending what she said about Joe Biden. I'm just.
You said it was irrational for me to respond the way that I did.
It was irrational for you to respond the way you did.
And you have yet to explicitly say how I was irrational for doing that, because I explained exactly how it wasn't irrational based upon what you've already said.
You tried to equate it to a personal attack to you.
I already clarified multiple times. I wasn't taking it as a personal attack to me. I was showing my experience with my family members where it makes no sense to specifically prescribe that because it's harmful to those in my life.
So you're unable to discern others from yourself?
What? That's not me not being able to discern others for myself. That's me just saying that, like, I'm impacted by this. This is the very way that someone could view this. I'm sorry. Could you ever explain, like, if someone specifically was, like, trying to make fun of someone, right, for a certain reason, could it make sense to bring up someone in your life that is affected by that as a manner as to why you could, like, humanize the situation? Like, in that circumstance, I'm humanizing my grandmother that died because of dementia, because when people are specifically utilizing dementia as an insult against Joe Biden, that is dehumanizing. So I'm humanizing.
Wasn't insulting him.
It was. She was, totally. She was saying that he has dementia as an insult. We can go back and play it.
I don't think she was. She seemed when you asked her.
If you think that she was saying it as an insult, type 3 in the comment section.
I don't think she was using it as an insult. She was.
Well, then you're just denying reality. I'm sorry, you're denying reality.
No,
we can. I experienced this. Right, you can literally go back into the VOD and you can watch it. Do you want me to play it on the stream?
I watched it. I remember. If you want to play it for other people, you can.
Well, clearly you don't remember very well because you just said that she was not saying it as an insult when she was. She was saying as a means to dispute him being a good president or being able to support him. Right, that's obviously an insult. Can you define insult?
And though she may not have substantiated her case,
can you define insult?
Dementia. Insult? You would be trying to harm somebody with words. I don't think she was trying to harm him.
Really? She wasn't trying to harm his prospects for president by saying he has dementia?
Discredit his ability for sure, and then
that's
maybe
harm.
she used
Discredit
the
is
wrong
harm.
medical term because she wasn't educated.
That's an
enough
insult.
To do
You just explained how it was an insult. So I think the one being irrational is you right now, especially because you can't empathize, right, or have any compassion for people that are dealing with situations where it is the case that their family members, right, are specifically, right, have died of dementia, and it is the case that in those contexts, right, they are harmed by other people that insult others by utilizing or saying that they have dementia when it's clear that they don't have dementia, when there's no basis medically speaking for them to be said that they have dementia.
So what
That's
was
irrational.
It then? How come nobody ever looked into his cognitive decline, and who was running the country?
People did look into his cognitive decline. And by the way, I called for him to drop out of the position of presidency and for running for president when he was still running.
You did?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Got a clip of that?
Yeah, you can go back into my VODs. Plus, there are people in my live stream that remember me doing it.
I would love to see that.
Go ahead. You can even go back to my videos. I have videos where I talk about it. I even debated people who were on the left at that time about how he should step down. I debated people who were liberals about that on TikTok.
How far into his running?
Well, I did this. I even said that he shouldn't be the candidate from 2020. All right. Like I was saying that like he wasn't good to be the candidate. I was also saying that he shouldn't run in 2024 the entirety of the time that he was running. But I said that he was preferable to Trump.
Well, I don't know how you could take that stance if you knew what you were promoting then. Because it wouldn't be him doing the job, right? Or at least part of the time.
It is him doing the job, but I mean, I do think that he would be a better candidate even today. I would take Joe Biden right now over Donald Trump right now.
I mean, isn't that the whole point of questioning his ability to take office and run and hold office and make decisions?
How come you didn't do that when comparing Trump and Harris? Because Harris clearly is way more cognitively aware than Donald Trump. Donald Trump has gone through vast cognitive decline.
Evidence?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
mainstream media yesterday.
Nickel Fox News Channel. Mr. President, is there an expected time frame that detainees will spend here, days, weeks, months? And does that have anything to do with the immigration judges you just spoke about being trained and staffed here?
When you say, what was the first part of your question?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here, days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at Alligator
I'm going to spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I want to, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. You know, my vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida. You know, pay a lot of tax, and a lot of people move from New York, and I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of people moved to Florida from New York, and it was for a lot of reasons.
What was the question?
That's not the first time a politician has ever
what was the question?
Or moved off of.
Do you remember what the question was?
Yeah, it was how many days, weeks, or months someone was spending, and I'm assuming they're talking about Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah, and he had no response to that. Do you want me to play others? He also said
probably
windmills
didn't
are
have
causing whales to
the-
die in numbers never seen before. I can play the clip of him talking about the shark in the battery.
No, I have not heard that one.
All right, we'll play it right now. In the meantime, while this ad plays, Tegan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Brad with the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Christina, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Libby with the $50. Get some W's for Libby in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know, right? Can we get some W's for Libby in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Seriously, Libby, I really appreciate it. As well as Leslie, thank you for the $5. And Bard, thank you so much for the $10.
You don't have any
Last for a
clips of
very short
Kamala.
period of time.
Kamala.
So I said,
No.
let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too. A lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here, do I get electrocuted if the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking? Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, you know, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark.
Can you tell me what he means here?
Who the hell knows?
No one knows. So, like, that's another example. Would you like me to provide even more?
No, I think that sufficiently covers an 80-year-old Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm. So, you wouldn't be able to provide anything of Kamala Harris that is at all comparable. So then why don't you talk about this in relation to the conversation about who's going to be the candidate when it was Harris versus Trump? But everyone was talking about this when it was Biden versus Trump.
It really was an ideological choice, right? Where did you want the country to go, regardless of the candidate?
Okay, so it's ideology. It's nothing to do with cognitive awareness. So then why did you bring that up specifically with Joe Biden? It was ideology, and not cognitive awareness that we were voting on.
Have you ever seen an 80-year-old ramble? I have.
I just did.
So, right. So I'm sure there are many
By the way,
more.
my
It doesn't-
grandma is older than Trump and wouldn't ramble like that.
Not the one with dementia.
Nope. She's dead. I already told you she's dead. Why would you think that I'm referencing my grandma that's dead? That makes no sense.
I don't know if it was past or current, but yeah, 80-year-olds ramble. I mean, that's still no excuse for not choosing the correct ideology for the country. And the main difference between him and Biden is that Biden couldn't even put, sentences together without a teleprompter
Yeah, you could.
to remind him what he was saying.
He could put sentences together. He did.
He addressed people wrong. I mean, like I could go on and on and on. And it was far more severe than any case you could make against Trump in that aspect. And I'm not saying I'm condoning it,
But you
the
don't
difference
care.
is stark. Because it's not comparable.
And it's not indicative to demonstrated dementia, right? Do you think he doesn't have dementia?
Trump?
Biden.
I'm not a medical professional in order to diagnose that.
So would you say it's irrational to make a claim that he has dementia without any reason or any medical professionals indicating that to be true?
I mean, do people know the general idea of dementia and they could make a, assumption based on what they assume to be some of the symptomatic, signs of dementia? I mean, uninformed, yes. Egregious, no. That's what my point was, is that I don't think she was trying to insult him. And though she may have used the wrong medical terminology and it may have offended you.
Wait, no, she was explicitly trying to do that. We clarified multiple times.
That she was being offensive on purpose.
Yes.
Or she was just trying to discredit him. Which one was it?
Wait, but that is her being offensive on purpose, is just trying to discredit him by saying he has dementia when there's no basis of him having dementia.
Someone trying to be offensive and then discredit someone are two different things.
I'm saying that is an example of her being, her doing that. That's where both are true.
I don't think both are true.
What makes you think
I think
that?
one is true. I don't think she was being malicious.
Okay. Then what was she doing then?
I think she was trying to make her point that his cognitive decline should have come into question to do his job, which it absolutely should have. Which I think that the majority
Wait, no,
of
she didn't say cognitive decline. She said specifically dementia. I clarified.
Right.
I can acknowledge that there's cognitive decline, but there's no basis for saying dementia. And then she kept doubling down on it, tripling down, quadrupling down on it. Do you want me to play back the audio?
I'm not defending her using the term dementia because she may have been uninformed.
So then that was irrational, and it was a totally rational response for me to respond to that and be like, that's fucked up and bad and harmful, especially because that harms people that I know in my life that have been impacted by this.
You could have dismissed it just as easily and been like, are you sure you're using the right medical terminology? She would have been like, I don't know.
Wait, that's exactly what I did. If you watched, that's exactly what I did. I didn't first start off just yelling or anything. That's ridiculous.
She did claim that she knew dementia. She also said when you questioned what she did for a living that she was in the healthcare space. So
she wasn't
I
in the
don't
healthcare
know.
space.
She wouldn't say.
No, she was lying.
I don't know. That's hard to tell.
No, it's not.
She did accuse you of having minions that dox people, though. She didn't understand the term.
Yeah, minions that hack people.
Yes, that's what she said. Is hack people. Yeah.
Yeah. So she wasn't trying to be insulting at all, even though she was saying that I'm horrible because I have minions that hack people. Dude, this is crazy. Why did you decide to come on my live stream and defend this? This is unhinged.
You wanted to know why I supported Trump?
Yeah, and you said because I get called out. Why? Because I had a reasonable response in the circumstance
It's
in which
because of people like you and your ideology, and I feel like you're disingenuous.
Then what about then how am I disingenuous? Because the example you provided was not me being disingenuous.
Like I said, you want me to put it point blank for you?
Explain to me how I was being disingenuous by doing that. How do you know that wasn't my intention?
I think.
Wait. Are you saying that you can assume people's intentions?
If they're blatant.
Like what her intention was in terms of insulting me?
Insulting you or Joe Biden?
Or not me. Insulting specifically Joe Biden and my grandmother.
I don't think she was insulting your grandmother whatsoever.
I
I
think she
definitely
was.
think she was trying to insult you.
I think when you say that people have dementia without reason, you are insulting people with dementia. I think you are.
It may be offensive. I don't
Because
think
because
that
she was
her
trying
intent.
to use it as an offensive insult. If you're using dementia as an offensive insult, that is harmful to people who have dementia. And especially family members, right, of those specifically who have family members who have dementia. Right? That is incredibly harmful. And that's why I want to acknowledge this. I'm not going to do the whole thing where I could say, "Oh, Trump could also have dementia." Right? I don't like that argument because I don't like running this argument at all because it's harmful. But I could do the same thing. The very basis that people say for Biden having dementia could be applicable to Trump. That's how
even
absurd
close.
it is. Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Not even close. Not even close to comparable.
Really? Okay, you think it's not comparable? I just played you multiple clips. That was totally comparable.
Dude, pull a clip for fairness then of Biden at his worst. At one of the many dozens of instances. Like if you're going to
we
play
can
devil's
play the
advocate
clip of him saying that we beat Medicaid, right? Or beat Medicare, right? I can give you examples of him specifically misremembering things, right? Or missaying things. That's not at all saying that Donald Trump doesn't have comparable cognitive decline. Because again, what Donald Trump said was actually insane. You're giving an example of Joe Biden mistakenly saying something, whereas we're saying Donald Trump actually thought that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Actually thinks that the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Actually thinks that the analogy he brought up in terms of the electrocution and the sharks, the battery and the shark, was reasonable to bring up. None of that was reasonable. Joe Biden after would be able to acknowledge and be like, yeah, what I said there didn't make sense. I mistakenly said that. But Donald Trump
Like one or
actually
two
believed
times.
that insane lunacy.
out of dozens of times. That's not comparable too. You're attacking someone's belief about subject matter versus their inability to remember and connect the dots between two things or multiple things.
Well, Joe Biden has a stutter. He genuinely has a stutter. And as you age, it becomes harder to deal with your stutter. Whereas Donald Trump was believing in insane shit. Yeah, it's not comparable. Trump is worse. Literally, because Trump actually believed the crazy shit he was saying.
He might.
No, he did. He did actually believe the crazy shit he was saying. Biden mistakenly said it, right? Or it was harder for him to deal with his stutter because he's older. That's not at all comparable to Donald Trump's true cognitive decline. What's up? You were saying?
Oh no, go ahead. Want to get some tea or something?
Water.
With a spoon? Gotcha. I heard the steal. Wouldn't have guessed that though. Saving the planet. Anyway, I'm actually just impressed that you brought me up on your live with 4.7 thousand people in it. I got to give it to you. You really draw an audience, though you gaslight the hell out of people.
I have named one time I gaslit people.
Dude, all the time. It's just
Give me
part of
one
your
example.
personality. One example? God, man, just what you advocate for.
You can't give me an example?
You try to sell again the whole the Biden thing. Like, why did nobody look into that while he was in office? I know you advocated for
I did
not to run, but what you advocated that saying, hey, you know what, something's wrong here. We need to investigate this, and he should potentially step down as president.
Yep.
While he was holding office.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, so I like how the example you tried to bring up of me gaslighting was actually an example of something that I actually said myself, and I wasn't gaslighting. So give me one example of me gaslighting, because it seems like you're just saying that because either one, you're jealous of the circumstance I'm in to be able to influence so many people in a positive light, or two, it's because you have no arguments, and this is all you can point to.
No, it was just what was topic of conversation. I mean, like if I had more time to go back and review some of your content.
No, you just said that. Then why are you saying it on the stream? That I'm gaslighting people without any reason to say that I'm gaslighting people. Or saying that I'm
'Cause
disingenuous without any reason to say that I'm disingenuous.
I was going to say before, like, you were being disingenuous with that reaction.
I wasn't.
You
That
know-
was, if anything, I was underdoing my reaction.
You know when people like stand on dead people to make a point and pull heartstrings to draw compassion and empathy for their point?
Me drawing compassion and empathy to say that you shouldn't say that people have dementia when they don't have dementia is not irrational. It's not wrong for me to do. And it's also not disingenuous. How is this disingenuous? To get people to be compassionate? Like, that's not disingenuous. Can you tell me what it means to be disingenuous?
Yeah, it's when you're conflicting your stance.
No. So when you're saying disingenuous, you mean that I'm dishonestly holding a particular position in order to try to make you look bad or try to make someone look bad or something like that. I wasn't dishonestly holding any position. You're essentially
Correct.
saying that I'm a grifter, okay? Like, there's no
Okay.
basis for this. Like, literally at all. There's a way better basis for saying that Donald Trump's a grifter and that Donald Trump's dishonest. Like, for example, with his Christian beliefs, where he said that he never asked God for forgiveness, but then utilizes Christianity to get votes of people.
I think that is probably just something that side caters to, honestly.
So, yeah, so he's just a grifter. He's dishonest. So then we should call out people who are dishonest, so you should call out the person you voted for.
So Kamala having an accent when she was talking in one of the
That's
southern
not
states
dishonest.
was not grifting. That's not
Codes,
grifting.
do you know what code switching
No.
is?
Codes. Oh, so we'll just call it something different, right?
No, it's just
And
you
then
don't know
it's
what code.
okay?
If you don't know what code switching is, that's totally fine. You can
No,
just say you don't
I'm
know what
aware.
it is. Then what
I'm
is code
aware
switching?
what it is.
What is code switching?
Well, I'm in sales, so it's when you align more with the audience that you're talking to, right? But and obviously it's a proven tactic to work, but is it honest?
I have a
Switching
question.
Has nothing to do with.
Yeah, go ahead, Santa.
No, you got it, Parker. Sorry.
No, you go for it.
I was just gonna say code switching for Black people has nothing to do with sales. Like if you say that you're quote unquote code switch, first of all, that's not code switching. As a white man, you can't code switch. You can mask, right? There's a difference, but code switching for Black people specifically derived as a survival tactic in order to be able to move through a racist, discriminatory world and be accepted and not looked at as lesser than. So there's a huge difference between code switching and masking.
Yeah, and the way that you're using the term and the way that you were using code switching is also applicable to like when we talk to like babies, right? You change your voice when you talk to babies, or like when you speak a different language, right? You use a different accent when speaking the language. Like when you speak Spanish, do you say it in like the most American accent you could possibly find? No.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that.
What?
Disagree
Okay.
on what?
On what point?
On what point you don't
Yeah.
think that she was pandering to the audience?
Wait, no, answer my question. Do you specifically, when you speak a different language, do you change the way that you speak at all?
You can.
Okay, so based upon your way of using code switching, right, you're saying that you code switch and it's totally okay?
It actually depends if you're trying to sell something or not, in my opinion.
Well, Kamala Harris wasn't
sales
selling
is
anything.
not code switching. And again,
He wasn't
as a
speaking a
white
different
man,
language, so I don't
hey,
even think that's
Captain, as a
comparable.
white man, you can't code switch. You don't know what code switching is. Like literally, that's masking. You're trying to portray yourself as more acceptable in some certain way, but that's different because you don't have to code switch, because as a white man in America, you will never have to actually fit into any room. You're just accepted into the rooms that you walk into.
So
There's
you're
a
telling
difference.
me that there's no difference between code switching and masking except
No,
for the
I'm
color
telling
of
you
your
there
skin?
is a difference between code
Yeah,
switching
the difference
and
is the
masking.
color of your skin.
Correct. Absolutely.
Is that
And
not
to
inherently
be more
racist?
specific, your race. Hey, did you hear what I said? What the reason was for code switching?
I
Did
find
you
it
take
weird
that
that
in
you're
at all?
using two different terminologies,
Sure,
and
but
they're
did you
only
take in the
dictated by
reason why I
merit.
said you code switch?
Yeah, I heard. Is that applicable in society now?
Yes,
How?
because racism still exists.
Racism does exist. Yes, it does.
and someone who code switches on a daily basis, someone who is a beneficiary of colorism, someone who quite literally is often in certain rooms where and I've been this way for pretty much all my life, been afforded to be in a room where I'm the only black representation in the room. I definitely, one, know what code switching is, and two, understand how it's beneficial, because having certain conversations and other people thinking that you're less than or thinking you're stupid just because you sound different, that's what this is. That's why we face this. That's the reason.
I'd like to know what other people's reactions are to that, honestly.
Sure. Go ask a black person. Try that one. Go talk to your friendly neighborhood black person.
I have a few of them.
Sure. Go talk to them about it. See if they'll give you game.
I am genuinely going to ask them because I really want to know. I really want to know.
You know, be careful how you ask.
Yeah, so can we get to the point where Donald Trump's actually dishonest and you trying to come up on my stream saying that you have a culture where you're able to call out people who are dishonest, saying that I'm dishonest is crazy when you're not calling out Donald Trump?
Dude, all politicians are dishonest to some degree. But to my main point, it's what ideology for the country would you rather have?
So then, what ideology are you referencing? Because you just said that calling out people who are dishonest, but apparently you don't care to call out people who are dishonest then.
No, it's true. It's true. But
Parker's a grifter, but I can't tell you why he's a grifter. He just is. He's just a grifter.
dude, if I had a computer in front of me in order to pull up audio like you do, have a soundboard in front of you, I could.
I don't have a soundboard. Haley, thank you for the $5. Joy with the $2. Thank you. Love you with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sammy with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Brad with the $5. Again, thank you. I really appreciate it. Good to W's for them in the comment section. Timothy with $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Timothy in the comment section right now for keeping the good work, Parker. Thank you so much, Timothy. I really appreciate it. Anna, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. Can we get some W's for Anna in the comment section right now? My condolences to you. Absolutely. Lori, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. Go ahead.
So,
hey, real quick, I'm sorry, we're gonna move back and go back to what Parker said, but I just have to call this out. W's in the chat for Darius, who sent a $5 donation, and I'm not even gonna read what he said. I'm just gonna, hey, Captain, have you ever told someone that has anyone ever told you sound black?
No.
Okay.
Why?
Because that's not a thing. Literally, I've had people tell me before, you sound white, right? Speaking directly to the dialect that I use, again, while I'm code switching, because it's a thing, right? And so the reason why I bring that up, and again, Darius, thank you for the $5, but like he brings that up, and that's a great point. It's a way for black people to blend in where white people never, ever, ever, ever have to worry about that. But anyway, back to the point. You were saying that Parker's disingenuous, but you've shown yourself to be super disingenuous because you can't actually bring anything to the table that he does. And even his appeal to emotion. And I would say it's brave for him to, put himself on Front Street and share his experience with his grandmother, because, there's 4.8 thousand people hanging out here right now. And there's bad faith actors like yourself who try to weaponize him actually sharing any personal experiences. So for you to call that disingenuous, well, first and foremost, you're wrong. But secondly, that's just disingenuous. You came up here because you thought you had something on Parker, and he's dog walked you this entire time.
There's the
and now you're
gaslighting
just
right there.
sputtering. You're just sputtering.
There was no gaslighting. He just said the facts. And also, Levy, thank you for the $2. And by the way, anyone in the comment section that is saying like black people need to get a grip and that they're quote unquote too used to being ghetto need to shut the fuck up and get banned. Anyone is saying that in the comment section is fucking gross. It's actually fucking gross. Anyone saying that needs to get fucking banned. That's disgusting.
That's wild.
That's fucking wild. Yeah. And go for it, Captain America.
And Parker, to be specific, this is the type of culture that Donald Trump has bred. Right? Like,
yeah.
People are comfortable with saying and doing these things because of Donald Trump.
Exactly. And that's the culture that he was saying was so much better, because we get to call out disingenuous actors when you don't call out Donald Trump, who's a disingenuous actor.
So there was no problem with immigration as well. There was no problem.
What type
with
of
the
pivot?
economy.
What?
There was no problem. I mean, like, you wanted ideology.
pivot, Batman.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it then. Like, what about immigration? Can you name one way in which immigration is harmful to our society?
I don't know. Look at the UK right now.
What about the UK?
What about the UK?
Yeah.
I don't know. All of their elected officials are not from that country.
That's not true. Can you give me a single source indicating that? And also, why would that be wrong?
Just go look up all of the elections.
Also, can you name one elected official in the UK?
No.
Exactly.
That's so hilarious, dude. You just said,
pull it
can
up
you
on
look at the
Google.
UK? And actually, in the UK, 16.8% of representatives, right, are foreign born.
16.8% of all elected officials. How about mayors?
That's elected officials, you idiot.
You would be including all elected officials. How about just the mayors? What percentage of just mayors?
I would have to go find that information.
Right.
Would you like to indicate any evidence that, they're like everyone in the everyone? Like, come on, bro.
Have you not watched the news?
I have watched the news. Apparently you haven't.
Riots, killings, everything going on.
Yeah, like by people that were pardoned by Donald Trump.
The number one name is Muhammad in the UK now?
That's the most common name in the world, but
yeah, literally.
Yeah, okay, and then divide that across countries that are not typically Muslim.
Wait, I'm sorry. What does that have to do? What's wrong with the most common name being Muhammad?
It's just not typical. It's an indicator to show the different.
What do you mean not typical?
sizes.
Apparently, wait. If it is the most common name, then it is typical. You idiot.
Don't.
What are you saying?
Again,
what are you
being
saying?
Disingenuous. Now
You're
being
disingenuous. You're saying it's not typical, but it's the most common name? What the fuck are you talking about? What type of insane bullshit is that?
Is it the most common name in Saudi Arabia, or is it the most common name in the UK?
The most common. You just said it was the most common name in the UK. That's what you just said.
Now it is, and what's the reason?
Wait, but you just said that it was bad because it's not typical, but then you just acknowledged that it was the most common name. So no names are typical in the UK?
You are, again, being disingenuous.
No, I'm not.
You're playing stupid. Like, you know exactly where I'm driving to.
And specifically, it's just boy's name, by the way.
Winding around.
It's just boy's name, by the way. Just clarifying.
Right.
And it's barely more than Noah. Like, come on.
But why is it even?
Because there's a lot of people named Mohammed. Like, what's the issue? Dude, only 16.8% of the UK is foreign born.
What culture?
Only
normally
16.8% of the UK is foreign
Muhammad?
born, and he has such an issue with that.
You want to play with like the demographics? Like, does the black culture in America name their kid Muhammad? Does the white culture in America name their kid Muhammad? Does
It would be
the Indian
Muslims
culture?
typically name
Right,
their kids
so
Muhammad.
that means you have to have a.
Wait,
and
I'm sorry. Do
also
you have an
black-
issue with Muslims
black
entering the
people-
country?
And I was just about to say, black people and white people can be Muslims. To Parker's point.
True.
What countries' origin? What color are they? That they're typically Muslim? Are they white countries?
What?
Are they Western countries?
Wait,
Are
dude,
Western countries?
wait,
typically
why does it
Muslim?
matter what their race is? What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's just a demographic, friend. Like, I wasn't making.
Why
an
does that
assertion.
matter to you, though?
But it's
What-
a
I'm
religion.
proving
You're
a
trying to
point.
drive to like a country of origin, but the thing is that people practice that religion all around the world. All around the world. And yeah, someone just tagged me with a great comment. I mean, Muhammad Ali. I mean, like, that's the
He
easiest
changed his
layup.
name. His actual name was Cassius Clay,
He did.
right?
He chose to be Muhammad Ali in America as a black man. Yes, Muhammad Ali. He chose Muhammad as a black man in America.
Because
So
his religion.
yeah, because of his religion. Exactly, bud.
He just proved our point.
Did I?
Yeah.
You literally
I proved
did.
the point.
Well, I'm sorry. I have a question. What's wrong with people who are Muslim coming to the country?
There's the ideological point. The U.S. is not a Muslim country.
No one said it is. And even if Muslims come to the
The
country, it doesn't
UK
make them a Muslim
Was
country.
not a Muslim country.
It's not a Muslim country currently, right? There are Muslims that live in the country, but to
Apparently
say
it
that
is
they're
now.
wait, it's also not a Christian country. Okay? It is a secular country. Okay?
Yep.
What are you talking about?
Oh, is it?
Yes.
It's secular.
Yes.
It's always been secular.
Yes.
Wait, just saying it hasn't always been secular doesn't change anything. And also the US is a secular
But
country.
the U.S. has always been secular. It was literally founded on being secular.
Mm-hmm. Separation of church and state.
They literally fled England because of religious persecution, and they wove it into the Constitution. To Parker's point.
I mean, tell me.
I have a question. Would you be
why-
okay with white Muslims coming to our country?
I don't have a problem with any Muslims. Doesn't matter what color they are.
Then why were you saying it was an issue that the UK's #1 ranked name for boys was Muhammad?
It has to do with cultural homogeneity.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you want cultural homogeny?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what is cultural homogeny?
It's when members of a culture in a society agree on the same core values, and Islam is
So like for example, like what are actually, let's ask him this question. What are America's core values?
America's core values?
Yeah.
Well, American culture has typically been a nation of Christians. It was founded by what, Protestants? Yes.
No, one of America's core values is being secular. Try again.
Yep.
Was it?
Again, even some of the founding fathers were atheists. So
show me a documentation that says America was founded as a secular nation.
Yeah, it's in the Constitution. It's in the Constitution. Separation of church and state. Actually, most of the founding fathers were deists.
Yeah, Parker, I don't think he's listening.
He's not.
I don't think that defends
We
your
literally
point.
just said that.
I don't think that defends your point whatsoever.
It does. Can you name
Separation of church and state does
now?
not
Name
mean
some of the core American values. I'm waiting.
Core American values?
Mm-hmm.
Just values that align with the founding members of society.
Such as?
Such as Western ideology.
Such as?
No.
Such as go look up all the differences between Western.
Wait, I'm asking you. What is it? Wait. You. What is it? Name these values.
How women are treated. What you do in a
Sexism. Got it.
Yeah. You want to talk
Classism.
about sexism in Islam? Okay.
Wait. America was founded on racism, sexism, and classism, and it was woven into the Constitution, and it still lives today. That's American values.
Okay.
Those
What's
are the
Sharia?
core-
What's Sharia law?
Wait, no one's disputing that we disagree with Islam. We disagree with Christianity and Islam, especially Christians that want to utilize Christianity in the context of our government to force us to act in accordance with Christianity. And we disagree with Christians doing it. We disagree with Muslims doing it. We disagree with any religion doing it because we believe in secularism. We believe in a secular society. So again, wait. Let me do this for you because apparently you don't know core American values in the United States. So I'll tell you, the rule of law, our Constitution, our democracy. Right? Those are 3 core American values. Donald Trump literally destroys every single one of those. He destroys the rule of law, he destroys our Constitution, and he destroys, right, the democratic processes. We could also reference our court system, right? Due process rights. We can reference plenty of things. Now, do you want to talk about any of those? Because all of those Donald Trump undermines.
You're deviating from the point, and the only thing you
No,
can
I'm
do
not. This is the exact point. You said core American values. These are core American values, and Donald Trump is undermining every single one of them.
Yeah, I think that you deviated from the point hard on that one. You took like a hard right.
That's not deviating. That's literally directly addressing the point. That's because you just don't want to address what I said. You're trying to act like I was pivoting or something when I directly addressed the point.
How did Donald Trump enter the equation?
Do you understand we're having a comparison? Why do you support Trump? Of which candidate you support? You said that Donald Trump's ideology is more in line with core American values. How does Donald Trump come into that conversation? Maybe because you said his ideology was better and it was more in relation to core American values. You're a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. This conversation, do you even remember what was happening?
Do you again know what like neighbors that agree with and don't agree with, like how they treat each other and what that does to a country? That was
Yeah, so are you saying in America we treat each other with compassion and dignity?
I think that if you go look up the statistic that Miami has the most cultural diversity and it is also has the least participation rate in volunteerism is indication.
Wait, correlation causation fallacy. You're just saying because two associated variables are correlated, that means that one caused the other?
No.
And also, where did you say that Miami has the highest level of diversity?
Go look it up.
Okay.
Actually, cite your source.
Yeah.
Go look it up.
Where? Look it up where? Give a direct source.
Go
Instead of
pick
us,
another city that it's
like
Miami.
us
I'm pretty
running
sure.
and chasing some like random.
It's New Jersey. Jersey
That
City
makes
in New
sense.
Jersey. Where'd you
Maybe
get
from a
that?
couple years ago. Maybe it was from a couple years ago.
That's why I said, what source? You want us
Um,
run in circle to find something.
Yeah, here's another source. It says Houston, Texas, #1, #2, Jersey City, #3, New York City, #4, Dallas, #5, Los Angeles, #6, Gaithersburg, Maryland, Silver Spring, Maryland, Arlington, Texas, Long Beach, California, and Chicago, Illinois. None of those are Florida, are Miami, Florida.
It must have been a couple years ago. I was looking at it then.
I'll
you
go back
must,
a few years. I don't see that at all.
You must have just pulled it out your bum bum.
Yep.
It still doesn't change.
It does.
If
It
that is
literally
not-
does. It literally does.
No, it
You
doesn't.
cited a fake source.
Okay, well,
Did
okay.
you think we weren't gonna fact check that? Did you think we were just gonna take it? He thought we were just gonna trust him, bro.
He did.
Holy
Maybe.
smokes.
I don't know. So I cited the wrong city. It still doesn't take away from the fact that cultural diversity and volunteerism and the way that societies get together.
Oh, can
and
you
get
give me
along
any evidence
is not
that
100%.
diversity leads to less volunteering?
Use your brain.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, please. Please, just trust me.
If you don't
Trust
have
me,
the same values as your
please.
neighbor, you're gonna get along with them as well.
Dude, I have way more values in common with immigrants immigrating to the country than MAGA. Not even fucking close.
You should leave.
I don't even know.
No,
my
you should
neighbors.
leave.
Why are they coming here to begin with?
You should leave. You should leave. MAGA should get the fuck out of the country. We don't want you here. We don't want MAGA in this country. You guys undermine our core American values, the rule of law, our democratic values, our court system, our constitution, right? You're racist,
Apparently there's
bigoted
more of
pieces
us
of
than you,
shit,
though.
right? Get the
Oh,
fuck out of the
see, y'all
country.
guys hate
MAGA
you,
needs
wow.
to get the fuck out of the country. Get the fuck out. I'm serious. I'm sick of this bullshit. You are making this country a worse place, and you sit here and you blame it on immigrants? You said that this country has less volunteering because of immigrants? No, it's because of MAGA. You guys are simultaneously advocating for 420,000 children to be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast, right, per
The
month.
hate will make you stronger,
2.5
Parker.
million people off of food stamps per month, and over 10 million people off their health insurance. And you're saying that for some reason, MAGA individuals are going to be more likely to volunteer than immigrants? You're fucking insane. You are literally the ones advocating for less compassion for your other Americans. You are literally the ones advocating to undermine our core American values, not immigrants. Immigrants are way more patriotic than MAGA by far, not even
And
fucking
the
close.
gaslighting.
No, that's not gaslighting. That's factual. I give
That's
you an
what
argument.
hate
Give me a
for now,
response.
Parker.
Wait, no, give me
Those
give
are the
me
true colors. I
no,
was
no,
waiting
gi-
for you to do that.
Wait, no,
Thank
give
you
me an
so
actual
much.
intellectual response
Have a
instead of just saying
great
I'm
night.
gaslighting. Give me an intellectual response. Did he leave?
He ran.
He fucking ran away. Instead of giving me an
ran.
intellectual response to it, he just fucking runs away. Wow.
He was waiting for you to do that so he could run. Oh my
What a fucking scaredy cat. What a runner. I'm serious though. I'm serious though. If he wants immigrants to get out of the country because he thinks that immigrants are making the country, right, like worse off in terms of volunteering and less in terms of our like core American values, well then he needs to get the fuck out of the country because he's literally supporting a guy who literally incited a violent insurrection to the Capitol, who called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, who said that he doesn't have to uphold due process rights in this country, who specifically literally passed an executive order recently that puts people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is a violation of the First Amendment according to the Supreme Court. Undermines our court system by undermining the 34 convicted felonies that he specifically has, the felonies he was convicted of, him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, the 60 plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election in 2020, him undermining the 2020 election results, getting over 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with no fucking evidence. That is antithetical to the core values of this country. And if you can't see that, well then you're a fucking idiot. And seriously, get the fuck out of the country. MAGA needs to get out. MAGA needs to get out. Based upon that same
Also,
argument.
he made being homeless a crime, so.
Literally. Literally. It's insane. Corin, thank you so much. We really appreciate the $10. Thank you for not being a grifter. Thank you so much. Katrina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Leslie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And apparently, one of the founding fathers said that we are not a Christian nation.
Yes.
Yeah,
They-
literally said, quote unquote, we are not a Christian nation.
Literally.
Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, I'm Ethiopian, Dominican, disabled, and volunteered 300 plus hours just in high school. Saray, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Use some W's for Stray in the comment section right now, as well as the $50. Thank you so much for working hard, even though you're not feeling well. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, Stray. Give me some W's for Stray in the comment section right now. Thank you. And you get some people to think, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Milwaukee Atheist over on YouTube sent a 5, and who called out exactly what you said. Go look up the Treaty of Tripoli. Like, that's where it was. I think it's pronounced Valuri. I'm sorry, I know I'm messing up your name, but thank you for the 258. I'll send you a direct message to reply what you're saying, but absolutely. Corey, thank you for the 5. The bitch don't know about Pangea. Rachel, thank you for the 1. Yeah, they never talk about Christian nationalists. And thank you for the 10. And you sent it twice. Exactly. They have no idea about Muslims and anything along those lines, or the Great Replacement Theory. Thank you, Ann, for the 10. Carla, thank you for the 10. Said kicking ass and taking names. And also Dale, thank you for the 5. Yes, it was he pulled it from his bum.
Matt, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That was from the last. Local warming, but overall cooling effect on the climate per unit. That's actually amazing information to hear. Thank you so much, Matt. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jay with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Feisty with the $10. Thank you. Owen with the $5. Thank you. Water, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate all the kind words. Thank you. Chris with the $2. Thank you. Erica with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Serendipity, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Good W's for them in the comment section right now. Laura, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. And Shay, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. People are saying spicy Parker because I'm sick.
You know, every time I worry about you, you turn it up to another level. Like I came in and I'm like, is he okay? And you're like in here cooking.
I do feel better today than I felt yesterday. I do feel like tired, and honestly, like, you know, like I even though I'm tired, I'm like, I just feel so much of a push to do it that I can't even hold back. But yeah, I still do feel sick.
I saw you were on.
Yeah, honestly. You know, yeah, today has not been the greatest. I definitely you know, especially like before I even got online, like I literally was like barely able to get out of bed, to be totally honest. So it's genuinely like being on live, you know, to some degree does help me, right? Especially when I can speak. Yesterday was really hard because it was my throat. Like I just literally can't speak when my throat feels like that, but my throat feels a bit better today. So it still kind of hurts, but you know, it's I'm able to like actually speak and like engage where it doesn't like hurt so bad where it's like I'm like, you know, every 2 seconds. Like yesterday was so painful. Today's mainly
I saw you with the ice and the tea and like the different things. So
W Marge in the comment section.
Exactly.
W Marge.
Gotta listen to the ladies.
Absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Thank you for the 10 on YouTube.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Valkyrie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you, Valkyrie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Valkyrie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next person.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
You said what? Yeah? Why do you support Donald Trump?
Yes. I support him because of the people that he brought in his cabinet. Like, for example, like Stephen Miller and Pete Hegseth.
Wow. Holy shit.
Stephen Miller is literally like a white nationalist.
I've never heard that one. You have?
Yeah,
are
me
you
either.
a Schnazi? Dixon, are you a white nationalist?
No. So, and that's the thing. No, I'm not. And that's the reason that you guys like steamroll every like Trump supporter, because a lot of Trump supporters, they can't articulate why is it that they voted for him. Because like, I mean, if you look at it policy wise, you know, like economics, he's an L, right? He cozies up to, you know, a certain lobby,
Hey,
these
but
kind of
can we,
things.
can
All
we
lobbies actually.
before you go
right?
too far though, can you just
But it's
explain
that-
why you said Stephen Miller though? Because that's kind of wild. Because again, Stephen Miller is a self-admitted white nationalist. Can you why'd you say him? Also, there's been some conspiracy theories, not conspiracy theories, but some reports that Pete Hegseth has connections with white nationalists as well due to the tattoos on his chest. And it's kind of weird that you named just those two.
Yeah, but I just feel like that's kind of like a blanket term. Would you allow me to explain?
Sure.
Okay. So, I mean, in a series of syllogisms, so here, John Stewart once said, he said that the black woman is the one that has most at stake at the vote. Do you agree with that? I agree with that.
What does that have to do with anything? Yes, the black women are the most marginalized group. Well, you can go deeper than that, but just on a base level, black women are absolutely marginalized. Okay?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. And the thing, so now the next point is, so you wouldn't hold it against her if she voted in order to decrease the chasm in privilege between her and, let's say, a white man.
That's not what black women vote for.
Right?
That's not what black women vote for.
Let's say this.
Hey, Dixon, I don't know if you can't hear me or what. Dixon, you're cutting out. I don't think you can hear me.
No, I can hear you fine.
Okay, that's not what black women vote for. Black women
how
don't
about now? Is this
vote
better?
Sure. Black women don't vote
Is this
to
better?
decrease. Yes. Black women don't vote to decrease the chasm between them and the top of the patriarchal system. Black women literally vote to uplift and push forward progression in multiple ways because they understand that a lifting tide lifts all boats. And if you take care of the most marginalized among us, then everyone does better. So black women aren't looking to improve just their lot in life. They're looking to improve everyone's lot in life. So that doesn't apply.
Okay, so you kind of just said pretty much the same thing in like a little bit more verbose way.
No, because you're
like,
saying
for example,
it in a selfish way, and I'm saying that's not the intention of black women at all.
it's not selfish at all. Like, for example, if their civil rights are being abused, right, and they vote for policies that elevate their civil rights to the equal of, let's say, a white man, right, that's not selfish. Is it? Because then everybody gets that privilege. I completely agree with that. You and I are in a complete agreement. Now, as a white man, right, I am a selfish voter. And when you look at Trump's policies, right, not really his policies, but really like the people behind him, privilege is a zero-sum game. So if somebody else gets more privilege, then I lose privilege. I also want to fuck Parker in the ass.
Okay, you're just trolling?
Weirdo. No, he's a white nationalist. He's a weirdo white nationalist.
Why would you just randomly say that?
I'm
actually like a Latino dude. I'm actually a Latino dude and I fucking hate Trump. I'm a lefty.
That doesn't mean that you're not white just because you're Latino. Latino isn't a race and you're weird.
That was really weird. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. That was so random. I feel like that's never happened to me before, like that late into a conversation.
Like, and like fully into a conversation as well.
I know, right? Like, what the fuck? Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only set a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. I'll probably be able to get like 1 or 2 more debates in for today, and then I'll probably get off for everyone, off tonight. As always, if you do want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And while Santana's on the live, make sure to support Santana as well.
And a lot of times people have been saying, "No, Santana, are you going live after Parker?" Normally I would say no, but I think I got an hour or so in me, so I'm gonna go live after you get off.
Yes, I get to raid Santana. Let's go. We're raiding Santana today, everyone, on YouTube and on TikTok. So after this debate, we'll do one more debate, and then we'll send everyone over to Santana stream. That's great. That's amazing. Let's go. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
February 2007.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I support him because he's going to get rid of all the DACA immigrants. And I think that it will be good for the
What does
economy.
DACA stand for?
Well, I know it means like you were brought into the country, like the parents were from like a foreign country and they gave birth in the United States. Is that what it is?
Or brought here when they were a kid, right? And it is the case that they were
Yeah,
given
yeah,
legal
yeah.
immigration status.
Well, I think that they're really harmful for the economy, and like I can hear myself a little bit, so
How are they
like I'm gonna.
how is it harmful to the economy?
Well, I read an article that said that it could cost states like billions of dollars, like estimated I mean, four, $400 billion. Like, like the threats of DACA immigrants could cost each state like $460 billion.
You're lying. Get the fuck off my live.
No, 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 no.
Give me one
I
source for
can
that.
show you.
$450 billion per state?
Okay.
Do you even know how much
Yeah.
$450
Yes.
billion
Yes.
is?
Yes. Let me show you the article. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me.
Can you? Okay. It is from www.americanprogress.org
What's the title?
/article. It's new threat. DACA cost states billions dollars. It's a pretty old article, but you know it's still noteworthy to take a look at.
A new threat to DACA could cost the federal government $460 billion in lost GDP over the next decade. So it's a threat to DACA.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's saying DACA helps the economy and that a threat to DACA would harm the economy.
Has to be a troll.
Because
Well,
they literally, in the article you're referencing, it says estimated annual GDP loss from removing DACA workers. This idiot. You have got to be trolling. There's no way you just said that.
Parker, you gotta read the whole thing.
Yeah,
before
I
you
did.
assume. Okay, dude. What the fuck, man? I was trolling.
Okay.
Fucking knew it.
Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Jacqueline, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it literally was the crickets.
I love Parker and Santana.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Amber with a $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Amber. And Cal, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. This will be the last debate for today. Everyone, if you're on YouTube, can you hit that thumbs up? Everyone, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. How many likes are we at currently on YouTube, everybody? How many likes are we currently at? And Zinda, thank you so much for the subscription on TikTok. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, sure.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Honestly, I would vote for you and Santana. Fuck.
All right, let's go to the
Guys,
next person.
listen, seriously, we got one more debate left. If you're a troll or if you're not a Trump supporter, get out of the box. We're really trying to get a debate. Please respect Parker's boundaries, especially tonight. You must be 18, you have to be a Trump supporter, and you have to be in the United States. Pretty simple. And if you come up here, guess what? I got mob powers, and I will block you. Parker won't, because Parker's nice. I will block the shit out of you. I'm serious. I'm dead ass serious.
Saray, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Saray. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, yesterday in the morning, like when I first got on, I was straight blocking people. I think I blocked like 15 people, like at least yesterday. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you're on YouTube, everyone, hit that thumbs up. You have to close out of the chat to hit that thumbs up. We have 1,500 likes. Let's try to get to 2,000 before we end it for today, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate that. I'd really, really, really appreciate that. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. And also in general, I'd recommend everyone to go check out my YouTube channel, everyone. I've been putting a lot of effort and stuff into that. So I would really appreciate if you go check it out. We do 3 posts every single day for normal videos, and then I also post a short. I know.
Shit, that's a lot. I don't think people understand how much that is.
Yeah, that is a lot. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Parker, you blocked my comments. I didn't understand why. You're currently in the comments. 1. 2 is really this. If that was true, that must have been a mod. And maybe it was on a different account or something. That must have been like an accident if you don't know the reason. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen.
This is the 3rd time this guy's coming up. Jimmy's Pizza. Are you a Trump supporter? Hey, guess what? You may be or you may not be, but you're not requesting up again because now you're blocked.
Oops. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's good, bro? I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
I don't know.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen.
There we go.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on. 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I would say I support him as much as I am anti-left wokeism.
Ooh.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
For sure. What is woke? Can you define woke?
No, Parker. He said wokeism.
Yeah, what is wokeism? Yeah.
I would just say it's on a broad spectrum an indoctrination of idealism. Excuse me. I speak with I got a bad fucking speech because I got a big denture in, but
You're good, don't worry.
ideologies that are forced down the throat of others, and then if we don't follow to them, now we're fascists, we're bigots, when the plain definition of what they're doing is fascism. So I mean, in the plain scale of what the left is.
How are we forcing stuff down the throats of others?
Okay, so I mean, the perfect ideal is the creator for Facebook. What's the dude who made Facebook?
Mark Zuckerberg.
Mark Zuckerberg. So as all these things were going on, he had pressure from which he went on the Rogan podcast and kind of whistleblowed about the Biden and Harris administration and how they were trying to tend to what was allowed to be posted as true and what was not allowed to be posted as true. There's certain things that are now considered hate speech that Jordan Peterson, warned us about.
Before we move on to the next thing, in terms of what you just brought up, there was no forcing mechanism on behalf of the government to force people to do anything. It was literally just the government saying, "Hey, could you please take off vaccine misinformation that kills people? Thank you."
Yes, that's typically where it starts, but then it starts into gender pronouns, controlling free speech.
Oh, got it. Wait,
Hey,
do you
real
have
quick before
pronouns?
you go too far.
Yeah, do you have pronouns?
Do I have pronouns?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm a
What are
he.
your pronouns?
A dude.
No, what are your pronouns?
He.
Okay, so you have pronouns. So then, are you forcing that on other people because they have to have pronouns?
No, I don't force anything on other people. I just don't force people to lie.
So you wouldn't force people to have certain pronouns, right?
Anybody can call themselves what they want, but you can't control my speech legally through it.
No one's controlling your speech and saying
No,
certain
but there was
pronouns.
a push for it, and then this is
Who?
where
No,
you're.
there wasn't.
Yes, there was. Yes, there was. This is how these things start, and then, but so I mean, if we want to
Who
go,
passed the law about pronouns?
if we want to go on,
Who passed the who passed the law about pronouns?
okay, let me go to. I have to because I didn't even mean to get on this topic here.
I have another question for you as well, though, because you mentioned Mark Zuckerberg.
Yes.
How do you feel about Mark Zuckerberg getting caught on a hot mic telling Donald Trump he didn't know what number he wanted him to lie about as far as the amount of money that Meta was going to invest in the United States?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of corruption up there, brother.
But you understand that one of the richest men on earth at the White House literally got caught on a hot mic telling Donald Trump, I didn't know what you wanted me to lie about.
Yeah, I mean, if you can share that.
You don't think that's a problem?
If you can share that with me and in context, then I would look at it,
Donald Trump asked Mark Zuckerberg how much was Meta going to be investing in the United States, and Mark Zuckerberg said $600 billion up until 2028. And then later, Mark Zuckerberg didn't realize that his mic was still on. He leaned over to Donald Trump and said, I didn't know the number that you wanted me to say. I hope the answer was okay. And Donald Trump was like, yeah, that was good.
Yeah, so what are you saying? There's like corruption in politics? Is this something new?
What I'm saying is Mark Zuckerberg lied to everyone for Donald Trump and as far as making stuff up.
I don't know, because we saw a different.
For anyone that just said, because I just saw someone said I just made that up. Cool. I didn't. I was gonna make a video about this, but it's literally right here. 1 second.
Is it?
Would you say over the next few years?
Oh gosh. I mean, I think it's probably going to be something like, I don't know, at least $600 billion through 28 in the U.S. Yeah.
It's a lot.
No, it's not. It's significant.
That's a lot. Thank you, Mark. It's great to have you.
So,
hold on.
So at the end, he leans over, and you can hear it softly, but because he was still on the hot mic, and then you can also see him read his lips, and it says, "I hope that was okay. I didn't know what number you wanted me to say."
Yeah, I heard this too earlier. Yeah, that's literally him lying for Trump.
Okay.
Yep.
And Trump like pushing him into saying certain things.
Yep.
Okay, so Oregon also pushing, and I didn't have all this, so I'm gonna have to cheat a little bit, okay? Because I didn't have all this prepped on here, because this wasn't even the conversation.
He's looking for a law that was being passed about pronouns.
No, so I'm looking for the start of it. I truly believe that this transgender wave of media is outblown. How many?
What do you mean this transgender wave of media? What does that even mean?
Right. Yeah. Okay. So what is the percentage of people that are transgender?
Less than 1%.
Why is it such a huge topic in politics?
Tell us.
Because Donald Trump spent
Trump is the one bringing it up.
$215 million on anti-trans acts.
Literally, and the Democrats spent $0. They spent $0 at all.
It's a push. Number one, they push against children's.
Wait, no, hold on. The people that are talking about this are conservatives. They're the ones that want to make everything about this. No fucking teacher is pushing being gay or being trans on children. That's literally manufactured.
Okay, so
what's actually being pressured onto children is being straight and being cis.
Wrong.
That's what's pushed onto children. That's what's forced onto children. And that's what children specifically are indoctrinated to like literally believe. Right. Secondly, we can also point to people like indoctrinated to be Christian. And I don't think that you would say that would meet your set of criteria.
Being indoctrinated to be Christian.
It was forced down the throats of like children. I mean, I grew up going to church.
Okay. Well, we're getting off on a
Bible study, Veggie Tales, all of it.
Oh, I kind of like Veggie Tales.
I think we're in a little bit.
It was Christian though.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know Veggie Tales was Christian. I just remember it being vegetables.
It was subliminal.
I literally don't remember anything about VeggieTales other than they were like smiling vegetables. Like I actually don't remember anything from it, and they would play it at my church.
So as a conservative, I think the main points.
Think about what you just said, Parker. They
I
played it
know.
at
Well,
your
I mean,
church.
they played at the church, but I didn't even think it was Christian. Like, I didn't even like my brain
Now,
didn't even
now
go
we're
off of thinking
skewing
it was
off
Christian.
topic. I would say, as a conservative, the main points were children, minors having surgeries or being pushed hormones in them that would have irreversible effects, looked at as child abuse. That would be one of the main things the Republican Party was worried about.
Wait, what was child abuse?
To transition a child from one sex with hormone blockers to another, chemically castrating.
Wait, you don't wait. At the level in which you get puberty
What?
blockers, that's not chemical castration.
How?
You're actually that's completely wrong. You understand that different drugs have different effects based upon the dosages you use. So the dosage that you're saying is relevant for chemical castration isn't even fucking close to the dosage specifically that is applicable for puberty blockers. And by the way, cis children get puberty blockers. Right? That doesn't change your sex to get puberty
Also, those
blockers.
surgeries aren't happening with those kids.
Yeah, those aren't surgeries.
Like, that's
Puberty
not an
blockers
actual thing.
are reversible, and puberty will undergo as soon as you stop the puberty blockers.
Yeah,
You're
no,
thinking about the transgender mice.
no, I think you should do more research on that. They won't stop.
have.
I mean, if you do it your whole entire childhood, it is not just completely irreversible. Now, number two, there's a reason why every
Would you at least concede under your view that it's mostly reversible?
there are some reverse effects to getting off.
Is it mostly reversible?
hormonal. No, I wouldn't say
No?
mostly.
Okay, what source do you have that it's not mostly reversible?
I mean, I would have to pull up. Yeah, how much time do you have, or do you
We
want to
have-
move on to the next
No,
subject?
we'll talk to someone else if you'd like to in the meantime. Like, I want you to go find that source. I would love for you to go find that. I'll give you as much time as you need. I'll stay on until you do. I'm serious.
Marcus said he
I'm
got
extending
time
the
today.
live. Yeah, I'm extending the live just because I want to see that source. So while you find that source, we'll talk to someone else in the meantime. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support Santana while he's here, everybody. Make sure to do that. Bianca, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Jamie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Love You with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Dana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's get the next person up here. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Nathan, how old are you? I love this, Parker. Well, don't worry. We're here. We're here to stay. You know what? I was rewatching some of the Charlie Kirk debate clips, and I was like, dude, why did I stop doing this?
Okay.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
I'm from Afghanistan, and I think that he will help Taliban to get out of Afghanistan. I think. I'm not sure.
Wait. So you're not a U.S. citizen, you said?
I am a U.S. citizen, but I'm originally from Afghanistan.
Oh, you're originally from Afghanistan. Okay. And you said you want what?
I think Trump will help Taliban get out of Afghanistan, but I'm not sure about that.
So how is Trump going to get the Taliban out? He literally gave them more power by signing the agreement with the Taliban to give them 5,000 members back, along with specifically him pulling out. So that actually gave the Taliban more power.
I think Biden did that.
No, that was actually Trump.
And he invited them to Camp David on 9/11.
How you prove that?
Because Trump signed the agreement himself and then bragged about it. I can show you if you'd like.
Sure.
Deal with Taliban. I got you. This is from The Hill. The title is Trump's deal with the Taliban set the stage for the Afghan collapse.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Also, just to follow up, if you want to find the article about Donald Trump inviting the Taliban to Camp David, you can look up the New York Times, how Trump planned to secretly meet with the Taliban, came together and fell apart. So there's that. Sorry.
Okay, so some of the things that are reversible. If stopped early, breast growth and facial hair. Prevented well on blockers, menstrual and voice deepening. Usually depends on.
Wait, what was your source? What was your source?
Rebounds. I'll get to the source. Usually
No,
rebounds.
but before you read it off, I'd love to hear the source first.
Okay, because I have to ask this bitch for a source.
You mean ChatGPT? Are you using ChatGPT?
Did you? I told you I was going to cheat on this. If you want to put on a subject I'm not talking about.
Ask this bitch for a source.
I'm like, what?
Like, what did ChatGPT do to you? Like, what are we even doing? Matt Scrabble, thank you for the 5. My Baptist school friends would frequently get me to watch VeggieTales in an effort to evangelize me.
I don't even
told you they
remember
were
any of the
indoctrinated.
contents.
Bro,
I don't even
I'm
remember any of
telling
the
you,
contents.
it was like, yes, they were trying to get, they were in a young Parker's brain trying to get you to worship Jeebus.
Yeah, I was like low key not even sentient when it was happening. I was like 8 years old. I had no clue. I'm just kidding. I mean, obviously I was sentient. I just don't remember any of the context of VeggieTales other than like literally smiling veggies. Like that's all I remember. I didn't even remember that it was religious. Like I didn't even think about that. Like not once did that cross my mind until it was said on the stream.
Yeah. Did it give you a source, Jess? Or Jesse?
Yeah, it's Columbia EDU.
When it gave you that source, can you click on the link? Because a lot of times the links don't even work.
Yeah, and then tell us the title of that page once you get to it, because then I'll be able to look it up.
Ella, thank you for the 5.
The one I'm looking at is on it's actually goaskAlicecolumbia.edu.
What?
Go ask Alice.
.columbia.edu/answers to questions puberty blockers reversed.
Libby, thank you for the 20. Yes, they always use GPT, always. Like, that's their go-to. I prefer DeepSeek, but, you know, that's me.
Hey, if you got a better source when you're on the spot on the subject, you're not.
Oh my God! I cannot believe he cited this. You want to hear the first line? Dear reader, puberty
Please, Mark,
blockers
I'm
do
interested.
just that. They block puberty from happening. However, this block is more of a pause. Once treatment stops, puberty usually occurs within 6 months, which is why they are considered reversible.
Bone density.
Yes.
What?
It says, however, more longitudinal research is needed to fully understand the impact that puberty blockers may have on the long-term bone health and fertility. All it's saying is that they need longitudinal studies in the long run specifically that go over that, but that's not to say. Wait, they said this specifically. I'll read the whole thing. They said, that said, just like any other drug, they may have some unintended side effects. However, more longitudinal research is needed to fully understand the impact that puberty blockers may have on long-term bone health and fertility. Saying there needs to be more studies in the very first place is not evidence that like the research that we have right now is not good enough to say that like we should be able to use it. Like there could be long-term research in that type of longitudinal research in the long run for every drug, right? So, like, you would essentially argue that no drugs would we be able to use. Essentially, no drugs would we be able to use if we use that standard.
So
no.
what you're saying, Parker, is that his source sucks.
Yeah, his source actually proves our point.
No, not really, but
yeah, it does.
Because it needs more study, but the idea of there's also the mental part that's irreversible as well, right? So psychology. That's an issue.
Repeat what you just said, sorry?
The psychology of it is an issue or no?
Like it would have positive psychological impacts.
Negative, positive? I mean, mostly have been negative.
It does have positive.
No, it hasn't.
It has positive.
No.
Wait, within the article that you just cited, it said that it's positive towards the psychological and mental health. Like psychological well-being. It says current research suggests that puberty blockers improve psychological well-being for transgender and gender-diverse youth compared to the cisgender peers.
Long term or short term?
Wait, this is in the long run and short term.
What does the study show on suicidal rates?
What
Wait,
about
are
it
you?
says that they decline given the usage of puberty blockers.
Why are you having Parker teach you about your own source?
Yeah, it literally says lower lifetime rates of
You
suicidality.
asked me. You guys started on down this road. I
Wait,
mean,
I just
I really came here to just that
Wait,
was
no,
one issue.
you started down this road. You said that a
I wanted
majority.
to talk
You
about
said a
genocide.
majority of the effects of puberty blockers are not reversible, which the very source that you cited indicated that they are reversible.
Depending on how long you take them.
What?
Depending.
Wait, it didn't say how depending on how long. It actually didn't say that.
Well, I mean, if you do more research, I can sit here and search on a computer all we want. I mean, I can.
You're not good at that.
For that argument next time and have the facts. I just want to talk about genocide now. Now, Israel performing genocide on
The fuck is this pivot?
Wait, what did you just say?
He wants to pivot. He wants to pivot.
You wanted to pivot.
Well, you're the one who just pivoted. I mean, actually, by the way, he's like, dude, I don't know why people on the left are the ones that bring this up all the time while he's the one bringing it up on the live stream. It's
Okay,
really
this-
ironic. That's like the most ironic thing ever is
This is what
conservatives
it comes down-
bringing
this is
up
what it
the
boils-
point that they
this is-
say that liberals are the ones only bringing up when the liberal
Yeah,
didn't bring it up
this-
yet.
No, this is what it boils down to. Do you think a child's mind has developed enough to tell itself whether it needs to know if it needs puberty blockers or hormonal changes? or
No,
not?
by themselves, they can't make that
Same
determination.
reason
They make that
shouldn't drink
determination with their
alcohol?
parents and medical professionals. They do not by themselves make those determinations. They make those determinations with medical professionals. And by the way, adults are not able to make that decision without medical professionals either. So, like,
Correct.
What's your point?
So if an adult was going to decide that they wanted to, and a medical profession was deciding that they wanted to give a child liquor because
What?
they felt that that was okay, that's okay.
What?
What are you saying? No, what? No doctor would
analogy
recommend
doesn't even
liquor
work,
for
bro.
children. What are you saying?
No, why? Okay, why do we have legal ages of consent for certain things?
It depends on what you're referencing.
Is your brain fully developed?
Well,
At
your
what point?
brain doesn't fully.
Your brain
what
probably.
point?
I mean, how old are you?
Exactly.
I'm 32.
Okay, well,
should have
your
the
your
frontal
brain
lobe
is
check.
getting to the point where it's starting to be fully developed. Now,
It's
it's,
probably-
it's
it's probably
different dependent
developed
upon
a
the
little bit
individual. Wait, hold up.
down.
Let me please speak. It's different depending on the individual. There is this common idea that it's around 25 years old, but that's actually like I've seen that's not necessarily true. It can be like a typical sort of a general thing. It is different based upon like gender too. Like it's different for men and women. Like women tend to have developed brains actually earlier than men do. Men tend to have their brains develop later on. But it is the case that for many individuals, it is the case that it can go well beyond the 20, right? 25. So it could be up to like 30 where it is the case that you have, brain development within that capacity. And then there's also like social and emotional development within the brain that also occurs well into your 30s and 40s.
Right, which some of these
And throughout your
hormonal,
life.
yeah, and some hormonal blockers have effect on those things as well. So
What? What?
they do. It's a fact. I mean, I don't know.
Wait,
I
I'm-
know. Cite your sources.
what puberty block? Wait, are you saying puberty blockers or hormone blockers?
Testosterone, whichever way you want to go. Man becoming woman, woman becoming man.
He's so confused
That's
right now.
not how it works.
I'm
By
not
the way,
confused at all.
trans
You're
women
very
were always
confused.
women and trans men were always men.
No, it's not. So when they're dug up
What?
in 1,000 years, they're gonna dig it up and say that's a trans man.
Wait, by the way, so I don't think that we can make a determination of gender because gender is sociological. Like, would you be able to determine their name? And because you can't determine their name based upon their biology, does that mean that their name is invalid?
So what you're saying is, yeah. So you've
Gender and sex
created
are
a new-
different, and gender
Yeah,
is sociological in
we
nature.
created
Same
a
thing with your
new-
names.
Now we've created a new definition of gender.
What?
Wait, this is a
To
common
push-
usage.
To push an ideology and force it
I'm trying
down
to say
someone
that.
Or
else's
I'm not
throat.
forcing it on anyone's throat. Like I'm literally just saying my position on the live. If me forcing my position on others is just
Okay,
saying it on
let
live,
me-
then you're forcing it on the live as well.
Let me ask you this. Hypothetical, right? If Harris came into office and said, you will or be punished by hate speech to call people by whatever gender pronouns they want.
Didn't happen.
I said this is a hypothetical. Would you vote for that?
What I would
just
still
said
vote
that
for over
already in
Trump. Yeah,
office.
like what?
No,
That's.
but
I mean, I would
that
heavily disagree
particular
with that
bill.
position, but like I would
Okay.
still vote for her over Donald Trump. Absolutely.
Okay, so that
Wait. Would you vote for, let's say, hypothetically speaking, if Donald Trump said that the 2020 election was stolen and he wanted you to go to the Capitol and fight like hell, and then he sent fake slates of electors to overthrow the will of the people while inciting a riot where people tried to unalive the vice president of the United States, screaming "Hang Mike Pence," and they brought a gallows and they smeared shit on the Capitol walls. Hypothetically speaking, would you still support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
You fucking suck. You
Because
suck.
I mean, I
You
still
suck.
look. I still support the black community, but I didn't support the riotings and raids that were
What?
manipulated by the left wing propaganda.
Sure, there's a huge difference between what happened in Minnesota. You want to talk about the property crimes. I'm rather talk about the fact that they literally tried to overthrow the government. Literally, they tried to overthrow the government. They tried to hang the president and senators, and they smeared shit on the Capitol walls while flying the Confederate flag inside of the Capitol. Those are not the same. Those aren't the same.
Confederate flag was part of mostly the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I hear you. They flew the Confederate flag
know
inside of
anything
the
about the
Capitol. This is the
Confederate
first
flag.
time that had ever been
Yeah.
done in U.S. history.
Yeah, Confederates. Do you think they support Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Like people who are waving the Confederate flag today, are they more in support of Trump or Harris?
So there was a time where the North was mostly Republican and the South was more Democrat. And so I think the flag represents more than anything is the
That's not true.
southern states.
No,
Is that an
strategy
answer
is
to
the
my
thing,
question?
But that's not answering this question.
Yeah, what was my question?
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's some extreme
That's
far
not Parker's
right.
question.
That's extreme far right. You don't have to be extreme to support Donald Trump.
That's not. Yes, you do. But
Yeah, you do. Because I mean, inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol, supporting him even with that is definitely extreme. And that's just one of the things out of like fucking 15 I could mention.
one.
It is so extreme to support Trump. Like it's so indefensible.
Hold on, Parker. How are you feeling right now on a scale from 1 to 10?
I'd probably say like a 7 or 8.
Okay, do the list. Go.
Okay, well, Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without consent. Or there was an 18-year-old that came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said his daughter was voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. I could point to plenty of others, but we'll just start with those. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Yeah, that's very good. You can talk facts. So he was convicted civilly.
He just told you all the horrible shit that Donald Trump did,
you
and
gonna
there's
listen?
more, bud. There's so much more.
I could keep going,
listen.
by the way. I just stopped for
what
your
is
sake.
What is one of the most common things for a rich man, male, African or white, to be falsely convicted of, and then it ended up being civilly conviction of any crime?
Holy shit! Are you about to be a grape apologist?
Is it not sexual?
Are you about to be a grape?
And I also just want to ask him, does he think white Africans exist? Like, do you think white Africans exist?
Yeah.
Okay. So why would you say white or African?
African. You mean white or black? Is that what you're trying to say, bud?
No, I said white or African American. That's a white American or African American. You could have just came here from Europe 10 years ago. You could have just came here from Europe or from Nigeria 10 years ago.
Okay, technically there are white African Americans. Technically, people from South Africa, right, that are white, right, and they come to the United States. They're technically white African Americans. Technically, Elon is African American, right?
Right.
So, like,
Exactly.
that's why there's a distinction. Yeah, that's why there's a distinction between the term Black American and African American.
Yes.
Yeah, so I put it on a whole broad spectrum where you can take away any of them. White, black, and American. Whether it's born and raised in America and white, born and raised in America and black. White came from Europe. Black came from Africa. White came from Africa. I mean, covering your face like that doesn't do anything.
Every single human comes from Africa. Okay? Regardless of your race, every single human comes from Africa.
And the ideology of evolution, yes.
Yes.
You're saying you believe in evolution.
What?
Yes, of course I believe in evolution.
So that we all.
Where are we going? What is happening?
That's just where he went.
Oh, wait, I'm
No,
sorry.
this
Do
is
you,
where
do
you
you
went.
do you believe in evolution?
I believe it's all it's all.
Are you ripping paper?
No, ripping paper. I got a pen in my hand.
Okay.
I believe there's too much to speculate. You would say that
Wait.
evolution
Do you believe in aliens?
I would say there's a high probability.
Wait, hold up. Can you stop the noise that's in the background real quick? Like, what's that sound?
What this?
No.
No, it's like a ripping.
But yeah, stop.
It sounds like, there you go. You just did it again.
Oh, I'm going through my son's homework stuff and signing off.
Could you do that later?
Yeah.
Please. Also, real quick. Hey, Corey. This bitch don't know about Pangea. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead, Jesse.
Okay. I feel like we're just jumping off on tangents here.
You are like going 5 different directions
Let's
at
just
one
go.
time.
I want to ask you now, like, wait. So
Let's
do you
just go
believe it?
Roe-
Do you
Roe
believe in
versus
evolution?
Wade.
Hold up. Do you believe in evolution?
No.
No. Okay. So why not? Wait. Do you believe in genetic change over time? Like there being any type of change in genetics over time?
Adaptation?
Yeah. Do you believe in adaptation?
Yes.
Okay. So do you believe in microevolution?
I don't know enough to have a belief on that. No, I couldn't give you a definitive answer.
Okay.
But-
So you believe in adaptation to the environment, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in natural selection? Like it's a description of the reality?
Just give me a better idea.
Okay, he doesn't know what that is. So okay, how about this? There's a change in different traits based upon adaptations, based upon the different environments that they exist in. That change over time compounds through the different generations. That's evolution. Literally, that's evolution. But it's over
Okay.
a long period of time.
Okay. I understand. And then?
That's literally it.
And what is the point of it? I mean, what are you getting at?
What? I'm just demonstrating that evolution is true.
Okay. And I mean, I think there's just that's a speculation.
No, it's based on evidence. We have fossil records.
Fossil records.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, then I don't get into religious or evolution, atheist, because there's too many ways to speculate. You know how everything was created.
Wait, there are Christians that believe in evolution.
Yeah, and and you asked me, do you believe in the adaptation of microbiology? And I said, I'm not so sure.
I asked you if you believe in microevolution.
Yeah, right.
Because a lot of people will say they believe in microevolution but not macroevolution. But the only distinction between micro and macro is time. So it's like if you believe in time and micro, you believe in macro.
I didn't fall into that category, right?
Yeah, I know.
So here and then okay, let's move on because here's just one where we won't get off on a tangent. So I appreciate your timing. So Roe versus Wade. I am one who is against abortion. I don't think that it is, as a father, I don't think it's her body, her choice. I think they're two separate beings. I believe that life starts at conception, and I believe that it is a genocide.
I have a question. I have a question. Yep. What's worse, right? Abortion in the past 40 years or the Holocaust?
Abortion in the past 40. Well, that would be very. I don't know how many aborted babies have been in the past 40 years.
A lot.
How many?
A lot more than 12 million.
And then how many of the 12 million was propagated or not propagated? Like how factual is the 12 million?
What? Wait, what are you talking about? Abortions or the Holocaust?
He's denying the numbers in the
Clear right
Holocaust.
now.
No, I'm definitely not denying the Holocaust. Fuck Hitler. Don't put me in that category.
Well, I'm sorry, the 12 million number.
Abortion?
So, okay, if we're going to 12 million, then you would, and 12 million people.
12 million what, bud? Are you talking about the abortions or the Holocaust? Which one?
He's talking about 12 million people died in the Holocaust. I was questioning that accuracy and the source of that.
Holy fuck.
As time goes on, and right now, it would seem like, what would be your argument of when abortion is wrong? And I'll give you my answer.
When is the argument of when abortion is wrong? I think it's wrong after the point of sentience, right? In elective circumstances. But if you want to reference like abortion, I would just ask you. We would give you an argument based upon your position in terms of why you believe it's conception. Because the distinction between the position that Harris holds, right, is codification of Roe versus Wade, which means that it's federally protected prior to viability, and then after viability, it's left up to the states. Whereas Trump's position, it's left up to the states through the entirety of the administration.
Okay.
Or not administration, through the entirety of pregnancy.
So
sorry.
what was the viability when Roe versus Wade happened for a 50% chance?
What is the what?
At what amount of weeks was the viability when Roe versus Wade happened in 1970? 28 to 30.
How many abortions have happened since
30
then?
weeks. 28 to 30 weeks was.
Wait, repeat your question. I'm so sorry.
When Roe versus Wade was in 1970s, right? The age of viability was what?
Age of viability is like around 22 to 26 weeks right now?
No.
In 1973, I don't know. I don't know what the age of viability was.
I'm talking about 1970s. It was 28 to 30 weeks. Do you know what it was in 1980? 26 weeks.
Okay.
Do you know what it was in 1990? 24 weeks.
Okay.
Do you know 2010? 24 to 22 weeks. In 2020, there was a baby at 21 weeks that had first survived. So basically, that argument of it being at viability is based on how advanced we are in human technology determines how valuable your baby's rights are as a human. And
I mean, I'm not saying I hold to that position, but that's the comparison.
If we fast forward 200 years from now and look at this, where they can take the baby 8 weeks out the womb, 6 weeks out the womb.
Can I actually give you the view? It's not necessarily that there's a greater level of value established for it. It's that there
you're
is it.
You're going to talk about when they have their consciousness and when they can feel pain.
No. Listen. It would be a change in the gentlest means necessary, right, in order to be able to have an abortion, right, or to terminate the pregnancy. So, in the point that I was saying is that the termination of the pregnancy, right, would be able to happen without there being the death of the fetus, if it is the case that viability is earlier. Meaning that the gentlest means necessary would change. It's not necessarily that there is a difference in the value established to a fetus. It's more or less a difference in the set of environmental conditions in terms of what would be the gentlest means to be able to terminate the pregnancy. That's typically what the position is.
And what's your source for that?
I'm saying that's what typically the people's position is when they hold to that position. Like when I've been debating people in the live who hold that position.
Right, but where's the source on that?
It's an anecdote based on my experiences with people in terms of what their views are.
It's like my anecdote when we were talking about the conversation of transgenders. I had a lot of
trans people. Wait, but it depends on what the anecdote is in relation to. Like anecdotes can be useful in some contexts, right, for demonstrating certain truths. But when it comes to like making like empirical claims, and anecdotes are not good at making empirical claims like that. I'm just saying, like, typically this is the position that people have held when they hold to that position, or this would be a reference of what I've heard from people when they hold that position.
No,
So that's good at
no,
representing specifically that some people do have that position, not the certain percentage of people. If I made a claim that 65% of people hold this position, that wouldn't be satisfactory in demonstrating that 65% of people hold that position. It would specifically, that's an empirical claim, right? I'm just making a claim of some people hold this position.
Okay.
So there being one circumstance of it occurring is enough of a basis for it occurring in some circumstances. Does that make sense?
So you're saying every 24-week abortion under that idea is in the gentlest means possible, which is surviving the baby but taking it out?
Sorry, repeat what you just said. I apologize.
You're saying under that reasoning, so say they wanted to go have a 24-week abortion, the gentlest means possible is taking the baby out and trying to make it live and viable.
Yeah, if it's viable, the gentlest means necessary is to induce labor.
And then what? Leave it up to the state? That's the laws under Roe versus Wade?
Under Roe versus Wade, up to viability, it's federally protected, and then it's left up to the states after viability. For no Roe versus Wade, for Donald Trump overturning Roe versus Wade, it's just left up to the states at any point during the pregnancy.
So it's basically just technology based. As advanced as we are as humans, becomes when it's okay to abort a baby and when it's not okay.
So viability, yes, because it's a distinction based upon, well, technically it depends on how you define abortion, but it would be a difference based upon the environmental conditions of what is the gentlest means necessary in that circumstance to be able to terminate a pregnancy. It's not a change in the value of the fetus, it's a change in the environmental conditions of like the obligation.
Well, I mean, they take stuff that will cut the bodies into parts and then they sell the parts of the babies and the abortions. I mean, this is all very easy to find.
Well, I'm sorry. Why are you randomly saying this? And where are you getting that?
Gentle about it.
Hey,
There's been
wait. By the way, when I say gentlest means necessary, I just mean what is ever the most gentle means necessary to be able to like end the pregnancy. So in those circumstances, it would be the gentlest means. Yes, you can dispute in the term gentle, but like that's not necessarily, critiquing the way I'm using it.
So that makes it right because it's quote unquote gentle to somebody's perspective.
Hey, how gentle
that's their position. Like that's a certain position in terms of like evictionism.
How gentle do you think childbirth is? Like, do you think that's a gentle process?
Having a baby?
Just the entire, from beginning to end, the entire process. How gentle do you think that is?
I would say probably a little bit more gentle than storming Normandy.
It's not. It's not. Literally, giving birth is one of the most dangerous things that a woman can do. And hell, if you're a black woman, then the risk goes up even higher. We can talk about the actual physical aspect that childbirth has on women. We can talk about the mental aspect that childbirth has on women. We can talk about the impact that childbirth has to their career. We can talk about the actual impacts that childbirth has when it comes to like self-image and confidence. We can talk about all of these different things. But you know what's more important? Listening to women, understanding that women should have bodily autonomy, and whether you think women should have access to ABs or not, honestly, doesn't matter, right? Because can you name one law, just one law that regulates the male body?
Yeah, you can't rape. What do you mean? That's
what the
you're
fuck?
regulated. You can't kill.
You are a fucking weirdo.
What else would there shit?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Fucking weirdo.
Like what? Dude, what? How is that taking away your rights? To say that you can't take away someone else's?
It doesn't
like what?
hurt me in any way, but you're trying to twist it and turn it, saying.
Wait. I'm sorry. We're saying like the right to bodily autonomy. Are you saying the right to that's a right to bodily autonomy to grape someone?
No, hell no.
Okay, so then why'd you bring that up?
No,
That's what you just said.
He asked me what is a right. No, you twist things. This is what you guys do because you don't have valid arguments. You twist things.
We'll clarify the question then. What is the right to bodily autonomy? That wait, name.
This was his question. Can men have babies? Why
That
didn't
was
you
not
just
my
answer
question.
that
It's not the
question?
question.
That was not my question. I didn't say that.
Okay,
I said name one right. I'm sorry. Name one law that restricts the male body.
How about the opposite
And you
of
said the
restricts?
right to.
Okay,
You said the right to grape. That's what you said.
let's go to the opposite of that, right?
No, no. Answer my question.
No, I will. You listen to my
No,
answer.
answer the question.
I'm gonna tell you.
Name one law that restricts the male body.
Okay, it's freedom of choice of what it wants to do, and in the horrible circumstances that we go through a draft, the males will be drafted to fight. That is
No,
one law. That
no, it's not, because there's multiple exceptions where you can just say, "Hey, I don't believe in this," and you don't have to be drafted.
Yeah, the draft's
Literally,
also
you can
not in
opt
effect.
out of it.
The draft's not
Exactly.
in effect at all.
The draft wasn't. The last one was 1967 or something.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
Donald
They
Trump
put it
dodged
in the
that.
draft. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If they put a draft up,
But
male are the
literally,
ones
no, because
have-
again, all you have to do is say, "I don't agree with the draft," and you can't get drafted. If a woman says, "I don't agree with this birth," and she lives in fucking Florida or Texas or somewhere like that, she still has to have the child.
Okay, I want to see a man can deny a draft.
It's
Yeah, wait, the
look it
draft
up,
isn't
bud.
a thing right now. There's no enforcement of the draft currently.
Right now, but if there was a World War III and there
That's
was
not
a
going to
draft,
happen. And even if there
then-
was a World War III, it's not manpower that decides specifically like our fight. It would be drones and bombs and all of these different things that are not related to how many people there are.
Because I caught you here. You're trying to
You
evade.
didn't catch shit.
No, I'm just
Yeah, I
I'm telling
definitely
you how
did.
warfare operates in the 21st century.
So here's my whole point.
Nope.
Years from now, when you can take an infant at 6 months and it can be fully, put into a fake womb and grow into a child, live a life, this will be looked at as one of the most grotesque genocides of man.
Sure, you don't have
Down the
to you
road.
don't have to worry about a fake womb, because they're already doing that with women in the United States of America. Literally, they use a woman as an incubator in the United States of America. Adriana Smith. She was literally brain dead, and they kept her body alive so she could continue to incubate a child, and her body started to rot and decay. Her body could no longer sustain life. It rotted and decayed, and they finally had to cut the baby out. They use her as an incubator. You don't have to talk about in the future when they have some type of wombs. They're doing this today.
Tell me the story of her.
She got into an accident. She was pregnant. She didn't know she was pregnant. She got into an accident. They come to find out after she got in an accident that she was pregnant. She became brain dead. But since she was in the state of Georgia, it was they have the heartbeat law, which was past 6 weeks, and so the family wanted to take her off life support, but the government would not allow it because they said that she had a quote unquote heartbeat, or the baby had a heartbeat because it had been more than 6 months. And so even though the Adriana Smith had no chance of living, they kept her body alive on life support so she could grow a baby that the whole family said they did not want, because the baby was going to come out with the deformities and other medical and health issues that they were going to deal with for the rest of the life. And guess who wasn't going to take care of it? The government wasn't. It was literally going to have to be the actual family. They made this family have that baby while the mother was literally brain dead, and as soon as her body could no longer hold up, they cut the baby out and let her die, and then put the baby in an incubator after viability. After viability.
And her name was again?
Adriana Smith.
Adriana Smith.
In Georgia.
Now, can you give me 5 other people that have had similar?
For fucking what?
Well,
Why do I have to give you? Wait, so I have to give you 5 other people.
This is a thing.
Wait, hold
that
on.
is
Just
going
an
on in
FYI.
America.
Just an FYI. I can give you more than 5 more instances of women losing their lives due to a lack of health care, which abortion is health care. But you, for some reason, Jesse, this weird ass man on Parker's Live tonight, you need 5 more examples of women being used as incubators for you to feel like I have a valid point.
I'm interested if this is something that's going on, because maybe this is.
Well, how about you actually go do the groundwork, because you didn't even know about the one.
I've heard the name, but I don't know that it's a thing going on as like multiple occasions. Now there's corrupt people out there. There's evil in the world.
And I apologize to correct it. Athena, thank you for that. I apologize. It wasn't an accident. She had a headache and the doctor refused to diagnose her. It was a medical issue. I'm sorry. I thought it was an accident that caused the actual issue, but you're right.
Someone said it's eugenics, which is also kind of ironic to bring up when you talk about abortion.
I don't get why any of this, like none of this, first and foremost, like you lack the actual empathy for it to even matter. But like even more than that,
I'm a father.
You don't care about the actual real world implications. And then even more than that,
even when it's in the womb,
you don't. But even more than that, hey, do you think
you even do you have a kid?
Do
you have a child?
Yes, I have 2 boys. Yes, I have 2 boys. Next question.
They meant nothing
2
in
boys.
the womb to you?
My boys mean everything in the world to me. But with that being said, I would never force my partner to have a child, because even if I want the child, I believe that women have the rights to actually choose. I don't think that men should be making the decision for the women. But you know what we can make a decision about? Hey Jesse, do you advocate for mandatory vasectomies?
I mean, after a certain point, I mean, maybe.
Yes or no? Should we all be advocating for mandatory vasectomies?
All men, all across the world.
Every single man, once they hit puberty, they get a vasectomy.
How are we going to make babies?
But vasectomies are reversible. They're reversible. They're safe. It's an outpatient surgery. It's a quick snip. It's more safe than women going on birth control.
I mean, we have condoms, we have birth control.
But if you want to get to the root of making sure that you don't have to worry about abortions, then why not address the issue with the men? Why won't you regulate men's body?
I don't force any woman to take a birth control pill.
You're gonna force a woman to have a kid.
If she made the decision.
Okay, then let's take the decision out of the woman. Since you don't trust women to make decisions about their bodies, let's take the decision away from them and take the actual decision away from the men and advocate for mandatory vasectomies.
The dude could lie about his vasectomy. That's
whatever. Parker, I apologize for taking over. You got it.
No, you're good. Don't worry.
No,
Carol, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Carol, for Trump is a joke. Tweet some W's for Carol in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Carol. Really appreciate W's for Carol in the comment section. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? I might be maxed out here.
On that subject there, I mean, you're talking about what about the men's rights after the child is born? Do you still believe that, the discrimination of a men's rights and the more likely
what rights? What rights, man?
To their child.
What rights to your? I'm confused.
Okay, so if a woman wants to put a man on child support, she is ultimately a lot more likely in the civil courts to be able to put a man on child support, keep his child from him. And if the man wants the baby, he has to pay child support. But if the woman doesn't want the baby, the man has no say, and he just gets the child aborted.
Men have a higher success rate as far as being able to actually have claim to their children if they actually go to court and fight for it. But the thing is, men don't actually do that. Literally, men that show up to court and actually advocate and protest for access to their children get that access at a higher clip than women being able to deny it. But men don't do that. So you're lying. You're wrong and you're lying.
No, you're conflating stuff here now. Men that show up at court get a higher than men that don't show up at court. But the real equation is men that show up at court versus women that show up at court. You're talking about men that show up at court get higher.
Why wouldn't the men show up at court?
Yeah, I was just gonna kick him. I'm brain is out of it.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. It's okay. Don't worry. Are you gonna go live right now?
Yeah, can I say a couple of quick thank yous?
Absolutely.
Maga Cries, thank you for the 5. You're absolutely freaking right. Like brain rot. Bread Knight, thank you for the 5. Yeah, I didn't see it, but send me another message. I'll get back to you. Caleb, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate you. And for all the people on YouTube, just hold tight. I'll give you guys a thank you when I go live. I'm gonna hop off and go live right now.
All right. Have a good live. Have a good live. All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight, everyone. I appreciate everyone coming through. I am sick. I probably will be tomorrow as well. Hopefully, I do feel a bit better tomorrow. I mean, I'm surprised I even got to 5 hours today. To be honest with you, I appreciate everyone coming on tonight. Have a fantastic night. Everyone, go over to Santana's stream. If any mods can put Santana's in the comment section, I'd really appreciate it. I love y'all so much, everyone. Have a good night. I love y'all. Go to Santana's stream. Santana 24 Jones. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Left Parker, everyone. Have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Look up Santana Speaks on YouTube, everyone. Alrighty.